held back in attacking President Trump. Mr. Obama's speech may be some of the harshest ever criticism from one modern president to another.
I never expected that my successor would embrace my vision or continue my policies. I did hope, for the sake of our country, that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously, that he might come to feel the weight of the office and discover some reverence for the democracy that had been placed in his care. But he never did. For close to 4 years now, he has shown no interest in putting in the work, no interest in finding common ground, no interest in using the awesome power of his office to help anyone but himself and his friends.
Nevertheless, the president continued campaigning in another important electoral college state today. For reference, these are the 13 states identified by our election and surveys unit as either toss-ups or lean states in the presidential election. So far this week, President Trump has visited 5 of them, characterizing the trips as part of official White House business. Today's trip went through Scranton, Pennsylvania, the hometown of Democratic nominee Joe Biden, where the president continued his attacks.
If you want a vision of your life under Biden presidency, think of the smoldering ruins in Minneapolis, the violent anarchy of Portland, the blood-stained sidewalks of Chicago, and imagine the mayhem coming to your town and every single town in America. You're not going to have law and order. Do you notice? And I shouldn't say it because they'll put it in his speech if he can read it, which I doubt. But they'll put it in there tonight. I shouldn't say it because he's going to speak later. Should have a good audience. People are going to find out what the hell's going on. I see he has.
This all comes as former Trump advisor Steve Bannon is being indicted on fraud. Bannon was taken into custody by U.S. Postal Service agents on a yacht off the coast of Connecticut this morning. Along with 3 others, Bannon is accused of defrauding donors to a $25 million fundraising campaign to build a pair of walls on private land in Texas and New Mexico. Despite claiming to be Trump-approved, this privately funded wall is separate, but clearly takes inspiration from President Trump's proposed expansion of the U.S.-Mexico border barrier. The president distanced himself from the project at the White House today.
I was not involved in the project. I have no idea who was, but I can tell you I didn't know the people. The 3 people that were talked about were people that I did not know. I don't believe I ever met them. I don't think that should be a privately financed wall. I don't think it's too complex. It's too big. The little I know about it, I got from you. I was reading where they were having construction problems with the wall, that they had a small area just to show people they could build a wall, and they were having a lot of problems where it was toppling over and other things, and I didn't like it.
Caitlin Huey-Burns and Zeke Miller join me now. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. She's outside the Chase Center in Wilmington. And Zeke is a CBSN political contributor and White House reporter for the Associated Press. He's in Washington. Welcome. We're going to return to Steve Bannon in a moment, but first I want to talk about Joe Biden's speech tonight. Caitlin, we've now seen 3 nights of the virtual convention production. What's in store for the finale?
Well, Joe Biden himself is the big ticket item tonight. We've seen 3 days of Democratic Party former stars, rising stars, trying to make the case for Joe Biden and really trying to make the case against Donald Trump and hoping that people turn out to vote. Tonight, Joe Biden will accept the Democratic nomination. This is the culmination of a 3-decades-long quest for the presidency for Joe Biden. To put this into some perspective, when he announced his first presidential campaign back in 1987, it would be 2 months before I was born. So he has been running literally for president for my lifetime. But this is not how he had anticipated how this presidential run would go. We're in the middle of a pandemic, a national recession. He's going to have to deal with a lot of these things if he is elected. And the pandemic has really been shaping not only the course of this campaign, but especially the arguments made at this convention. And so what I think you'll hear him say tonight is not only describing what the task at hand is and what his agenda will be in addressing these two big events, but I also think you're going to hear more about Joe Biden, the person. We heard from his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, earlier in the week, speaking to his character. We heard a little bit of that from former President Obama. And as our political director, Caitlin Conant, mentioned earlier today, while Joe Biden has been in public life for 50 years, this is a chance for him to really show what he is as a person and what he would do. And that has not been described yet. I also think it's really important to note that when Biden is making his case tonight, he will be making a case for him and his vision and an affirmative case for the ticket, and not just against Donald Trump. But what is fueling his standing in the polls and his lead against the president so far is this idea that the base of the Democratic Party is really animated against Donald Trump. And we've seen independent voters as well fueling that because of those thoughts. So that's kind of what's at stake for Biden tonight and what we might be able to expect.
Yeah, high stakes indeed. Well, Caitlin, I want to turn to policy specifics here. Last night featured a number of issues, including gun control, the environment, and immigration. What exactly are Democrats pushing for in those on those issues, and where do they line up with where the country seems to be on those topics?
You know, Elaine, it's really interesting because these were issues when we were covering the Democratic primary for several months. These were issues that came up over and over again on the campaign trail. And then we had the pandemic hit, and everything became about the pandemic, of course, and also the president's handling of it. So you can expect this election to be really a referendum on the president and his handling of the coronavirus and how people feel about the economy in light of the pandemic as well. So while these issues have been animating, motivating issues for Democrats, the pandemic has really, hovered over everything. But what some Democrats have been trying to do is kind of thread the needle, make clear that there are pandemics within the pandemic when it comes to health care, when it comes to guns, when it comes to the environment, kind of all these huge issues and inequalities within those issues further exacerbated by the pandemic.
Right, that the pandemic itself is sort of laying bare these structural kind of inequalities that have existed and showing what the repercussions of those inequalities are. Zeke, let me turn to you. Next week, of course, it will be the Republicans' turn for their convention. What do we know about their plans?
We don't know very much. We have the bare bones outline of who's going to be where and sort of who the big ticket speakers are going to be on each night. With the president capping it off with his own acceptance speech next Thursday from the South Lawn of the White House. But beyond that, all of it, I'm told, talking to Republican sources and people familiar with the president's campaign, all of that is in flux. And one of the reasons why is that they are watching very closely what Democrats have been doing, what has worked and what has not worked for them, as both parties really struggle to adapt to this virtual convention environment in the age of the coronavirus. And obviously Democrats had more of a head start in terms of planning their own convention, having decided to go virtual before the president, who moved his convention from Charlotte down to Jacksonville as he tried to have that in-person gathering before last month, sort of bowing to the inevitable and shifting it all online. So Republicans feel like like they have an advantage in as much as they can see what works and what doesn't work in this essentially for them a beta test of what Democrats have been doing. At the same time, they have been operating on a much shorter time scale. So for what it remains to be seen what they'll be able to turn around. We know the president has.
Oh, we may have lost Zeke there. Do we have Zeke? All right, while we work to get Zeke back, I'm told that we have our Ed O'Keefe actually standing by, socially distant from our Caitlin Huey-Burns, but essentially in the same spot there in Wilmington, Delaware. Ed, I know you're juggling responsibilities for the evening news. I appreciate you. Oh, we've got Zeke back. But Ed, why don't I just bring you in here? Zeke was just talking about how things are kind of still in flux with respect to the Republican convention next week, but I want to ask you about this convention. The Democratic convention, of course, is not over yet, but in past past years, we have seen lesser-known politicians break through with their speeches. Barack Obama did, of course, as an Illinois state senator in 2004. Have we seen anything similar this year?
Not really. We've mostly seen formers or well-established, leaders of the party give some of the most effective or high-profile addresses. They couldn't even settle on a keynote speaker, so they split it 17 ways among a series of mayors and state senators and state representatives and others, and Stacey Abrams, among others. And they've actually also devoted a lot of time to Biden's vanquished opponents. Yet again tonight, we will see a mashup of some of them discussing Biden and the fact that they all ran against him and what their impressions are of him. I think there was a lot of sensitivity this year, given the diversity and the scope of the field, to acknowledging that and making sure that anyone who had supported one of those candidates felt accepted, welcomed, and ready to unite with everybody else to get Biden elected. So there hasn't been a real opportunity for a breakout star. If anything, we've seen really compelling conversation and appearances by regular everyday Americans, which is something they had promised, whether it's the 11-year-old girl last night who described her mother being deported despite the fact that her father is a U.S. Marine who'd served overseas, or Adi Barkan, the man who suffers from ALS and has become a colleague or an associate of Mr. Biden. There will be others tonight who deliver similar sort of real American stories about their experiences with the pandemic and the economy. So, it has been an interesting mix of taped and live, of compelling narratives, and then the standard stump speech. But the one thing we also picked up on here in Wilmington, I think Caitlin would agree, is that, and in fact, Caitlin, I think it was you who mentioned this to us last night as we were watching, that a lot more of these people have emphasized not just vote for Biden, but don't forget to figure out how to vote. Make a plan. And once you've figured out what you're going to do, make sure that your spouse, your family, your neighbors, your friends also know how to vote, and know the differences from state to state and county to county and where exactly to do it. Because Democrats understand that what the president is doing by raising questions about the mail and about the various ways to vote, he's trying to make or cast some doubt on the system and perhaps intimidate or scare off people from participating. So, as you mentioned, Elaine, it's been a little bit of a scramble this afternoon because we're still trying to learn what, if anything, Biden, well, we know he's going to say something tonight, but we're trying to figure out what, if anything, we might get early. And the Biden campaign has not yet entirely coughed that up. We do know that he was here a little while ago for the sort of traditional dress rehearsal and walkthrough. We know that later tonight, afterward, there will be fireworks here by this baseball stadium in this setup. And so they're preparing for that as well. And that we will also hear from members of the Biden family, including his son Hunter, who, of course, has been the subject of Republican attacks over the last year or so. In fact, it was the president's interest in Hunter's work in Ukraine that led in part to the impeachment proceedings.
All right, and we look forward to that. Zeke, I'm going to turn back to you. Apologies there for the technical hiccup, but I want to turn to another topic, Zeke, that of course has been front and center, and that is the U.S. Postal Service. So you had Postmaster General Louis DeJoy saying recently he would pause any changes to the Postal Service operations until after the election. But there's a report out from Vice that has to do with the reconnection of machines, and I'm wondering, is it clear whether or not his order actually changed procedure on the ground? Do we know, Zeke?
We don't yet, and that is sort of the big unanswered question here right now. It's one thing for stopping further disconnections, but we know from reporting that over the last several weeks, a lot of that effort to try to reduce the capacity of the postal system has taken place. So if saying he's not going to continue down that path any further, that may help stop the problem from getting any worse. But it's not apparent yet if he's going to sort of reverse some of the actions that have been taken over the last several weeks to try to restore that capacity and that processing speed that has been sort of at front and center in the national debate now over the last week or two.
Caitlin, at this point, what do we know about the Postal Service's capabilities for the election?
They're almost done.
Well, even before this controversy started, election officials were warning that if you were going to send your ballot in the mail, do so as early as possible. Give yourself at least 2 weeks. And even though the U.S. Postal Service has said that they will suspend changes, as Ed has talked about before, a lot of these changes had been in the works for a long time. The reason, though, that this is becoming such a big issue as it relates to elections is because you're going to have an unprecedented amount of people voting by mail, voting absentee, voting early because of concerns about showing up to vote in a pandemic in person. And so that's why you've had lots of states asking for more resources to be able to expand their infrastructure to be able to, open ballots and process them and the like. But it's also important to note that there are a lot of, state restrictions that will prevent some states from processing ballots quickly. States like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania don't allow you to actually open up ballots that are mailed in until Election Day. So that means it takes a while to process these. So the delays that we will see in results are going to, are going to be a factor and shouldn't question the integrity of the results. But the big concern, and a lot of reporting that we've been focusing on, is this concept of ballots that are rejected. And in primaries, we've seen a small percentage of ballots that have been rejected. And the biggest reason is because of either a lack of signature or because the ballots arrived too late to be counted in time. So any kinds of delays have raised a lot of alarm bells, and that's why election officials are saying, and that's why you've been hearing here at the DNC, to send your ballot in as soon as possible.
All right, Zeke, let me turn to you. Back to Steve Bannon now. Per our Paula Reed, he is the 6th close associate of President Trump to be charged by his own Justice Department. What did the president have to say about that fact?
Well, the president says he obviously knows Steve Bannon. He worked with him. He was his senior advisor of his campaign at the late stage of 2016 and served as a senior advisor in the White House for the first 5 or 6 months of the president's term in office. But they obviously had a falling out after Bannon was viewed as sort of one of the key sources in a number of critical leaks in books about the president's early administration. The president said he did not condone this effort to build essentially a private wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. But the president at times has given some has expressed some sentiments in support of projects like it in the past, though he did come out a month ago and criticize this specific endeavor. So the president is certainly trying to distance himself from Steve Bannon, but this fits into a broader pattern that we've seen with this president, who 4 years ago said he was going to hire only the best people, and in many cases it's turned out to be anything but.
All right, and we're going to have more on those charges in a moment. But for now, Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Zeke Miller, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Coming up, we'll break down the charges against President Trump's former chief strategist, Steve Bannon. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Former Trump senior advisor Steve Bannon is in federal custody tonight, facing charges in an alleged fundraising scheme in support of the president's border wall. Bannon, along with 3 others, were indicted today for allegedly defrauding donors out of $25 million. Federal prosecutors say they claimed 100% of that money would be put towards building the wall, but that never happened. They say Bannon received more than $1 million through the nonprofit, part of which he used for personal expenses. The We Build the Wall campaign wasn't connected to President Trump, but had been promoted by several people close to him. While speaking to reporters at the White House today, the president maintained he knew nothing about this campaign.
I know nothing about the project other than I didn't like, when I read about it, I didn't like it. I said, this is for government, this isn't for private people. And it sounded to me like showboating. And I think it's a very sad thing for Mr. Bannon. I think it's surprising, but this was...
Joining me now with more is CBSN legal contributor Keir Dugal. Keir, good to have you with us again. So how serious are the charges against Steve Bannon, and what kind of punishment is he possibly facing?
So any time you're charged with federal felonies, they're serious. And depending on the factors here, it could be something in the neighborhood, probably in a worst case, somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 years. If all the losses that are attributed to all of these participants are attributed also to him as a leader, it's probably going to be less than that, I would guess, at the end of the day. But I think the larger question here with all the news, the potential news of legal issues for Mr. Bannon is, how much trouble is he potentially in on several different fronts, and whether or not the president is simply going to cut him loose, or whether or not Mr. Bannon has some information that Mr. Trump doesn't want him to reveal. I think there's a little speculation there, but I think that would be the sort of the larger concern here overall.
Well, the Wall Street Journal reports a media company linked to Bannon and an exiled Chinese businessman is also being investigated by federal authorities. The yacht on which Bannon was arrested this morning happens to be owned by that same businessman. What do we know, Keir, about that investigation, and are there any potential connections?
Right. So the obvious connection, of course, is Mr. Bannon. What the Wall Street Journal is reporting is that he was working with this exiled Chinese businessman in a $300 million securities placement, which is now under investigation. If there was wrongdoing in connection with that, that's more exposure potentially for Mr. Bannon. And it'll lead to the question, just as this We Build the Wall potential swindle leads to, as to whether or not Mr. Bannon will try to cooperate. And if he potentially has other information about President Trump that investigators might be interested in.
Well, we also learned this week that the Senate Intelligence Committee referred Bannon last year to the Justice Department for possible prosecution for potentially lying to Congress in the Russia probe. Do we know, did law enforcement take any action on that?
We don't know. What the Los Angeles Times is reporting is that there was a referral relating to this pre-inauguration meeting between Eric Prince and the head of the Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund to potentially set up a back channel. That was what was being investigated. The LA Times is reporting that the Senate committee referred Mr. Bannon to the Justice Department for potential untruthfulness in testimony. This would be yet another avenue that could open up exposure and for Mr. Bannon, for which he might want to cooperate.
And finally, Keir, the president faced a legal defeat of his own today after a federal judge tossed out his second attempt at blocking New York prosecutors from obtaining his tax returns. Can the president appeal this decision? What happens next?
Yes, the president can appeal the dismissal of this complaint. He was alleging, after the Supreme Court sent the case back down and ordered it to go forward, he was further alleging that there was an undue burden and potentially an abuse by the district attorney's office. The district judge dismissed those allegations. President Trump can now appeal, and we'll wait to see what happens.
All right, Keir Dugal for us. Keir, always good to have your analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine.
Coming up, we'll talk to former California Senator Barbara Boxer about what she learned from Joe Biden in the Senate and about the woman who filled her seat, Kamala Harris. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
4 years ago, we were hit hard. You saw your retirement accounts drained, the equity in your homes vanished, jobs lost or on the line. But what did you do as Americans? What you've always done. You didn't lose faith. You fought back. You didn't give up. You got up. You're the ones. The American people, you're the ones. You're the reason why we are still better positioned than any country in the world to lead the 21st century. You never quit on America. And you deserve a president who will never quit on you.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Many of Joe Biden's colleagues from his decades in Washington have endorsed him this year. One of them is former California Senator Barbara Boxer. She and Biden spent years together on Capitol Hill, and in a recent op-ed, Boxer says he exemplifies the character traits that make a great leader. And Barbara Boxer joins me now from Los Angeles. Senator, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on, Elaine.
Well, you worked closely, of course, with Joe Biden on a number of issues on Capitol Hill. But as you know, Washington is a much different place now. What do you think he could bring to the White House?
Joe brings everything the country needs right now. What I say is the moment has met him, because he's a fighter, and he fights hard, and he fights smart, and he finds allies in the fight. And if someone's against him in the fight, he'll find a sweet spot. He's a brilliant legislator. We all know how compassionate he is. And when he said in that clip that you aired before that he won't quit, that's the story of Joe. I get the chills every time I think about what happened to him when he was a young man and he lost the love of his life, his wife and a daughter in a crash. And right before he was being sworn in as the youngest member of the United States Senate in history, I think. He was only 29, just turning 30. He could have given it up, and he almost gave it up. But there were those around him who saw his potential, and they lifted him up. And his whole life, this is what Joe has done. He lifts you up when you're in a dark place, and he can lift this country out of this dark place. This fight against the virus, he'll win this fight. What we have now, if I might say, in the White House is someone who ran away from the fight. Didn't want the market to go down, so shoved it all out to the governors. And we're suffering. It's a mess. Donald Trump's America is a mess, and we need someone like Joe.
So, as you know, the Republicans have stood by President Trump, and if Republicans maintain their majority in the Senate, would a Biden administration realistically, you think, be able to get meaningful legislation passed on Capitol Hill?
Well, that's a really important question. My answer is this. There's a couple who speak out once in a while, but we've got a big election in the United States Senate. And if we have a wave election, and I think we have a chance to have that wave, that blue wave election, then we won't have Mitch McConnell to deal with as the leader. We'll have Democrats. Mitch McConnell says that he's very proud that he's called the Grim Reaper. He takes all these bills that come from the House on better jobs, better education, better ways to fight this virus, better ways to help our states. And he sits on them. He sits on them. They're in his graveyard. That has to go away. So I also want to say this about my Republican friends. There are a lot of Republicans who have been so brave, and they've come out for Joe Biden. And we saw some of them at the convention. Average citizens, plus people like Christy Todd Whitman and Meg Whitman. We have seen this. John Kasich, he's a Republican, and so many others in the Lincoln Project and others. They say this president is not normal. We cannot take this chaos. One example is this Steve Bannon situation you just talked about. I didn't hear Trump say one word that the people that support him, Trump, got fleeced, the money stolen. Steve Bannon stole it, and his buddies. And Trump doesn't say one thing. I feel so bad, he says, for Steve Bannon. He didn't say it felt bad for his own voters who got duped. So we need better. We can do better.
I want to turn to Kamala Harris. She, of course, won your Senate seat after you retired. But her record before that as a prosecutor is something that progressives in particular have criticized as not having done enough to support criminal justice reform. Do you think that her tenure as a prosecutor is an asset or a liability in this presidential contest?
Well, I think Kamala, as a human being, is a tremendous asset. We saw her yesterday. Her personal story is so touching. The fact that she was essentially raised by a single mom, that she grew up in the civil rights era, that she fought so hard to get where she is today. And I can tell you, California, we've got now 40 million people winning these statewide elections, also being a minority woman and getting elected attorney general, and then going for the Senate. That's not a given. So I think she's an absolute asset. Now, all of us have records. I voted for the 92 crime bill. I was wrong, okay? And I think Kamala's evolved. I've evolved. I think she'll be fine. I really do.
Do you think it would be helpful for her to more fully explain her evolution in thinking when it comes to criminal justice reform?
Oh, I think she'll be asked about it, and she will talk about it, and she has talked about it on the trail. So we will hear it. We will hear it.
All right, Senator, we are less than 80 days out until the election. What do you think are the biggest factors at this point that could either make or break Joe Biden's chances of winning the presidency this time?
There are three things. 1, turnout. 2, turnout. 3, you got it, turnout. That's all that matters. Remember, when the pollsters ask people, they really don't ask folks unless they voted in the last election. And we know there's so many young people, so many single moms, so many minorities, so many people who didn't vote the last time. And if they are awake and they have a heartbeat and a pulse and a heart and a brain, they see that this country is going down. We're losing what it is to be America. We're the laughingstock of the world, and that is a fact. We have Trump has mishandled this virus in such a way that we can't even visit other countries because they're saying too dangerous. We have messed up because of him. And so I think if those people who didn't vote in the past finally recognize what a lot of our great speakers at the convention are saying, vote like your life depended on it, because it does. We'll be fine.
All right, former California Senator Barbara Boxer. Senator, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok have all taken action to restrict content from believers of a bogus online conspiracy theory called QAnon. The baseless theory claims the president is fighting a secret group of pedophiles and sex traffickers from inside the government. But President Trump now says he is glad to have support from voters who support those ideas. Nancy Cordes reports from Capitol Hill.
I've heard these are people that love our country.
President Trump was asked point blank Wednesday, does he believe in QAnon, the so-called prophecy that claims he is secretly hunting down thousands of satanic deep state pedophiles and cannibals?
Is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it.
It's not the first time President Trump has lent credence to a fringe theory. This one first emerged on the website 4chan in late 2017.
The idea was that this anonymous poster, who people refer to as Q, was giving secret clues about the coming, quote, Great Awakening.
Political science professor Joe Usinski studies conspiracy theories.
The beliefs themselves are almost an incitement to violence. I mean, there isn't anything worse you can say about your political competitors than that they are satanic sex traffickers who molest and eat children.
This sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie.
It has a lot of properties that make it more like a cult.
QAnon believers are a frequent sight at Trump rallies. Some are now seeking office themselves.
I stand with President Trump. I stand with Q and the team. Thank you, Anons.
Jo Ray Perkins, a Senate hopeful in Oregon, is one of at least 19 GOP congressional candidates who've paid lip service to QAnon.
George Soros and the Democrats are trying to take me down.
There's also Georgia's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who claims there's been an Islamic invasion of government offices. And yet, several Republican leaders congratulated her on her primary win last week, while the president called her a future Republican star.
She had a tremendous victory, so absolutely I did congratulate her.
What is QAnon?
That bothered Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who posted this rebuttal online.
There's a massive amount of false predictions.
The Illinois lawmaker told us he's worried QAnon could corrode democracy.
It has to be called out. I think for the president to say, no, I don't believe these theories, they're ludicrous.
But calling out those theories made Kinzinger a target.
I have the people on Twitter now telling me I created ISIS with John McCain.
Do you think that's why more Republicans don't speak out, because they're worried about the attacks they will get online?
You know, I can't speak for everyone, but I certainly think there are some that are concerned about that.
Facebook announced new restrictions Wednesday to block and remove QAnon ads, fundraising, and searches. The site has already removed nearly 800 groups and 100 pages tied to the conspiracy theory.
I don't know really anything about it other than they do supposedly like me.
Despite warnings from federal law enforcement, one media watchdog estimates President Trump has amplified the tweets of QAnon believers more than 200 times. Uzinski says there's a reason for that.
And they brought him to the prom, and he needs to continue dancing with them. So that's exactly what he's going to continue doing.
QAnon's predictions, as nutty as they sound, aren't even all that original. Some of them resemble the theories in Oliver Stone's movie JFK from 30 years ago. And yet, the professor told me that 5 to 10% of Americans, according to his polling, actually believe that President Trump is a secret crusader trying to root out a cannibalistic cabal within government. Nancy Cordes, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Coming up, unemployment claims are on the rise. We'll break down the jobs numbers out today and what economists are watching for. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
New data show there was a rise in the number of Americans who filed for unemployment insurance last week. New numbers out today show jobless claims unexpectedly climbing to 1.1 million, according to the Department of Labor. After months of steady decline in new applications, last week's numbers show an increase of 135,000 claims compared to the previous week. This comes as Republicans and Democrats remain deadlocked on passing new coronavirus relief legislation. One of the major sticking points is over how much to extend the federal unemployment benefits. The $600 weekly supplement expired in late July, leaving millions of Americans in limbo. About 28 million people in the U.S. were receiving some form of unemployment assistance as of August 1st. Let's bring in Axios Markets reporter Courtney Brown. She joins me now. Hi there, Courtney. Welcome. What is the significance of this uptick in jobless claims?
Well, I think what it tells us is that the job market recovery is not going to be a straight line. It might be a zigzag as stimulus measures wear off, as businesses are forced to deal with the first and second order effects of the pandemic and loss in revenue, causing them to lay off workers and potentially send them to the unemployment line.
Well, Democrats and Republicans still cannot strike a deal on the federal unemployment benefits. How is this lack of action impacting the economic recovery?
Well, the U.S. economy heavily depends on the U.S. consumer. And when there isn't that extra bit of stimulus, when there isn't that extra money flowing through the system, I mean, that hurts the economy beyond the unemployment checks, the one-time stimulus checks that the government sent out. The biggest companies in America have been saying in recent weeks how much the stimulus has helped them keep their businesses afloat. So you can imagine how impactful that is for businesses that don't have the scale of Apple and Walmart. We need stimulus at a time like this, economists tell me, because, people's income certainly isn't the same as it was, before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, I mean, we've just heard such heartbreaking stories of families having to make really difficult decisions because those benefits ran out and they're having to make really tough choices about paying rent or having food. I mean, it's really such a dire situation for so many. So amid the gridlock, Courtney, President Trump's executive action from a few weeks ago ordered the extension, as you know, of federal unemployment benefits by $300 a week. An additional $100 would come from state governments. Has this plan been put into motion, and are states actually able to pay this?
We reported last week that a bunch of state unemployment offices are still mulling President Trump's executive action on the supplemental unemployment benefits. And they're just a little confused about how much money they will have to kick in, if anything at all, and whether they can afford it. So here we are, days after President Trump signed this executive action. And, as of this morning, only 11 states were saying that they would be ready to move forward and tap into those funds that President Trump says that states can dip into for extra unemployment benefits. And the rest of the states are still trying to decide whether it's something they can do. And meantime, you mentioned there are 28 million people who are relying on some form of unemployment as of August 1st, and they're just kind of sitting in limbo, trying to figure out what they're going to do because they've seen a drop-off in their income.
So in the midst of this, the S&P closed up today. On Tuesday, it hit a record high of nearly 3,400 points. Courtney, what is behind this disconnect between Wall Street and Main Street?
Yeah, it's kind of the question of the moment, trillion-dollar question, if you will. There's been a record rise in tech companies like Apple and Facebook and Microsoft. They make up a record share of the S&P 500, and their businesses are flourishing. So when I talk to traders, when I talk to investors, they say it's not that illogical that the stock market is, hitting record highs amid, the deepest hole that the economy has been in since the Great Depression. Companies are doing okay. Not all companies, but the biggest companies in America are doing okay. Now, with that said, it's really jarring for someone who's lost their job to look up at the television screen and see that Wall Street is doing so well when their reality is so much different than what's happening on Wall Street.
Right. It just seems to be an enormous gulf when you look at those numbers and you consider the plight of so many Americans right now. All right, Courtney Brown of Axios. Courtney, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state of Michigan has reached a preliminary agreement to pay $600 million to victims of the Flint water crisis. It still needs to be approved by a judge. Adriana Diaz reports on the years-long fight over tainted water.
It ain't worth nothing. Money don't equal health. Like, it don't. You can be rich and die. Like, it ain't the same.
Craig Davis is a lifelong Flint resident who has lived the devastation brought on by the city's tainted water crisis.
It's almost like we got PTSD with the water, because who gonna really drink it comfortably? Like, you know what I'm saying? When people actually lost their lives to it.
He's also a coronavirus survivor and says he and his neighbors are struggling to deal with both issues at the same time.
Now you got people that's taking extra money out their pockets and just going to the grocery store and just buying up the water in the grocery store. But you add on the pandemic, now the water is not even there to even grab.
The water crisis started in 2014 when, as a cost-cutting measure, officials switched the city's water source from Lake Huron to the Flint River. But the water was improperly treated, allowing lead and other chemicals from the pipes to leach into the water supply. The city switched back to its original water source in 2015.
My heart breaks because the fact of the matter is I handed them the glasses of water.
CBS News was on the ground in Flint for months at the height of the crisis. We heard firsthand from parents about how they believed the tainted water affected their children.
When I hear my son get up at night and cry because his bones hurt, and there's nothing I can give him, there's nothing I can do for him to take away his pain, I feel completely helpless.
Although tens of thousands of plaintiffs are reportedly set to receive a payout as part of the settlement, much of the money is expected to go toward the children affected by the crisis. Flint Mayor Sheldon Neely says he hopes this settlement provides some sense of victory for families.
It allows Flint residents to move forward in a positive way, getting out of the mindset of being victims, but more of as victors. And that's where we need to move as a community.
$600 million may seem like a lot of money, but just for context, if you divide that by Flint residents, most of whom are eligible for a payout, that's roughly $6,000 per person. Adriana Diaz, CBS News, Chicago.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. At 8:30, we'll look ahead to tonight's DNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh!
Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
I'm Elaine Quijano. Thanks for joining us. In just a few hours, former Vice President Joe Biden will take the stage for the final night of the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Several of the speakers in tonight's lineup will be familiar faces to our viewers who were tuned in during the Democratic primary. Former candidates Cory Booker, Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang, and Michael Bloomberg will all be speaking tonight. Last night, it was Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris's turn to reintroduce herself to the nation. She used her acceptance speech to go after President Trump's record and the history of structural racism in the United States.
Donald Trump's failure of leadership has cost lives, and while this virus touches us all, we got to be honest, it is not an equal opportunity offender. Black, Latino, and Indigenous people are suffering and dying disproportionately. And this is not a coincidence. It is the effect of structural racism. This virus, it has no eyes, and yet it knows exactly how we see each other and how we treat each other. And let's be clear, there is no vaccine for racism.
We also heard from the party's past two nominees, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Neither held back in attacking President Trump. Mr. Obama's speech may be some of the harshest ever criticism from one modern president to another.
I never expected that my successor would embrace my vision or continue my policies. I did hope, for the sake of our country, that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously, that he might come to feel the weight of the office and discover some reverence for the democracy that had been placed in his care. But he never did. For close to 4 years now, he has shown no interest in putting in the work, no interest in finding common ground, no interest in using the awesome power of his office to help anyone but himself and his friends.
Nevertheless, the president continued campaigning in another important electoral college state today. For reference, these are the 13 states identified by our election and surveys unit as either toss-ups or lean states in the presidential election. So far this week, President Trump has visited 5 of them, characterizing the trips as part of official White House business. Today's trip went through Scranton, Pennsylvania, the hometown of Democratic nominee Joe Biden, where the president continued his attacks.
If you want a vision of your life under Biden presidency, think of the smoldering ruins in Minneapolis, the violent anarchy of Portland, the bloodstained sidewalks of Chicago, and imagine the mayhem coming to your town and every single town in America. You're not going to have law and order. Do you notice? And I shouldn't say it because they'll put it in his speech if he can read it, which I doubt. But they'll put it in there tonight. I shouldn't say it because he's going to speak later. Should have a good audience. People are going to find out what the hell's going on. I see he has it.
This all comes as former Trump advisor Steve Bannon is being indicted on fraud. Bannon was taken into custody by U.S. Postal Service agents on a yacht off the coast of Connecticut this morning. Along with 3 others, Bannon is accused of defrauding donors to a $25 million fundraising campaign to build a pair of walls on private land in Texas and New Mexico. Despite claiming to be Trump-approved, this privately funded wall is separate, but clearly takes inspiration from President Trump's proposed expansion of the U.S.-Mexico border barrier. The president distanced himself from the project at the White House today.
I was not involved in the project. I have no idea who was, but I can tell you I didn't know the people. The 3 people that were talked about were people that I did not know. I don't believe I ever met them. I don't think that should be a privately financed wall. I don't think it's too complex. It's too big. The little I know about it, I got from you. I was reading where they were having construction problems with the wall that they had a small area just to show people they could build a wall, and they were having a lot of problems where it was toppling over and other things.
Caitlin Huey-Burns and Zeke Miller join me now. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. She's outside the Chase Center in Wilmington. And Zeke is a CBSN political contributor and White House reporter for the Associated Press. He's in Washington. Welcome. We're going to return to Steve Bannon in a moment, but first I want to talk about Joe Biden's speech tonight. Caitlin, we've now seen 3 nights of the virtual convention production. What's in store for the finale?
Well, Joe Biden himself is the big ticket item tonight. We've seen 3 days of Democratic Party former stars, rising stars, trying to make the case for Joe Biden and really trying to make the case against Donald Trump and hoping that people turn out to vote. Tonight, Joe Biden will accept the Democratic nomination. This is the culmination of a 3-decades-long quest for the presidency for Joe Biden. To put this into some perspective, when he announced his first presidential campaign back in 1987, it would be 2 months before I was born. So he has been running literally for president for my lifetime. But this is not how he had anticipated how this presidential run would go. We're in the middle of a pandemic, a national recession. He's going to have to deal with a lot of these things if he is elected. And the pandemic has really been shaping not only the course of this campaign, but especially the arguments made at this convention. And so what I think you'll hear him say tonight is not only describing what the task at hand is and what his agenda will be in addressing these two big events, but I also think you're going to hear more about Joe Biden, the person. We heard from his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, earlier in the week, speaking to his character. We heard a little bit of that from former President Obama. And as our political director, Caitlin Conant, mentioned earlier today, while Joe Biden has been in public life for 50 years, this is a chance for him to really show what he is as a person and what he would do. And that has not been described yet. I also think it's really important to note that when Biden is making his case tonight, he will be making a case for him and his vision and an affirmative case for the ticket, and not just against Donald Trump. But what is fueling his standing in the polls and his lead against the president so far is this idea that the base of the Democratic Party is really animated against Donald Trump. And we've seen independent voters as well fueling that because of those thoughts. So that's kind of what's at stake for Biden tonight and what we might be able to expect.
Yeah, high stakes indeed. Well, Caitlin, I want to turn to policy specifics here. Last night featured a number of issues, including gun control, the environment, and immigration. What exactly are Democrats pushing for in those on those issues, and where do they line up with where the country seems to be on those topics?
You know, Elaine, it's really interesting because these were issues when we were covering the Democratic primary for several months. These were issues that came up over and over again on the campaign trail. And then we had the pandemic hit, and everything became about the pandemic, of course, and also the president's handling of it. So you can expect this election to be really a referendum on the president and his handling of the coronavirus and how people feel about the economy in light of the pandemic as well. So while these issues have been animating, motivating issues for Democrats, the pandemic has really, hovered over everything. But what some Democrats have been trying to do is kind of thread the needle, make clear that there are pandemics within the pandemic when it comes to health care, when it comes to guns, when it comes to the environment, kind of all these huge issues and inequalities within those issues further exacerbated by the pandemic.
Right, that the pandemic itself is sort of laying bare these structural kind of inequalities that have existed and showing what the repercussions of those inequalities are. Zeke, let me turn to you. Next week, of course, it will be the Republicans' turn for their convention. What do we know about their plans?
We don't know very much. We have the bare bones outline of who's going to be where and sort of who the big ticket speakers are going to be on each night. With the president capping it off with his own acceptance speech next Thursday from the South Lawn of the White House. But beyond that, all of it, I'm told, talking to Republican sources and people familiar with the president's campaign, all of that is in flux. And one of the reasons why is that they are watching very closely what Democrats have been doing, what has worked and what has not worked for them, as both parties really struggle to adapt to this virtual convention environment in the age of the coronavirus. And obviously Democrats had more of a head start in terms of planning their own convention, having decided to go virtual before the president, who moved his convention from Charlotte down to Jacksonville as he tried to have that in-person gathering before last month, sort of bowing to the inevitable and shifting it all online. So Republicans feel like like they have an advantage in as much as they can see what works and what doesn't work in this essentially for them, a beta test of what Democrats have been doing. At the same time, they have been operating on a much shorter time scale. So it remains to be seen what they'll be able to turn around. We know the president has.
Oh, we may have lost Zeke there. Do we have Zeke? All right, while we work to get Zeke back I'm told that we have our Ed O'Keefe actually standing by, socially distant from our Caitlin Huey-Burns, but essentially in the same spot there in Wilmington, Delaware. Ed, I know you're juggling responsibilities for the evening news. I appreciate you. Oh, we've got Zeke back. But Ed, why don't I just bring you in here? Zeke was just talking about how things are kind of still in flux with respect to the Republican convention next week, but I want to ask you about this convention. The Democratic convention, of course, is not over yet, but in past years we have seen lesser-known politicians break through with their speeches. Barack Obama did, of course, as an Illinois state senator in 2004. Have we seen anything similar this year?
Not really. We've mostly seen formers or well-established, leaders of the party give some of the most effective or high-profile addresses. They couldn't even settle on a keynote speaker, so they split it 17 ways among a series of mayors and state senators and state representatives and others, and Stacey Abrams, among others. And they've actually also devoted a lot of time to Biden's vanquished opponents. Yet again tonight we will see a mashup of some of them discussing Biden and the fact that they all ran against him and what their impressions are of him. I think there was a lot of sensitivity this year, given the diversity and the scope of the field, to acknowledging that and making sure that anyone who had supported one of those candidates felt accepted, welcomed, and ready to unite with everybody else to get Biden elected. So there hasn't been a real opportunity for a breakout star. If anything, we've seen really compelling conversation and appearances by regular everyday Americans, which is something they had promised, whether it's the 11-year-old girl last night who described her mother being deported despite the fact that her father is a U.S. Marine who'd served overseas, or Adi Barkan, the man who suffers from ALS and has become a colleague or an associate of Mr. Biden. There will be others tonight who deliver similar sort of real American stories about their experiences with the pandemic and the economy. So, it has been an interesting mix of taped and live, of compelling narratives, and then the standard stump speech. But the one thing we also picked up on here in Wilmington, I think Caitlin would agree, is that, and in fact, Caitlin, I think it was you who mentioned this to us last night as we were watching, that a lot more of these people have emphasized not just vote for Biden, but don't forget to figure out how to vote. Make a plan. And once you've figured out what you're going to do, make sure that your spouse, your family, your neighbors, your friends also know how to vote, and know the differences from state to state and county to county and where exactly to do it. Because Democrats understand that what the president is doing by raising questions about the mail and about the various ways to vote, he's trying to make or cast some doubt on the system and perhaps intimidate or scare off people from participating. So, as you mentioned, Elaine, it's been a little bit of a scramble this afternoon because we're still trying to learn what, if anything, Biden, we know he's going to say something tonight, but we're trying to figure out what, if anything, we might get early. And the Biden campaign has not yet entirely coughed that up. We do know that he was here a little while ago for the sort of traditional dress rehearsal and walkthrough. We know that later tonight, afterward, there will be fireworks here by this baseball stadium in this setup. And so they're preparing for that as well. And that we will also hear from members of the Biden family, including his son Hunter, who, of course, has been the subject of Republican attacks over the last year or so. In fact, it was the president's interest in Hunter's work in Ukraine that led in part to the impeachment proceedings.
All right, and we look forward to that. Zeke, I'm going to turn back to you. Apologies there for the technical hiccup, but I want to turn to another topic, Zeke, that of course has been front and center, and that is the U.S. Postal Service. So you had Postmaster General Louis DeJoy saying recently he would pause any changes to the Postal Service operations until after the election. But there's a report out from Vice that has to do with the reconnection of machines, and I'm wondering, is it clear whether or not his order actually changed procedure on the ground? Do we know, Zeke?
We don't yet, and that is sort of the big unanswered question here right now. It's one thing for stopping further disconnections, but we know from reporting that over the last several weeks, a lot of that effort to try to reduce the capacity of the postal system has taken place. So if it's saying he's not going to continue down that path any further, that may help stop the problem from getting any worse. But it's not apparent yet if he's going to sort of reverse some of the actions that have been taken over the last several weeks to try to restore that capacity and that processing speed that has been sort of at front and center in the national debate now over the last week or two.
Caitlin, at this point, what do we know about the Postal Service's capabilities for the election?
They're almost done.
Well, even before this controversy started, election officials were warning that if you were going to send your ballot in the mail, do so as early as possible. Give yourself at least 2 weeks. And even though the U.S. Postal Service has said that they will suspend changes, as Ed has talked about before, a lot of these changes had been in the works for a long time. The reason, though, that this is becoming such a big issue as it relates to elections is because you're going to have an unprecedented amount of people voting by mail, voting absentee, voting early because of concerns about showing up to vote in a pandemic in person. And so that's why you've had lots of states asking for more resources to be able to expand their infrastructure to be able to, open ballots and process them and the like. But it's also important to note that there are a lot of, state restrictions that will prevent some states from processing ballots quickly. States like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania don't allow you to actually open up ballots that are mailed in until Election Day. So that means it takes a while to process these. So the delays that we will see in results are going to, are going to be a factor and shouldn't question the integrity of the results. But the big concern, and a lot of reporting that we've been focusing on, is this concept of ballots that are rejected. And in primaries, we've seen a small percentage of ballots that have been rejected. And the biggest reason is because of either a lack of signature or because the ballots arrived too late to be counted in time. So any kinds of delays have raised a lot of alarm bells, and that's why election officials are saying, and that's why you've been hearing here at the DNC, to send your ballot in as soon as possible.
All right, Zeke, let me turn to you. Back to Steve Bannon now. Per our Paula Reed, he is the 6th close associate of President Trump to be charged by his own Justice Department. What did the president have to say about that fact?
Well, the president says he obviously knows Steve Bannon. He worked with him. He was his senior advisor of his campaign at the late stage of 2016 and served as a senior advisor in the White House for the first 5 or 6 months of the president's term in office. But they obviously had a falling out after Bannon was viewed as sort of one of the key sources in a number of critical leaks in books about the president's early administration. The president said he did not condone this effort to build essentially a private wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. But the president at times has given some has expressed some sentiments in support of projects like it in the past, though he did come out a month ago and criticize this specific endeavor. So the president is certainly trying to distance himself from Steve Bannon, but this fits into a broader pattern that we've seen with this president, who 4 years ago said he was going to hire only the best people, and in many cases it's turned out to be anything but.
All right, and we're going to have more on those charges in a moment. But for now, Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Zeke Miller, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Coming up, we'll break down the charges against President Trump's former chief strategist, Steve Bannon. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The Democratic Party delivers their plan and their candidates. CBS News will help you make sense of a convention unlike any other. Join Norah O'Donnell for the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Watch live at 8:30 on CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Former Trump senior advisor Steve Bannon is in federal custody tonight, facing charges in an alleged fundraising scheme in support of the president's border wall. Bannon, along with 3 others, were indicted today for allegedly defrauding donors out of $25 million. Federal prosecutors say they claimed 100% of that money would be put towards building the wall, but that never happened. They say Bannon received more than $1 million through the nonprofit, part of which he used for personal expenses. The We Build the Wall campaign wasn't connected to President Trump, but had been promoted by several people close to him. While speaking to reporters at the White House today, the president maintained he knew nothing about this campaign.
I know nothing about the project other than I didn't like, when I read about it, I didn't like it. I said, this is for government, this isn't for private people. And it sounded to me like showboating. And I think it's a very sad thing for Mr. Bannon. I think it's surprising, but this was...
Joining me now with more is CBSN legal contributor Keir Dugal. Keir, good to have you with us again. So how serious are the charges against Steve Bannon, and what kind of punishment is he possibly facing?
So anytime you're charged with federal felonies, they're serious. And depending on the factors here, it could be something in the neighborhood, probably in a worst case, somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 years. If all the losses that are attributed to all of these participants are attributed also to him as a leader, it's probably going to be less than that, I would guess, at the end of the day. But I think the larger question here, with all the news, potential news of legal issues for Mr. Bannon, is, how much trouble is he potentially in on several different fronts, and whether or not the president is simply going to cut him loose, or whether or not Mr. Bannon has some information that Mr. Trump doesn't want him to reveal. I think there's a little speculation there, but I think that would be the sort of the larger concern here overall.
Well, the Wall Street Journal reports a media company linked to Bannon and an exiled Chinese businessman is also being investigated by federal authorities. The yacht on which Bannon was arrested this morning happens to be owned by that same businessman. What do we know, Keir, about that investigation, and are there any potential connections?
Right. So the obvious connection, of course, is Mr. Bannon. What the Wall Street Journal is reporting is that he was working with this exiled Chinese businessman in a $300 million securities placement, which is now under investigation. If there was wrongdoing in connection with that, that's more exposure potentially for Mr. Bannon. And it'll lead to the question, just as this We Built the Wall potential swindle leads to, as to whether or not Mr. Bannon will try to cooperate. And if he potentially has other information about President Trump that investigators might be interested in.
Well, we also learned this week that the Senate Intelligence Committee referred Bannon last year to the Justice Department for possible prosecution for potentially lying to Congress in the Russia probe. Do we know, did law enforcement take any action on that?
We don't know. What the Los Angeles Times is reporting is that there was a referral relating to this pre-inauguration meeting between Eric Prince and the head of the Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund to potentially set up a back channel. That was what was being investigated. The LA Times is reporting that the Senate committee referred Mr. Bannon to the Justice Department for potential untruthfulness in testimony. This would be yet another avenue that could open up exposure and for Mr. Bannon, for which he might want to cooperate.
And finally, Keir, the president faced a legal defeat of his own today after a federal judge tossed out his second attempt at blocking New York prosecutors from obtaining his tax returns. Can the president appeal this decision? What happens next?
Yes, the president can appeal the dismissal of this complaint. He was alleging, after the Supreme Court sent the case back down and ordered it to go forward, he was further alleging that there was an undue burden and potentially an abuse by the district attorney's office. The district judge dismissed those allegations. President Trump can now appeal, and we'll wait to see what happens.
All right, Keir Dougall for us. Keir, always good to have your analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok have all taken action to restrict content from believers of a bogus online conspiracy theory called QAnon. The baseless theory claims the president is fighting a secret group of pedophiles and sex traffickers from inside the government. But President Trump now says he is glad to have support from voters who support those ideas. Nancy Cordes reports from Capitol Hill.
I've heard these are people that love our country.
President Trump was asked point blank Wednesday, does he believe in QAnon, the so-called prophecy that claims he is secretly hunting down thousands of satanic deep state pedophiles and cannibals?
Is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it.
It's not the first time President Trump has lent credence to a fringe theory. This one first emerged on the website 4chan in late 2017.
The idea was that this anonymous poster, who people refer to as Q, was giving secret clues about the coming, quote, Great Awakening.
Political science professor Joe Usinski studies conspiracy theories.
Because the beliefs themselves are almost an incitement to violence. I mean, there isn't anything worse you can say about your political competitors than that they are satanic sex traffickers who molest and eat children.
This sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie.
It has a lot of properties that make it more like a cult.
QAnon believers are a frequent sight at Trump rallies. Some are now seeking office themselves.
I stand with President Trump. I stand with Q and the team. Thank you, Anons.
Joe Ray Perkins, a Senate hopeful in Oregon, is one of at least 19 GOP congressional candidates who've paid lip service to QAnon.
George Soros and the Democrats are trying to take me down.
There's also Georgia's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who claims there's been an Islamic invasion of government offices. And yet, several Republican leaders congratulated her on her primary win last week, while the president called her a future Republican star.
She had a tremendous victory, so absolutely I did congratulate her.
What is QAnon?
That bothered Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who posted this rebuttal online.
There's a massive amount of false predictions.
The Illinois lawmaker told us he's worried QAnon could corrode democracy.
It has to be called out. I think for the president to say, no, I don't believe these theories, they're ludicrous.
But calling out those theories made Kinzinger a target.
I have the people on Twitter now telling me I created ISIS with John McCain.
Do you think that's why more Republicans don't speak out, because they're worried about the attacks they will get online?
You know, I can't speak for everyone, but I certainly think there are some that are concerned about that.
Facebook announced new restrictions Wednesday to block and remove QAnon ads, fundraising, and searches. The site has already removed nearly 800 groups and 100 pages tied to the conspiracy theory.
I don't know really anything about it other than they do supposedly like me.
Despite warnings from federal law enforcement, one media watchdog estimates President Trump has amplified the tweets of QAnon believers more than 200 times. Uzinski says there's a reason for that.
And they brought him to the prom, and he needs to continue dancing with them. So that's exactly what he's going to continue doing.
QAnon's predictions, as nutty as they sound, aren't even all that original. Some of them resemble the theories in Oliver Stone's movie JFK from 30 years ago. And yet, the professor told me that 5 to 10% of Americans, according to his polling, actually believe that President Trump is a secret crusader trying to root out a cannibalistic cabal within government. Nancy Cordes, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Coming up, we'll talk to former California Senator Barbara Boxer about what she learned from Joe Biden in the Senate and about the woman who filled her seat, Kamala Harris. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
4 years ago, we were hit hard. You saw your retirement accounts drained, the equity in your homes vanished, jobs lost or on the line. But what did you do as Americans? What you've always done. You didn't lose faith. You fought back. You didn't give up. You got up. You're the ones. The American people, you're the ones. You're the reason why we are still better positioned than any country in the world to lead the 21st century. You never quit on America, and you deserve a president who will never quit on you.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning. Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Many of Joe Biden's colleagues from his decades in Washington have endorsed him this year. One of them is former California Senator Barbara Boxer. She and Biden spent years together on Capitol Hill, and in a recent op-ed, Boxer says he exemplifies the character traits that make a great leader. And Barbara Boxer joins me now from Los Angeles. Senator, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on, Elaine.
Well, you worked closely, of course, with Joe Biden on a number of issues on Capitol Hill. But as you know, Washington is a much different place now. What do you think he could bring to the White House?
Joe brings everything the country needs right now. What I say is the moment has met him, because he's a fighter, and he fights hard, and he fights smart, and he finds allies in the fight. And if someone's against him in the fight, he'll find a sweet spot. He's a brilliant legislator. We all know how compassionate he is. And when he said in that clip that you aired before that he won't quit, that's the story of Joe. I get the chills every time I think about what happened to him when he was a young man and he lost the love of his life, his wife and a daughter in a crash. And right before he was being sworn in as the youngest member of the United States Senate in history, I think. He was only 29, just turning 30. He could have given it up, and he almost gave it up. But there were those around him who saw his potential, and they lifted him up. And his whole life, this is what Joe has done. He lifts you up when you're in a dark place, and he can lift this country out of this dark place. This fight against the virus, he'll win this fight. What we have now, if I might say, in the White House is someone who ran away from the fight. Didn't want the market to go down, so shoved it all out to the governors. And we're suffering. It's a mess. Donald Trump's America is a mess, and we need someone like Joe.
So, as you know, the Republicans have stood by President Trump, and if Republicans maintain their majority in the Senate, would a Biden administration realistically, you think, be able to get meaningful legislation passed on Capitol Hill?
Well, that's a really important question. My answer is this. There's a couple who speak out once in a while, but we've got a big election in the United States Senate. And if we have a wave election, and I think we have a chance to have that wave, that blue wave election, then we won't have Mitch McConnell to deal with as the leader. We'll have Democrats. Mitch McConnell says that he's very proud that he's called the Grim Reaper. He takes all these bills that come from the House on better jobs, better education, better ways to fight this virus, better ways to help our states. And he sits on them. He sits on them. They're in his graveyard. That has to go away. So I also want to say this about my Republican friends. There are a lot of Republicans who have been so brave, and they've come out for Joe Biden. And we saw some of them at the convention. Average citizens, plus people like Christy Todd Whitman and Meg Whitman, We have seen this. John Kasich, he's a Republican, and so many others in the Lincoln Project and others. They say this president is not normal. We cannot take this chaos. One example is the Steve Bannon situation you just talked about. I didn't hear Trump say one word that the people that support him, Trump, got fleeced, the money stolen. Steve Bannon stole it, and his buddies. And Trump doesn't say one thing. I feel so bad, he says, for Steve Bannon. He didn't say he felt bad for his own voters who got duped. So we need better. We can do better.
I want to turn to Kamala Harris. She, of course, won your Senate seat after you retired. But her record before that as a prosecutor is something that progressives in particular have criticized as not having done enough to support criminal justice reform. Do you think that her tenure as a prosecutor is an asset or a liability in this presidential contest?
Well, I think Kamala, as a human being, is a tremendous asset. We saw her yesterday. Her personal story is so touching. The fact that she was essentially raised by a single mom, that she grew up in the civil rights era, that she fought so hard to get where she is today. And I can tell you, California, we've got now 40 million people winning these statewide elections, also being a minority woman and getting elected attorney general, and then going for the Senate. That's not a given. So I think she's an absolute asset. Now, all of us have records. I voted for the 92 crime bill. I was wrong, okay? And I think Kamala's evolved. I've evolved. I think she'll be fine. I really do.
Do you think it would be helpful for her to more fully explain her evolution in thinking when it comes to criminal justice reform?
Oh, I think she'll be asked about it, and she will talk about it, and she has talked about it on the trail. So we will hear it. We will hear it.
All right, Senator, we are less than 80 days out until the election. What do you think are the biggest factors at this point that could either make or break Joe Biden's chances of winning the presidency this time?
There are three things. 1, turnout. 2, turnout. 3, you got it, turnout. That's all that matters. Remember, when the pollsters ask people, they really don't ask folks unless they voted in the last election. And we know there's so many young people, so many single moms, so many minorities, so many people who didn't vote the last time. And if they are awake and they have a heartbeat and a pulse and a heart and a brain, they see that this country's going down. We're losing what it is to be America. We're the laughing stock of the world, and that is a fact. We have Trump has mishandled this virus in such a way that we can't even visit other countries because they're saying too dangerous. We have messed up because of him. And so I think if those people who didn't vote in the past finally recognize what a lot of our great speakers at the convention are saying, vote like your life depended on it, because it does. We'll be fine.
All right, former California Senator Barbara Boxer. Senator, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, unemployment claims are on the rise. We'll break down the jobs numbers out today and what economists are watching for. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
New data show there was a rise in the number of Americans who filed for unemployment insurance last week. New numbers out today show jobless claims unexpectedly climbing to 1.1 million, according to the Department of Labor. After months of steady decline in new applications, last week's numbers show an increase of 135,000 claims compared to the previous week. This comes as Republicans and Democrats remain deadlocked on passing new coronavirus relief legislation. One of the major sticking points is over how much to extend the federal unemployment benefits. The $600 weekly supplement expired in late July, leaving millions of Americans in limbo. About 28 million people in the U.S. were receiving some form of unemployment assistance as of August 1st. Let's bring in Axios Markets reporter Courtney Brown. She joins me now. Hi there, Courtney. Welcome. What is the significance of this uptick in jobless claims?
Well, I think what it tells us is that the job market recovery is not going to be a straight line. It might be a zigzag as stimulus measures wear off, as businesses are forced to deal with the first and second order effects of the pandemic and loss in revenue, causing them to lay off workers and potentially send them to the unemployment line.
Well, Democrats and Republicans still cannot strike a deal on the federal unemployment benefits. How is this lack of action impacting the economic recovery?
Well, the U.S. economy heavily depends on the U.S. consumer. And when there isn't that extra bit of stimulus, when there isn't that extra money flowing through the system, I mean, that hurts the economy beyond the unemployment checks, the one-time stimulus checks that the government sent out. The biggest companies in America have been saying in recent weeks how much the stimulus has helped them keep their businesses afloat. So you can imagine how impactful that is for businesses that don't have the scale of Apple and Walmart. We need stimulus at a time like this, economists tell me, because, people's income certainly isn't the same as it was, before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, I mean, we've just heard such heartbreaking stories of families having to make really difficult decisions because those benefits ran out and they're having to make really tough choices about paying rent or having food. I mean, it's really such a dire situation for so many. So amid the gridlock, Courtney, President Trump's executive action from a few weeks ago ordered the extension, as you know, of federal unemployment benefits by $300 a week. An additional $100 would come from state governments. Has this plan been put into motion, and are states actually able to pay this?
We reported last week that a bunch of state unemployment offices are still mulling President Trump's executive action on the supplemental unemployment benefits. And they're just a little confused about how much money they will have to kick in, if anything at all, and whether they can afford it. So here we are, days after President Trump signed this executive action. And, as of this morning, only 11 states were saying that they would be ready to move forward and tap into those funds that President Trump says that states can dip into for extra unemployment benefits. And the rest of the states are still trying to decide whether it's something they can do. And meantime, you mentioned there are 28 million people who are relying on some form of unemployment as of August 1st, and they're just kind of sitting in limbo, trying to figure out what they're going to do because they've seen a drop-off in their income.
So in the midst of this, the S&P closed up today. On Tuesday, it hit a record high of nearly 3,400 points. Courtney, what is behind this disconnect between Wall Street and Main Street?
Yeah, it's kind of the question of the moment, trillion-dollar question, if you will. There's been a record rise in tech companies like Apple and Facebook and Microsoft. They make up a record share of the S&P 500, and their businesses are flourishing. So when I talk to traders, when I talk to investors, they say it's not that illogical that the stock market is, hitting record highs amid, the deepest hole that the economy has been in since the Great Depression. Companies are doing okay. Not all companies, but the biggest companies in America are doing okay. Now, with that said, it's really jarring for someone who's lost their job to look up at the television screen and see that Wall Street is doing so well when their reality is so much different than what's happening on Wall Street.
Right. It just seems to be an enormous gulf when you look at those numbers and you consider the plight of so many Americans right now. All right, Courtney Brown of Axios. Courtney, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state of Michigan has reached a preliminary agreement to pay $600 million to victims of the Flint water crisis. It still needs to be approved by a judge. Adriana Diaz reports on the years-long fight over tainted water.
It ain't worth nothing. Money don't equal health. Like, it don't. You can be rich and die. Like, it ain't the same.
Craig Davis is a lifelong Flint resident who has lived the devastation brought on by the city's tainted water crisis.
It's almost like we got PTSD with the water, because who gonna really drink it comfortably? Like, you know what I'm saying? When people actually lost their lives to it.
He's also a coronavirus survivor and says he and his neighbors are struggling to deal with both issues at the same time.
Now you got people that's taking extra money out their pockets and just going to the grocery store and just buying up the water in the grocery store. But you add on the pandemic, now the water is not even there to even grab.
The water crisis started in 2014 when, as a cost-cutting measure, officials switched the city's water source from Lake Huron to the Flint River. But the water was improperly treated, allowing lead and other chemicals from the pipes to leach into the water supply. The city switched back to its original water source in 2015.
My heart breaks because the fact of the matter is I handed them the glasses of water.
CBS News was on the ground in Flint for months at the height of the crisis. We heard firsthand from parents about how they believed the tainted water affected their children.
When I hear my son get up at night and cry because his bones hurt, and there's nothing I can give him, there's nothing I can do for him to take away his pain, I feel completely helpless.
Although tens of thousands of plaintiffs are reportedly set to receive a payout as part of the settlement, much of the money is expected to go toward the children affected by the crisis. Flint Mayor Sheldon Neely says he hopes this settlement provides some sense of victory for families.
It allows Flint residents to move forward in a positive way, getting out of the mindset of being victims, but more of as victors. And that's where we need to move as a community.
$600 $100 million may seem like a lot of money, but just for context, if you divide that by Flint residents, most of whom are eligible for a payout, that's roughly $6,000 per person. Adriana Diaz, CBS News, Chicago.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. At 8:30, we'll look ahead to tonight's DNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
The Democratic Party delivers their plan and their candidates. CBS News will help you make sense of a convention unlike any other. Join Norah O'Donnell for the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Watch live at 8:30 on CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi everyone, I'm Lana Zach. It's great to be with you. In just a few hours, Joe Biden is set to accept the Democratic nomination for president. Several of Biden's former Democratic primary challengers will also be speaking tonight. That includes Senator Cory Booker, Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang, and Michael Bloomberg. Meanwhile, President Trump continued to make official White House trips to key battleground states, including Pennsylvania, where he campaigned against Biden in Scranton, the former VP's birthplace. The president has been the subject of attacks throughout this week's convention, including last night when he was criticized by his predecessor, Barack Obama. Natalie Brand is in Wilmington, Delaware, with a preview of the final night of the Democratic convention.
Joe Biden was still reviewing his speech just hours before he's set to accept the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Democrats' theme for the final night of their convention is America's Promise. Campaign officials say Biden will lay out his vision for how to deal with the crises facing America. He will also pick up on threads from vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris's speech Wednesday night.
Joe will bring us together to end this pandemic and make sure that we are prepared for the next one.
The Biden campaign says he will express empathy in his speech and will bring it to his administration, something they argue is lacking in President Trump.
Make no mistake, the road ahead is not easy. We may stumble. We may fall short. But I pledge to you that we will act boldly and deal with our challenges honestly.
Biden was the outgoing vice president at the last Democratic convention. He's been attending these gatherings since 1972. But this speech in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, is the biggest of his career.
Let me tell you about my friend, Joe Biden.
Former President Barack Obama, who tapped Biden to be his running mate in 2008, talked about their history together last night.
12 years ago, when I began my search for a vice president, I didn't know I'd end up finding a brother.
He also delivered what may be the strongest rebuke ever of a sitting president by a former president, saying democracy itself is at stake in this election and urging Americans to vote. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Wilmington, Delaware.
For more, let's bring in Joel Payne and Leslie Sanchez. Joel is a CBS News political contributor and a Democratic strategist, and Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Hey guys, it's good to have both of you with me. I want to start with the same question for both of you. What will you be listening for from tonight's speeches? Joel, why don't you go ahead and take it first?
I'm going to be listening for a clear path forward for bringing America together. And, you know, that's really been interwoven through all the speeches and all the presentations this week from the Democrats. I think they've done a really good job of presenting the Biden coalition as a whole. People like Republicans like John Kasich and Colin Powell, folks who are underrepresented communities, folks like Congresswoman Gwen Moore, and just all the different disparate parts of the Democratic coalition have really been front and center this week. And now you've got the candidate that's going to bring that all together and talk about how he's going to stitch that together, really that Obama coalition, bring that coalition back to life, and how he's going to use that to deliver the White House.
All right, Leslie, what about you?
I think those were the magic words that Joel and many are hopeful for on the left, is that the Obama coalition hears this signal. The biggest thing is, can Joe Biden step out of this supporting role? It's almost like a movie we're watching unfold, and he's always that supporting character. And in this case, bookended by two extraordinary luminaries, whether it be Barack Obama and now Senator Harris. And is he really the person at the top of the ticket that people will get excited about? We've seen historically that is not the case. And he's already said that he would only serve one term. So it has a lot of Americans questioning, does he have not only the desire to do it, sure, he can have a very engaging speech, but is this really the man for the moment? And that's really the question I think a lot of people are going to be asking.
Well, the man for the moment was very much the theme that we heard from a lot of the speakers. Joel, we heard powerful speeches from Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, President Obama, and Kamala Harris. So how much is at stake for Biden in his own speech tonight?
Look, there's plenty at stake. I don't think anyone is expecting Joe Biden to give the Gettysburg Address tonight. I think we know who Joe Biden is as a politician. His strength is in empathy. It's in small rooms, which actually probably plays a bit to his favor as opposed to like a large traditional convention. I worked for Congressman, or rather Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, who was actually a very similar politician to Joe Biden. And one of the lessons I always tried to go by was to not write something that was too big for the person to kind of meet the person and meet the moment. So his speechwriters are going to come up with language that is going to illustrate the moment, but really not take Joe Biden out of his comfort zone. And I think you're going to see the best of Biden come to life when he's talking about the people that he cares about his values, about the guy from Scranton. When Joe Biden can speak eloquently about that, I think Joe Biden is most effective.
Well, Joel, we'll also hear from several more of Biden's former Democratic challengers tonight. How are they trying to make the case for the Biden administration after previously campaigning, in some cases, pretty hard against him?
So interesting. I know people love to do the whole Democrats in disarray thing. That normally is a quote du jour around this time of year. But actually, the Democrats are pretty organized and pretty much in array, dare I say. And I think what you're going to hear is a really united front from the Democratic Party. Now, I will tell you this. If Joe Biden is successful in November, after November, it's all bets off. I think that there will be a big fight within the Democratic Party for the direction of the party. But I think every Democrat in America is focused on one goal, and that's defeating Donald Trump. You'll hear that from the folks that speak tonight, the Andrew Yangs and the Pete Buttigieg's. You heard it from some of his rivals like Elizabeth Warren, other previous rivals that have spoken this week. And I think that consistent theme, the fact that he's had time to put that together and pull that coalition of folks together and bring in progressives, I think has really advantaged the Biden campaign.
It has been interesting hearing a Republican speak and then, oh, sorry, Leslie. I was just saying it's been interesting actually hearing how this DNC has pulled together the Republicans who have been talking about more moderate policy and character, and then hearing from the more progressive wing of the party. And so, Leslie, I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about President Trump and the Republicans now. As I mentioned, President Trump has been spending part of this week visiting battleground states. Today, he visited Biden's birthplace in Scranton. So how is the Trump campaign and Republicans more generally responding to the messaging from this week's Democratic convention, particularly after hearing from so many Republicans at the Democratic convention?
The word I'm hearing is that people weren't so much concerned about the Republicans. There's so many, and they would say establishment Republicans who do not like the style of the president on the left or the right. But that's why they like the president, is that they feel that the president came in to change Washington. He just got started doing that, and that if you removed him now, that it would go back to a system that they feel failed the American people before. That's really the kind of the pulse of where voters are. The other thing that comes up often is it's talking about Kamala Harris, particularly that she's a president in waiting. And that's a dynamic that Joe Biden set up himself. It's not a clear cut where you're saying this is the choice, a binary choice between Biden and Trump. It's almost adding a third person into this dynamic. And Joel just said it. The fight within the Democratic Party and that progressive pull to the left starts in November. That's what Republicans fear the most, is that if you had a Biden ticket that won and moved into the White House, that it would be an extreme socialist pull that many people are not prepared for, that would further disrupt the country. So that's the sentiment where Republicans are coming from. What they want to hear from the president, though, next week is a bit of contrition, and I don't believe we're going to get that, but it's a bit of acknowledgement that he didn't get everything right, that he didn't get a lot of things right, but this is his agenda moving forward. This is what he's excited about, these three things, and if he had a Republican Congress, it would be these six things. That's what Republicans, and I think voters want to hear. That would go a long way on the right, maybe a little bit in the middle, but it's yet to see if that would happen.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing, Leslie, about what lessons you think the Republicans are taking from watching this virtual DNC. I don't think that we're going to hear that level of contrition coming from the president. If previous performance, at least, is any indication. Do you think that there might be surrogates employed to say such a thing? Maybe Vice President Pence?
Absolutely not. I
Right.
Should happen.
You put it out there,
Strategically, you don't
Leslie.
wanna-
I just wanted
you
to
don't wanna-
check you because it didn't sound right.
No, but normally you would have a situation, you know, if you had a commander-in-chief that would, or a chairman of a company that would come and say, we didn't do everything right, we did the best we could. These were our challenges. This is how we're going to correct it and do better for everybody. That unifying message is something that has really never translated from the White House to Main Street. That needs to be there. But what is authentic is the sense that the president is authentically himself. He's fighting the way he knows how to fight, and he's taking the battle not only to China, he's talking and putting a lot of pressure on keeping American interest in America and, you know, incentivizing U.S. companies one way or the other. And he's also going to be talking again about immigration. Those are key areas he feels that he's gotten a lot of ground and support on, and he's going to be showing that contrast with the Democrats, particularly on issues of health care and what their proposals could possibly mean for the future of people's personal care and private insurance. That's the likely scenario, but it's also going to be done by a lot of individuals who are not involved in politics, very unconventional like the president, and we just all have to hang on for the roller coaster ride.
All right, Joel Payne and Leslie Sanchez, thank you. A quick programming note, we will have full coverage of tonight's Democratic National Convention. Our pre-show begins again at 8:30 p.m. Eastern with my colleague Elaine Quijano, right here on CBSN. President Trump's former chief strategist has been arrested and indicted in connection to an alleged fundraising scheme. Steve Bannon pleaded not guilty to all charges on Thursday. He had led then-candidate Trump's 2016 presidential campaign right before moving into a top White House post. Ben Tracy has the latest.
Law enforcement sources tell CBS News Steve Bannon was arrested on board this 152-foot luxury yacht called the Lady May off the coast of Connecticut.
Fear is a form of action.
Bannon apparently was a frequent visitor on the $28 million boat owned by a fugitive Chinese billionaire. Bannon was President Trump's former campaign CEO and chief strategist in the White House, someone he often praised.
I like Mr. Bannon. He's a friend of mine.
Prosecutors say Bannon ripped off donors who gave to an online fundraising effort called We Build the Wall.
The first ever privately constructed border wall.
The group raised more than $25 million to construct small sections of wall in New Mexico in support of one of the president's chief policy goals. But prosecutors say Bannon and 3 other defendants orchestrated a scheme to defraud hundreds of thousands of donors. Bannon is accused of taking more than $1 million himself. Prosecutors say the group's founder, Brian Kolfage, a triple amputee veteran, took more than $350,000 in donations after promising donors he would not take a penny of compensation. Kolfage told CBS's David Begnaud last year that his operation was clean.
If we were doing anything wrong, GoFundMe would shut this down in a heartbeat.
Prosecutors say tens of thousands of dollars were paid to Kolfage through his wife, who flaunted their extravagant lifestyle on social media. The money paid for cosmetic surgery, a luxury SUV, and a brand new boat. Bannon once railed against the Washington swamp to 60 Minutes.
The swamp is a business model.
But he's now the 6th close associate of Mr. Trump to be criminally charged by the president's own Department of Justice.
I haven't been dealing with him for a long period of time, as most of the people in this room know.
Today, President Trump distanced himself from Bannon and the Border Project.
I was not involved in the project. I have no idea who was.
But several of the president's key supporters were on the group's board. Eric Prince, the brother of Trump's education secretary Betsy DeVos, former Milwaukee Sheriff David Clark, and former Kansas Secretary of State Chris Kobach.
What you guys are doing is pretty amazing.
And his own son, Donald Trump Jr., helped raise funds for the Wall Project last year.
This is private enterprise at its finest.
As I mentioned, President Trump traveled to the battleground state of Pennsylvania on Thursday. He sharpened his attacks against his rival at a campaign stop just miles from where Joe Biden spent his childhood. Deborah Alfarone has the latest from the White House.
President Trump went after Joe Biden in the battleground state of Pennsylvania Thursday as his rival gets ready to accept the Democratic Party's nomination for president.
Joe Biden is a puppet of the radical left movement.
The campaign stop near Scranton, where Biden was born, was designed to offset any hometown advantage the Democrat may have.
He left. He abandoned Pennsylvania He abandoned Scranton. He spent the last half century in Washington selling out our country and ripping off our jobs and letting other countries steal our jobs.
Protesters in the battleground state of Ohio rallied against the president after he called for a boycott of Akron-based Goodyear tires because of its ban on political messages, including MAGA attire.
You had a sitting president saying, don't buy this. How reprehensible is that?
The president was dealt a setback earlier in the day in his latest attempt to keep his tax returns under wraps. A federal judge cleared the way for the Manhattan district attorney to get a hold of the documents for an investigation into hush money payments to women.
This is the ultimate fishing expedition. Nobody has anything. We don't do things wrong.
The president's lawyers immediately appealed this latest decision. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
Coming up after the break, dangerous wildfires are burning across California, why firefighters are struggling to contain the flames. And later this hour, a settlement is reached for the victims of the Flint water crisis. How much money the deal is worth and who qualifies for relief. Stick with us. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
There's a guilty until proven innocent mentality with a lot of these social media mobs.
Think.
This idea that there's something wrong with you if you're fat, that you're ugly.
And stream out loud.
Companies are operating the largest system of censorship that the world has ever known.
Eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Colleges and universities in at least 15 states are reporting new coronavirus outbreaks. Many are now sending students home and moving online for the rest of the semester. Mola Lenghi reports.
Defying COVID guidelines, large maskless parties last night at Penn State University.
Oh my God.
And at Syracuse, that university responding to these videos, saying the students who gathered on the quad last night may have done damage enough to shut down campus. Today, North Carolina State announcing 41 new COVID cases. Undergrads are now being sent home. Cases of COVID are now on college campuses in at least 17 states. As an alarming study published today in the Journal of Pediatrics, children up to age 22 are much more likely to be silent spreaders than previously believed. And infected children had significantly higher levels of the virus than even adults hospitalized in ICUs. This as schools across the country face challenges about reopening. In Detroit, teachers protesting going back to the classroom and threatening to strike if forced to return. Resistance from teachers in Arizona.
They know it's not safe for my kids to be in class. I trust them with my kid's life.
Now, New York City, the nation's largest school district, is preparing to reopen next month.
It does seem like as soon as you open a school, you start to see COVID cases rise. I don't want to see people catch COVID before we say, oh, that was a bad idea.
Dangerous wildfires are raging across California right now. At least 2 people have died and tens of thousands of homes are at risk. Crews battling the flames are spread thin and officials are requesting help from other states. Carter Evans reports.
Tonight, 21 California wildfires are threatening community after community. Hundreds of thousands of people have been told to be ready to leave. In the mountains above Santa Cruz, 20,000 were ordered to evacuate last night. Their firenadoes ravaged scores of homes.
There are people that are unaccounted for.
Much of the greater San Francisco area now has the worst air quality in the world. This smoke is thick and the wind is blowing it across the road right now as firefighters try and extinguish the flames. From space, NASA shows most of California, Nevada, and southern Idaho covered with sickening smoke. Fire crews are stretched thin, and as flames approached Zach Galgan's neighborhood while everyone was evacuating, police had even more bad news.
Nobody's going to be on that hill. No fire department, no CAL FIRE.
Backfill Fire can't show up, so we might as well do our own job.
So he and his sons hiked up the hill behind their home and started cutting a fire break by themselves.
Good job, guys.
Hey, we probably cut about 3/4 of a mile.
They worked through the night, and the flames burned right up to their fire break.
All I can say is that we did this. We stopped this.
Cleanup efforts in the Midwest are still underway after a rare and powerful storm that tore through the region last week. It was called a derecho and brought hurricane-force winds of up to 140 miles an hour. People have lost their homes, their crops, with more than $1 billion in estimated damages. Adriana Diaz reports.
This massive storage bin was no match for last week's derecho.
This came crashing down. I've never seen anything like it.
Hurricane-force winds plowed through Dennis Campbell's Iowa farm and much of the Midwest last week, leaving behind hurricane-like aftermath.
Just look at this mangled metal. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, this is tough stuff. This is not Tinker Toy stuff.
The weather struck fast and right before what was supposed to be a great corn harvest.
Oh wow, these are almost flattened back here.
So we're standing in a 290-acre field of what I would call essentially flat corn. This will be very difficult to harvest. This corn plant is trying to figure out what happened to it, trying to repair its leaf damage, and trying to upright itself.
The storm has cost Campbell more than $2 million. Insurance will cover most of it, but none of the lost time.
We've mentioned that as a farmer, we don't feel a need to go to Las Vegas and go gamble. Meaning that we're taking incredible risks out here on a daily basis with our business, with our livelihoods.
The damages statewide are in the billions. Tens of thousands are still without power, and in Cedar Rapids, some are living in tents. The derecho, which means straight in Spanish, sped across 770 miles straight through the Corn Belt. 36 counties in Iowa, about a third of the state, sustained severe damage affecting millions of acres of crops.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, not as far as the
widespread nature of this wind event.
Mark Licht, an agronomist at Iowa State University, says the damage is worse than initially thought.
After the storm, we knew that there was going to be corn that was laying flat, but then as we got into the latter part of the week, we started to see the husks starting to turn brown, which told us that the severity of the wind probably did break off roots, hindering its ability to take up water and nutrients.
Why should Americans living in cities who have no connection to the heartland care about what's happening here?
Well, this corn crop is affecting the livestock producers already. The other thing is that we're all producing food that we're all eating.
And American farmers aren't just dealing with storms. They're weathering a trade war with China and lower demand due to COVID, given closed restaurants, schools, and meat processing plants. And with travel down, there's less need for ethanol, a renewable fuel derived from corn.
I'm sixth-generation farmer here in Iowa, and we've been farming in this community for 170 years. We'll rebuild, we'll come back, we'll work through it. It's just going to take time and effort.
Here in the heartland, one thing there's a bounty of is resilience. Adriana Diaz, Grand Mound, Iowa.
A lot of hope, but still a lot of suffering. Coming up after the break, blowing the whistle on the Postmaster General, we'll be joined by a journalist who says that good old-fashioned shoe work played a key role in temporarily saving the U.S. Postal Service. Plus, a baseless conspiracy theory is making its way into politics, what QAnon is and how dangerous some politicians think it can become. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
There we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The Democratic Party delivers their plan and their candidates. CBS News will help you make sense of a convention unlike any other. Join Norah O'Donnell for the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Watch live at 8:30 on CBSN.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
Postmaster General Louis DeJoy has suspended controversial changes to the U.S. Postal Service in advance of the election. Critics said that the policies had been causing mail delays. Many worried that would potentially compromise mail-in voting this fall. In a recent article for Patch, Mark Conkle argues the sudden reversal is linked to widespread media coverage of the issue. He says reporting inspired pressure to save the Postal Service. And Mark joins me now from Chicago. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. Mark, great to have you on our show.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Lana.
Well, so you say that some good old-fashioned journalism really helped to save the Postal Service from what you called, quote, a death spiral. Explain.
So what was happening locally in Chicago is that people weren't getting their mail, myself included, for weeks at a time. And it was a local story. Aldermen were having trouble getting congressmen to do anything about it. And President Trump was tweeting about his dislike for mail-in voting. Postmaster DeJoy was recently installed. He has no experience with the Postal Service, and it wasn't getting any traction until AP reporter Matt Daly got a memo from sources that showed exactly what DeJoy was doing. He cut overtime. He started to make mail carriers work in the late afternoon rather than early in the morning. Routes like my neighborhood in Chicago that were overtime routes weren't getting covered at all. At the post office in Roseland neighborhood near my house, people were going crazy in there, screaming at the clerks, "Where's my mail?" It was really upsetting. And after the AP broke the story about the memo, this became a national story about mail-in voting and whether or not there was a move by the Trump administration or Republicans or DeJoy or whoever to kill the Postal Service. The memo showed that DeJoy comparing the Postal Service to U.S. Steel on its downslide. And, Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois made a good point. It's called the Postal Service, not the Postal Company. And that's the situation we're in right now.
With so many people, especially having an extra level of appreciation for those hardworking men and women in the Postal Service during the pandemic. Well, Mark, you also report that without media coverage, Postal Service leaders would have continued, in your words, lying to politicians as well as the general public. What were these lies and how were they uncovered?
Well, I did a poll on Patch.com. Alderman O'Shea on the Southwest side did a poll. People in neighborhoods were saying overwhelmingly that mail was not being delivered. The Postal Service, on the other hand, said customer satisfaction was 100%. And it was ridiculous. In fact, I did a follow-up story recently about a woman who went to the post office at 2 p.m. in the 60655 area code and found a sign on the door that says closed for lunch, the Postal Service, like it was a bait shop. And I sent a note to the Postal Service, and they got back to me and saying their investigation showed that the post office wasn't closed and the sign wasn't put there by anybody that worked at the post office. But the woman who went there told me, well, all the lights were off, the door was locked, and nobody was there. So you tell me if it's a lie or not. But this is the kind of tactics that are happening with the Postal Service under DeJoy because of these changes that he wants to make to make it the Postal Company instead of the Postal Service.
Wow, it is hard to imagine that as the response. Okay. Well, the Postmaster General is scheduled to testify before a Senate panel on Friday and a House committee next week. What do you hope to hear from him?
Well, I think that, unfortunately, this isn't about people not getting their medication and their unemployment checks and the bills that they need to pay. This is about the election in November. and the controversy over that. This is a Democrat versus Republican issue, and he's going to have to answer for that. That's the reason that he rolled back the cuts to overtime and the time changes and plans to shorten hours at post offices and remove the blue pickup boxes from corners. That's the only reason we're talking about it. And I think that people in Chicago, in my neighborhood, we're happy for whatever reason if the mail gets delivered better. And I think that he's going to get grilled on partisan lines about what's going on with the post office. But make no mistake, this is about November. This is about Election Day. This is about mail-in voting. And that's what we're going to hear. That's what I expect to hear.
You know, Mark, it is so interesting that an organization that that has existed for so long, with appreciation from most Americans, is now being so politicized. And I spoke with a former director of the board chair, or sorry, a chairman of the board of directors of the U.S. Postal Service, who said that in his time there were Republicans and Democrats appointed in equal measure, and that they all really got along because there wasn't much to politicize when it came to the Postal Service. What more can you tell us about how it's come to be that we actually know Postmaster General DeJoy's name around the kitchen table, that everybody knows who he is now, and how this has become politicized?
Well, I mean, I think we know about it because of the AP story and those memos that Matt Daley obtained. That was, just regular old shoe leather reporting that, that people deserve. And I think that, the Postal Service is probably the only government agency, or it's the highest ranked government agency. It's the one thing about the federal government that almost everyone agrees that we could trust, except now during a pandemic with a historic election on the line. So I think that, the reason that we know who Louis DeJoy is because of the memo that he wrote and the context of his appointment. He's a big-time Republican fundraiser. He's a big fundraiser for President Trump. He's a corporate guy who wants to turn the post office into a company, a for-profit company, when, for the history of America, the Postal Service has been just that, a service to get messages across the country, since our founding.
As you said, shoe leather reporting, that's how it's done. Mark Kunkel, thank you.
Thank you.
Unemployment claims in the U.S. are again on the rise. The number of people who filed for jobless claims last week surged to more than 1 million. Michael George has the latest on the data.
Nelia Gonzalez spent 20 years working for the Marriott hotel chain. But when the pandemic hit, she was let go. The mother of 2 college-age children hasn't been able to find a new job, and money is tight.
I can't pay my light bill, my cable bill. I can't pay my medical insurance.
Last week, 1.1 million Americans filed for unemployment benefits. That's up 135,000 from the previous week. The layoffs come as the economy shows some signs of recovery. Home construction and sales have improved, but hotels, airlines, and industries involved with travel continue to suffer.
I think it's hitting all parts of the industry.
Wade Lundberg represents union workers in Minnesota. He says 85 to 90% of his 8,000 members in hospitality are unemployed.
Some hotels closed for a long period of time totally. Otherwise, we're seeing, occupancy rates that are anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15%.
Right now, I'm already worried.
Gonzalez was making ends meet with the $600 in weekly assistance from the federal government, but now that's gone.
I don't think I will have a place to live. I'll just probably be homeless. I don't know. I hope I can go with family. I'm not sure.
President Trump is offering $300 a week in unemployment, but workers in some states can't get it. And in states where the money is available, it could take weeks for checks to start rolling out. Michael George, CBS News, New York.
Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and now Facebook have all restricted content from believers of the baseless QAnon conspiracy. But as Nancy Cordes reports, President Trump is welcoming support from voters who espouse the fringe theory.
I've heard these are people that love our country.
President Trump was asked point blank Wednesday, does he believe in QAnon, the so-called prophecy that claims he is secretly hunting down thousands of satanic deep state pedophiles and cannibals?
Is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it.
It's not the first time President Trump has lent credence to a fringe theory. This one first emerged on the website 4chan in late 2017.
The idea was that this anonymous poster, who people refer to as Q, was giving secret clues about the coming, quote, Great Awakening.
Political science professor Joe Usinski studies conspiracy theories.
The beliefs themselves are almost an incitement to violence. I mean, there isn't anything worse you can say about your political competitors than that they are satanic sex traffickers who molest and eat children.
This sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie.
It has a lot of properties that make it more like a cult.
QAnon believers are a frequent sight at Trump rallies. Some are now seeking office themselves.
I stand with President Trump. I stand with Q and the team. Thank you, Anons.
Joe Ray Perkins, a Senate hopeful in Oregon, is one of at least 19 GOP congressional candidates who've paid lip service to QAnon.
George Soros and the Democrats are trying to take me down.
There's also Georgia's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who claims there's been an Islamic invasion of government offices. And yet, several Republican leaders congratulated her on her primary win last week, while the president called her a future Republican star.
She had a tremendous victory, so absolutely I did congratulate her.
What is QAnon?
That bothered Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who posted this rebuttal online.
There's a massive amount of false predictions.
The Illinois lawmaker told us he's worried QAnon could corrode democracy.
It has to be called out. I think for the president to say, no, I don't believe these theories, they're ludicrous.
But calling out those theories made Kinzinger a target.
I have the people on Twitter now telling me I created ISIS with John McCain.
Do you think that's why more Republicans don't speak out, because they're worried about the attacks they will get online?
You know, I can't speak for everyone, but I certainly think there are some that are concerned about that.
Facebook announced new restrictions Wednesday to block and remove QAnon ads, fundraising, and searches. The site has already removed nearly 800 groups and 100 pages tied to the conspiracy theory.
I don't know really anything about it other than they do supposedly like me.
Despite warnings from federal law enforcement, one media watchdog estimates President Trump has amplified the tweets of QAnon believers more than 200 times. Usinski says there's a reason for that.
And they brought him to the prom, and he needs to continue dancing with them. So that's exactly what he's going to continue doing.
QAnon's predictions, as nutty as they sound, aren't even all that original. Some of them resemble the theories in Oliver Stone's movie JFK from 30 years ago. And yet, the professor told me that 5 to 10% of Americans, according to his polling, actually believe that President Trump is a secret crusader trying to root out a cannibalistic cabal within government. Nancy Cordes, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Michigan is proposing a $600 million deal to compensate residents of Flint who were harmed by lead-tainted water. The settlement still needs to be approved by a judge. Adriana Diaz has been following this story.
It ain't worth nothing. Money don't equal health. Like, it don't. You can be rich and die. Like, it ain't the same.
Craig Davis is a lifelong Flint resident who has lived the devastation brought on by the city's tainted water crisis.
It's almost like we got PTSD with the water, because who gonna really drink it comfortably? Like, you know what I'm saying? When people actually lost their lives to it.
He's also a coronavirus survivor and says he and his neighbors are struggling to deal with both issues at the same time.
Now you got people that's taking extra money out their pockets and just going to the grocery store and just buying up the water in the grocery store. But you add on the pandemic, now the water is not even there to even grab.
The water crisis started in 2014 when, as a cost-cutting measure, officials switched the city's water source from Lake Huron to the Flint River. But the water was improperly treated, allowing lead and other chemicals from the pipes to leach into the water supply. The city switched back to its original water source in 2015.
My heart breaks because the fact of the matter is I handed them the glasses of water.
CBS News was on the ground in Flint for months at the height of the crisis. We heard firsthand from parents about how they believed the tainted water affected their children.
When I hear my son get up at night and cry because his bones hurt, and there's nothing I can give him, there's nothing I can do for him to take away his pain, I feel completely helpless.
Although tens of thousands of plaintiffs are reportedly set to receive a payout as part of the settlement, much of the money is expected to go toward the children affected by the crisis. Flint Mayor Sheldon Neely says he hopes this settlement provides some sense of victory for families.
It allows Flint residents to move forward in a positive way, getting out of the mindset of being victims, but more of as victors. And that's where we need to move as a community.
$600 million may seem like a lot of money, but just for context, if you divide that by Flint residents, most of whom are eligible for a payout, that's roughly $6,000 per person. Adriana Diaz, CBS News, Chicago.
Russia's opposition leader is in a coma after a suspected poisoning. A spokesperson for the outspoken critic of Vladimir Putin says that he was traveling when it happened. Ian Lee reports.
This video appears to show Alexei Navalny groaning on the plane when paramedics arrive. Pilots made an emergency landing in Siberia after he started to feel sick. His spokeswoman told a Moscow radio station, "He drank only black tea in an airport cafe. We reckon that he was poisoned and that it happened with the tea." Doctors say he's unconscious but stable. Naturally, poisoning is considered as one of the possible reasons of the deterioration in the condition, says this senior doctor. We are working on everything: eliminate, confirm, and work. For years, Navalny has been on the wrong side of the Kremlin. He accused Putin's party of rigging the 2011 parliamentary elections while championing an anti-corruption campaign. But he's paid for his opposition, being arrested numerous times and personally attacked on several occasions. Russian agents have been suspected of poisoning dissidents in the past, including a former double agent in England 2 years ago. And in 2015, opposition politician Boris Nemtsov was shot dead just yards from the Kremlin. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the rest of your day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Apple has become the first U.S. business to reach a market value of more than $2 trillion. The company reached that milestone on Wednesday. Nearly 2 years ago, it had become the first with a $1 trillion valuation. Shares of the stock have rallied more than 50% this year. Just last week, Apple announced it would split its stock for the 5th time since going public. Tesla is another company splitting its stock at the end of August. It will be the first time that the company has done so. Tesla shares surged past $2,000 on Thursday. For more on all of this, let's bring in Akiko Fujita. She's an anchor and reporter for Yahoo Finance. Akiko, good to see you. So can you explain to our viewers what exactly is a stock split and why both of these companies are taking this step now?
Yeah, so it's essentially just what it sounds like. It's splitting a stock up in 4s in the case of Apple, 5 in the case of Tesla. So if you think about a stock kind of like a pizza, and you're talking about Tesla's record today, $2,000 a share roughly, there's not a lot of people who can access that and can buy that. And so really a stock split is all about accessibility and affordability. In the case of Tesla, if you split that up in 5, you can actually buy a Tesla stock for $400 a share roughly instead of $2,000. In the case of Apple, it's about $110 or so instead of the $473 it trades at right now. And for the companies, they have seen a huge boost. You just pointed to those numbers right now. Tesla's surge of 25% run up this week alone. We've seen it up 40% since the stock split. In the case of Apple, the stock has run up more than 25%.
Akiko, do you expect to see more companies split their stocks? Amazon, for example, which now trades at nearly $3,300 per share.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of companies that we can point to within the S&P 500 that are trading above that $1,000 a share level that could potentially look at a stock split now that they've seen the success from a Tesla as well as Apple. Amazon's certainly one that you pointed to, one that a lot of people could potentially be looking at it, even though they haven't done it. This is an expensive stock at more than $3,200. So if you split that up, that improves the access for those average retail investors who may want to get in on the company. Another name that you could look at is Chipotle. This is a stock that trades at $1,239 a share. And then another big tech name, Alphabet, which is, of course, Google. That stock is at $1,581 a share. So look to some of those names in the S&P 500 who could potentially flirt with this idea now.
You know, I think it's really confusing for a lot of people to see these stock prices just going through the roof and these companies doing so well when the economy overall is suffering so much due to the pandemic. Can you help to explain this a little bit for people who might be confused?
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about this divergence between the real economy and what we're seeing on Wall Street. A lot of that can be pointed to the Fed and the stimulus that we've seen thrown into the market here since the pandemic began. So let's talk about the balance sheet from the Fed. Since March, they have expanded that balance sheet from $4.2 trillion to $7 trillion. Now, a lot of the asset purchases for the central bank is in bonds as well as mortgage-backed securities as well as corporate bonds. But what we have seen is as the Fed has put the money in there, there's a lot of people potentially who are looking at fixed income who aren't seeing any yield there, jump into the equity side of things in search of yield. So that's one way to explain just the sheer amount of liquidity in the market. The other theory a lot of analysts I've been speaking to have been pointing to is just the retail investor as well. You've probably heard this story of a lot of investors who are at home, maybe looking to get into the market for the first time, using that $1,200 stimulus check to put their money into the market. And that has led to some unusual trades. Just to give you an example here, we've got about 25% of retail traders or traders who are making up the overall market. So we're talking about retail traders, mom and pop traders who are sitting at home. Last year, that number was about 10%. So that gives you a sense of just how the market makeup has changed.
Yeah, wow, 150% increase in that number. That definitely tells a story. So for people who are perhaps those new mom and pops or those folks who have a stimulus check and are looking to invest in the stock market, what are your suggestions for them?
So the thinking is always when you invest, you want to invest long term. You don't want to be that Robinhood investor, as we've heard, who's kind of putting their money one day looking to flip it the next day, because there's so much volatility in the market right now. It's certainly not a smart way to invest. You always want to invest for the long term. In terms of some of the names that we have seen push higher, these are all of the work from home trades is what we call it. We're talking about companies that have benefited on the back of the shift to work from home. Companies like Zoom, a lot of people doing their Zoom calls, more and more people using it. That's one stock where we've seen a big pop. Slack is another name. Microsoft, a huge beneficiary on the back of this work from home trade. Not only are they seeing huge growth in cloud, they've seen a growth on the messaging side of things with Teams as well. So you're going to hear a lot of the big tech names as the big growth stocks that investors are going to be looking to. And then, of course, the flip side of what we call the coronavirus trade is some of those big biotech firms that have been developing these COVID vaccines. That's a trickier play because there is huge upside when you think about a company like a Moderna or an AstraZeneca or a Johnson & Johnson. If they find success with their vaccine candidates, no question that could be a huge boost for the stock. But it's also been met with a lot of volatility because we have seen investors chase the day-to-day headlines on this race for the vaccine.
All right, Akiko Fujita, thank you. More than 39 million Americans live in low-income areas with limited access to grocery stores. That's according to the latest data by the Department of Agriculture. Errol Barnett introduces us to one farmer trying to change that.
All of these are going to the refugee center tomorrow.
Over the past 2 decades, this farmer and activist has plowed through history and traveled the globe.
I've spent 6 months in Ghana, and I learned from the women farmers there.
Using the momentum of the Black Lives Matter movement, Leah Penniman is stepping up efforts to combat racism and injustice in the food system. She says that while violence against African Americans deserves the attention it's getting, Black Americans are actually more likely to die from diet-related issues.
I'm talking about the mortality rates based on cancer, diabetes, kidney failure, obesity, and heart disease.
All of that can be linked to where you get your food and how healthy it is.
Can be linked to whether you have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. That it does not say that food issues are more important. I think fundamentally we fail at creating a racially just society if we don't address the interconnectedness between the issues of mass incarceration, food injustice, housing discrimination, and so on.
Soulfire provides fresh produce to Albany's underserved areas at little to no cost and serves as a means to end what she calls food apartheid.
The USDA refers to spots all over the country as food deserts. You don't have access to fresh groceries. You use a different term, food apartheid. Why is that?
The problem with using desert is it implies a natural phenomena, but there is nothing natural about whole communities who don't have access to supermarkets. So the reason we call it food apartheid is because apartheid is a human-created system of segregation, and anything that humans create, we can also undo.
Penniman is also helping to educate young aspiring farmers like Justin Butts, who runs his own business raising pigs.
I feel like if you're eating meat, you should be able to take part in the food system in some way.
Then there's mother of two, Tashaya Ellis.
We're getting fruits and vegetables, things that they wouldn't have had otherwise. So access is key, especially in Troy, where we don't really have any grocery stores that people who are walking can get to.
Thanks to the resources provided by the Soulfire Farm, Ellis is able to pay it forward, building a community garden in her backyard.
What are you getting out of this?
There was this beautiful moment where this 4-year-old child, little black girl, said, when I grow up, I want to be a farmer like you. And so it's moments like that, it's moments when you drop off that box of vegetables to people and they say, if it wasn't for this, all I would have is boiled pasta for my children all week. That feeds me and makes me feel like I'm living, a worthwhile life.
Errol Barnett, CBS News.
Here's a look at some of the stories that we'll be covering in our next hour. President Trump's former advisor is arrested and indicted. What we know about the charges against Steve Bannon and what the White House thinks about the case. Plus, President Trump's campaigning in Pennsylvania, just miles from where Joe Biden spent his childhood. We'll take a look at the importance of the battleground state. And Thursday marks the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention. Our experts will break down how Joe Biden's speech could impact the rest of the election. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Zak. It's great to be with you. In just a few hours, Joe Biden is set to accept the Democratic nomination for president. Several of Biden's former Democratic primary challengers will also be speaking tonight. That includes Senator Cory Booker, Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang, and Michael Bloomberg. Meanwhile, President Trump continued to make official White House trips to key battleground states, including Pennsylvania, where he campaigned against Biden in Scranton, the former VP's birthplace. The president has been the subject of attacks throughout this week's convention, including last night when he was criticized by his predecessor, Barack Obama. Natalie Brand is in Wilmington, Delaware, with a preview of the final night of the Democratic convention.
Joe Biden was still reviewing his speech just hours before he's set to accept the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Democrats' theme for the final night of their convention is America's Promise. Campaign officials say Biden will lay out his vision for how to deal with the crises facing America. He will also pick up on threads from vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris's speech Wednesday night.
Joe will bring us together to end this pandemic and make sure that we are prepared for the next one.
The Biden campaign says he will express empathy in his speech and will bring it to his administration, something they argue is lacking in President Trump.
Make no mistake, the road ahead is not easy. We may stumble. We may fall short. But I pledge to you that we will act boldly and deal with our challenges honestly.
Biden was the outgoing vice president at the last Democratic convention. He's been attending these gatherings since 1972. But this speech in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, is the biggest of his career.
Let me tell you about my friend, Joe Biden.
Former President Barack Obama, who tapped Biden to be his running mate in 2008, talked about their history together last night.
12 years ago, when I began my search for a vice president, I didn't know I'd end up finding a brother.
He also delivered what may be the strongest rebuke ever of a sitting president by a former president, saying democracy itself is at stake in this election and urging Americans to vote. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Wilmington, Delaware.
For more, let's bring in Joel Payne and Leslie Sanchez. Joel is a CBS News political contributor and a Democratic strategist, and Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Hey guys, it's good to have both of you with me. I want to start with the same question for both of you. What will you be listening for from tonight's speeches? Joel, why don't you go ahead and take it first?
I'm going to be looking for a clear path forward for bringing America together. And, that's really been interwoven through all the speeches and all the presentations this week from the Democrats. I think they've done a really good job of presenting the Biden coalition as a whole. People like Republicans like John Kasich and Colin Powell, folks who are underrepresented communities, folks like Congresswoman Gwen Moore, and just all the different disparate parts of the Democratic coalition have really been front and center this week. And now you've got the candidate that's going to bring that all together and talk about how he's going to stitch that together, really that Obama coalition, bring that coalition back to life, and how he's going to use that to deliver the White House.
All right, Leslie, what about you?
I think those were the magic words that Joel and many are hopeful for on the left, is that the Obama coalition hears this signal. The biggest thing is, can Joe Biden step out of this supporting role? It's almost like a movie we're watching unfold, and he's always that supporting character. And in this case, bookended by two extraordinary luminaries, whether it be Barack Obama and now Senator Harris. And is he really the person at the top of the ticket that people will get excited about? We've seen historically that is not the case. And he's already said that he would only serve one term. So it has a lot of Americans questioning, does he have not only the desire to do it, sure, he can have a very engaging speech, but is this really the man for the moment? And that's really the question I think a lot of people are going to be asking.
Well, the man for the moment was very much the theme that we heard from a lot of the speakers. Joel, we heard powerful speeches from Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, President Obama, and Kamala Harris. So how much is at stake for Biden in his own speech tonight?
Look, there's plenty at stake. I don't think anyone is expecting Joe Biden to give the Gettysburg Address tonight. I think we know who Joe Biden is as a politician. His strength is in empathy. It's in small rooms, which actually probably plays a bit to his favor as opposed to like a large traditional convention. I worked for Congressman, or rather Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, who was actually a very similar politician to Joe Biden. And one of the lessons I always tried to go by was to not write something that was too big for the person to kind of meet the person and meet the moment. So his speechwriters are going to come up with language that is going to illustrate the moment, but really not take Joe Biden out of his comfort zone. And I think you're going to see the best of Biden come to life when he's talking about the people that he cares about his values, about the guy from Scranton. When Joe Biden can speak eloquently about that, I think Joe Biden is most effective.
Well, Joel, we'll also hear from several more of Biden's former Democratic challengers tonight. How are they trying to make the case for the Biden administration after previously campaigning, in some cases, pretty hard against him?
So interesting. I know people love to do the whole Democrats in disarray thing. That normally is a quote du jour around this time of year. But actually, the Democrats are pretty organized and pretty much in array, dare I say. And I think what you're going to hear is a really united front from the Democratic Party. Now, I will tell you this. If Joe Biden is successful in November, after November, it's all bets off. I think that there will be a big fight within the Democratic Party for the direction of the party. But I think every Democrat in America is focused on one goal, and that's defeating Donald Trump. You'll hear that from the folks that speak tonight, the Andrew Yangs and the Pete Buttigieg. You heard it from some of his rivals like Elizabeth Warren, other previous rivals that have spoken this week. And I think that consistent theme, the fact that he's had time to put that together and pull that coalition of folks together and bring in progressives, I think has really advantaged the Biden campaign.
It has been interesting hearing a Republican speak and then, oh, sorry, Leslie, I was just saying it's been interesting actually hearing how this DNC has pulled together the Republicans who have been talking about more moderate policy and character, and then hearing from the more progressive wing of the party. And so, Leslie, I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about President Trump and the Republicans now. As I mentioned, President Trump has been spending part of this week visiting battleground states. Today, he visited Biden's birthplace in Scranton. So how is the Trump campaign and Republicans more generally responding to the messaging from this week's Democratic convention, particularly after hearing from so many Republicans at the Democratic convention?
The word I'm hearing is that people weren't so much concerned about the Republicans. There's so many, and they would say establishment Republicans who do not like the style of the president on the left or the right. But that's why they like the president, is that they feel that the president came in to change Washington. He just got started doing that, and that if you removed him now, that it would go back to a system that they feel failed the American people before. That's really the kind of the pulse of where voters are. The other thing that comes up often is it's talking about Kamala Harris, particularly that she's a president in waiting. And that's a dynamic that Joe Biden set up himself. It's not a clear cut where you're saying this is the choice, a binary choice between Biden and Trump. It's almost adding a third person into this dynamic. And Joel just said it. The fight within the Democratic Party and that progressive pull to the left starts in November. That's what Republicans fear the most, is that if you had a Biden ticket that won and moved into the White House, that it would be an extreme socialist pull that many people are not prepared for, that would further disrupt the country. So that's the sentiment where Republicans are coming from. What they want to hear from the president, though, next week is a bit of contrition, and I don't believe we're going to get that, but it's a bit of acknowledgement that he didn't get everything right, that he didn't get a lot of things right, but this is his agenda moving forward. This is what he's excited about, these three things, and if he had a Republican Congress, it would be these six things. That's what Republicans, and I think voters, want to hear. That would go a long way on the right, maybe a little bit in the middle, but it's yet to see if that would happen.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing, Leslie, about what lessons you think the Republicans are taking from watching this virtual DNC. I don't think that we're going to hear that level of contrition coming from the president. If previous performance, at least, is any indication. Do you think that there might be surrogates employed to say such a thing? Maybe Vice President Pence?
Absolutely not. This is what should happen.
You put it out there, Leslie. I just wanted to check you because it didn't sound right.
No, but normally you would have a situation, if you had a commander-in-chief or a chairman of a company that would come and say, we didn't do everything right, we did the best we could, these were our challenges, this is how we're going to correct it and do better for everybody. That unifying message is something that has really never translated from the White House to Main Street. That needs to be there. But what is authentic is the sense that the president is authentically himself. He's fighting the way he knows how to fight, and he's taking the battle not only to China, he's talking and putting a lot of pressure on keeping American interest in America and incentivizing U.S. companies one way or the other. And he's also going to be talking again about immigration. Those are key areas he feels that he's gotten a lot of ground and support on, and he's going to be showing that contrast with the Democrats, particularly on issues of health care and what their proposals could possibly mean for the future of people's personal care and private insurance. That's the likely scenario, but it's also going to be done by a lot of individuals who are not involved in politics, very unconventional like the president, and we just all have to hang on for the roller coaster ride.
All right, Joel Payne and Leslie Sanchez, thank you. A quick programming note, we will have full coverage of tonight's Democratic National Convention. Our pre-show begins again at 8:30 p.m. Eastern with my colleague Elaine Quijano, right here on CBSN. President Trump's former chief strategist has been arrested and indicted in connection to an alleged fundraising scheme. Steve Bannon pleaded not guilty to all charges on Thursday. He had led then-candidate Trump's 2016 presidential campaign right before moving into a top White House post. Ben Tracy has the latest.
Law enforcement sources tell CBS News Steve Bannon was arrested on board this 152-foot luxury yacht called the Lady May off the coast of Connecticut.
Fear is a form of action.
Bannon apparently was a frequent visitor on the $28 million boat owned by a fugitive Chinese billionaire. Bannon was President Trump's former campaign CEO and chief strategist in the White House, someone he often praised.
I like Mr. Bannon. He's a friend of mine.
Prosecutors say Bannon ripped off donors who gave to an online fundraising effort called We Build the Wall.
The first ever privately constructed border wall.
The group raised more than $25 million to construct small sections of wall in New Mexico in support of one of the president's chief policy goals. But prosecutors say Bannon and 3 other defendants orchestrated a scheme to defraud hundreds of thousands of donors. Bannon is accused of taking more than $1 million himself. Prosecutors say the group's founder, Brian Kolfage, a triple amputee veteran, took more than $350,000 in donations after promising donors he would not take a penny of compensation. Kolfage told CBS's David Begnaud last year that his operation was clean.
If we were doing anything wrong, GoFundMe would shut this down in a heartbeat.
Prosecutors say tens of thousands of dollars were paid to Kolfage through his wife, who flaunted their extravagant lifestyle on social media. The money paid for cosmetic surgery, a luxury SUV, and a brand new boat. Bannon once railed against the Washington swamp to 60 Minutes.
The swamp is a business model.
But he's now the sixth close associate of Mr. Trump to be criminally charged by the president's own Department of Justice.
I haven't been dealing with him for a long period of time, as most of the people in this room know.
Today, President Trump distanced himself from Bannon and the Border Project.
I was not involved in the project. I have no idea who was.
But several of the president's key supporters were on the group's board. Eric Prince, the brother of Trump's education secretary Betsy DeVos, former Milwaukee Sheriff David Clark, and former Kansas Secretary of State Chris Kobach.
What you guys are doing is pretty amazing.
And his own son, Donald Trump Jr., helped raise funds for the Wall Project last year.
This is private enterprise at its finest.
As I mentioned, President Trump traveled to the battleground state of Pennsylvania on Thursday. He sharpened his attacks against his rival at a campaign stop just miles from where Joe Biden spent his childhood. Deborah Alfarone has the latest from the White House.
President Trump went after Joe Biden in the battleground state of Pennsylvania Thursday as his rival gets ready to accept the Democratic Party's nomination for president.
Joe Biden is a puppet of the radical left movement.
The campaign stop near Scranton, where Biden was born, was designed to offset any hometown advantage the Democrat may have.
He left. He abandoned Pennsylvania. He abandoned Scranton. He spent the last half century in Washington selling out our country and ripping off our jobs and letting other countries steal our jobs.
Protesters in the battleground state of Ohio rallied against the president after he called for a boycott of Akron-based Goodyear tires because of its ban on political messages, including MAGA attire.
You had a sitting president saying, don't buy this. How reprehensible is that?
The president was dealt a setback earlier in the day in his latest attempt to keep his tax returns under wraps. A federal judge cleared the way for the Manhattan district attorney to get a hold of the documents for an investigation into hush money payments to women.
This is the ultimate fishing expedition. Nobody has anything. We don't do things wrong.
The president's lawyers immediately appealed this latest decision. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
We're going to take a quick break now, but there's still a lot of news ahead, so stick with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000. Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Colleges and universities in at least 15 states are reporting new coronavirus outbreaks. Many are now sending students home and moving online for the rest of the semester. Mola Lenghi reports.
Defying COVID guidelines, large maskless parties last night at Penn State University.
Oh my God.
And at Syracuse, that university responding to these videos, saying the students who gathered on the quad last night may have done damage enough to shut down campus. Today, North Carolina State announcing 41 new COVID cases. Undergrads are now being sent home. Cases of COVID are now on college campuses in at least 17 states. As an alarming study published today in the Journal of Pediatrics, children up to age 22 are much more likely to be silent spreaders than previously believed. And infected children had significantly higher levels of the virus than even adults hospitalized in ICUs. This as schools across the country face challenges about reopening. In Detroit, teachers protesting going back to the classroom and threatening to strike if forced to return. Resistance from teachers in Arizona.
They know it's not safe for my kids to be in class. I trust them with my kid's life.
Now, New York City, the nation's largest school district, is preparing to reopen next month.
It does seem like as soon as you open a school, you start to see COVID cases rise. I don't want to see people catch COVID before we say, oh, that was a bad idea.
Dangerous wildfires are raging across California right now. At least 2 people have died and tens of thousands of homes are at risk. Crews battling the flames are spread thin and officials are requesting help from other states. Carter Evans reports.
Tonight, 21 California wildfires are threatening community after community. Hundreds of thousands of people have been told to be ready to leave. In the mountains above Santa Cruz, 20,000 were ordered to evacuate last night. Their firenadoes ravaged scores of homes.
There are people that are unaccounted for.
Much of the greater San Francisco area now has the worst air quality in the world.
This smoke is thick and the wind is blowing it across the road right now as firefighters try and extinguish the flames.
From space, NASA shows most of California, Nevada, and southern Idaho covered with sickening smoke. Fire crews are stretched thin, and as flames approached Zach Galgan's neighborhood while everyone was evacuating, police had even more bad news.
Nobody's going to be on that hill. No fire department, no CAL FIRE.
Backfill Fire can't show up, so we might as well do our own job.
So he and his sons hiked up the hill behind their home and started cutting a fire break by themselves.
Good job, guys. Hey, we probably cut about 3/4 of a mile.
They worked through the night, and the flames burned right up to their fire break.
All I can say is that we did this. We stopped this.
Cleanup efforts in the Midwest are still underway after a rare and powerful storm that tore through the region last week. It was called a derecho and brought hurricane-force winds of up to 140 miles an hour. People have lost their homes, their crops, with more than $1 billion in estimated damages. Adriana Diaz reports.
This massive storage bin was no match for last week's derecho.
This came crashing down. I've never seen anything like it.
Hurricane-force winds plowed through Dennis Campbell's Iowa farm and much of the Midwest last week, leaving behind hurricane-like aftermath.
Just look at this mangled metal. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah, this is tough stuff. This is not Tinker Toy stuff.
The weather struck fast and right before what was supposed to be a great corn harvest. Oh, wow. These are almost flattened back here.
So we're standing in a 290-acre field of what I would call essentially flat corn. This will be very difficult to harvest. This corn plant is trying to figure out what happened to it, trying to repair its leaf damage, and trying to upright itself.
The storm has cost Campbell more than $2 million. Insurance will cover most of it, but none of the lost time.
We've mentioned that as a farmer, we don't feel a need to go to Las Vegas and go gamble. Meaning that we're taking incredible risks out here on a daily basis with our business, with our livelihoods.
The damages statewide are in the billions. Tens of thousands are still without power, and in Cedar Rapids, some are living in tents. The derecho, which means straight in Spanish, sped across 770 miles straight through the Corn Belt. 36 counties in Iowa, about a third of the state, sustained severe damage affecting millions of acres of crops. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, not as far as the widespread nature of this wind event.
Mark Licht, an agronomist at Iowa State University, says the damage is worse than initially thought.
After the storm, we knew that there was going to be corn that was laying flat, but then as we got into the latter part of the week, we started to see the husks starting to turn brown, which told us that the severity of the wind probably did break off roots, hindering its ability to take up water and nutrients.
Why should Americans living in cities who have no connection to the heartland care about what's happening here?
Well, this corn crop is affecting the livestock producers already. The other thing is that we're all producing food that we're all eating.
And American farmers aren't just dealing with storms. They're weathering a trade war with China and lower demand due to COVID, given closed restaurants, schools, and meat processing plants. And with travel down, there's less need for ethanol, a renewable fuel derived from corn.
I'm sixth-generation farmer here in Iowa, and we've been farming in this community for 170 years. We'll rebuild, we'll come back, we'll work through it. It's just going to take time and effort.
Here in the heartland, one thing there's a bounty of is resilience. Adriana Diaz, Grand Mound, Iowa.
Coming up in our next hour, it's red and blue. Joe Biden officially becomes the Democratic nominee for president. The party's national convention is coming to a close with expected speakers, including former primary rivals. Why they're backing Biden now and how their message could set the tone for the rest of the election. All of that and more coming up next on Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Tom.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But
wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The reboot of Roseanne is over.
Kevin Hart stepped down following an outcry.
Sanders is retracting his endorsement.
When institutions are criticized, that shame can be productive.
The editor-in-chief of Bon Appetit magazine has resigned.
I focus on people who have hoarded power, money, and status.
What folks are doing is saying that this is not acceptable for our society.
We are simply failing to reason.
Why the is he here?
I remember comments like, "You deserve to die."
We're human. We've all made 1,000 mistakes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. We're now less than half an hour away from the fourth and final night of the 2020 Democratic Convention. These are some of tonight's speakers. At the end, Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden takes the stage. This is where Biden will deliver his speech. Ahead of tonight's program, the convention committee released a preview clip of their Biden bio video.
The country was losing tens of thousands of jobs a day, and they needed 3 votes to pass the economic rescue package.
Joe Biden was handled the task of going to get those 3 Republican votes.
Joe returned to the place where he had been so effective.
Passionate argument, sympathetic listening, a willingness to make adjustments and accommodations to bring people on board.
When the law finally passed, the president tapped his partner to run the program. Joe tracked every dollar, calling mayors and governors.
Talking to them on the phone, one-on-one. He gave all of them his cell phone.
And I watched him bring his heart to that job.
Face the Nation moderator and CBS News senior foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan joins me now. Good evening to you, Margaret. Welcome. So over the past few nights, we have heard 3 of the 4 living former U.S. presidents voice their support for Joe Biden in this election. All 3, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama, are, of course, Democrats. How unusual is it, though, Margaret, to hear such personal and pointed criticisms of a sitting president?
It's not at all the habit of presidents to then criticize their successors. It's kind of an unwritten rule that, yes, you help those who are running for office. You argue your party offers the best agenda for America. You can criticize, but to do things like Barack Obama did last night, to say that essentially the Trumps will try to win at any cost, that the president currently poses a risk to the country, that he never took the job seriously, that he's not grown into it. I mean, this was a really scathing attack that the former president laid out last night. I'm sure that it wasn't without a lot of thought beforehand into the case being made against President Trump. And really, that is the framing for the Biden campaign, period. It is, I'm better than the other guy. It is a referendum on the Trump presidency. It is a way, in many ways, to gloss over some of the differences within the Democratic Party on policies, but also it is just simply the strongest case they are finding to bring in some independents potentially to vote alongside Democrats.
Well, early reports are that Joe Biden will not spend much time attacking President Trump. But as you well know, this convention is happening at a time of a number of developments. Former Trump campaign manager Steve Bannon was arrested on a private yacht this morning. A Senate Intelligence Committee report days ago said former Trump campaign chair Paul Manafort posed a grave counterintelligence threat. Is there a missed opportunity if Joe Biden doesn't raise those kinds of points in his speech tonight?
In some ways, the news itself tells the story. Two former campaign managers, one behind jail bars in jail, and one currently being arrested and indicted on the very same day as the concluding speech at the Democratic National Committee. I mean, you couldn't script it better. But what we do know is that these details, these developments, they make the case more than actually coming out and framing it in partisan terms in some ways, according to the Biden team. Now, I can't guarantee that you won't hear some direct head-on criticisms of the current president by Joe Biden. But if we look at what happened yesterday, the former president, Barack Obama, went head-on. Kamala Harris, the vice president, known for being a really tough interrogator on Capitol Hill, known as being a prosecutor, she may be the one to really press that case in the very tough way that people usually cast one of the members of the campaign to do, be the so-called attack dog. Joe Biden has, at this point, been trying to cast himself as the unifier for a divided country, for a divided Democratic Party, and he will try to project that tonight. You know, Elaine, he has some Republicans making the case for him as well. You had this extraordinary letter from 70 Republican national security officials, and not low level. I mean, we're talking former heads of U.S. intelligence and the defense secretary, Chuck Hagel, coming out and saying Donald Trump is a risk to national security. So in some ways, Joe Biden has the news cycle telling the story in a way that is almost better than any scripted speech.
While we have you here, Margaret, I want to talk very quickly about the poisoning of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. He's now in a coma in a Siberian hospital after his allies say his tea was spiked. Many fingers are being pointed at the Kremlin. What evidence or history is there to back that up?
Well, of course, the Kremlin denies it, but Russian opposition leaders, to the degree that any are allowed to exist within Russia, Alexei Navalny, really the most prominent, the most well-known one, who has led demonstrations, who has been a harsh critic of Vladimir Putin, had this happen to him on a plane mid-flight where, according to eyewitnesses, he was in extreme pain. There was obviously something that hit him suddenly, and his allies say it was a poison put in his tea. Now, this wouldn't be the first time this has happened. Russian opposition leaders often have this kind of thing occur. And if you recall, it was just a little over a year and a half ago in the UK, one Russian double agent was poisoned along with his daughter. And the UK conclusively said that Salisbury attack was carried out by Russian intelligence. So there is a pattern of behavior where the Kremlin has a way of getting rid of opposition by poisoning them and perhaps not caring if their fingerprints are left on it, but publicly denying it. Now, of course, the Kremlin's denying it. The White House has only said up to this point that if it is Russia, that they'll be concerned and look into it. The National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, said as much today. But France, the UK have said things in stronger terms and offered medical help to Mr. Navalny should he need it.
Well, it's a chilling, chilling development. Margaret Brennan. Margaret, thank you very much. Congress is increasing its scrutiny on the U.S. Postal Service's leadership, pushing for answers on a series of recent controversial changes. Earlier today, the Congressional Progressive Caucus held a hearing to better understand how the agency has transformed under Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, who took over in June. Earlier this week, DeJoy said he will halt operational changes made under his watch. He's set to testify before a Senate committee Friday ahead of his House appearance scheduled for Monday. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal is the co-chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and a Democrat from Washington's 7th District, and she joins me now from Seattle. Good evening, Congresswoman. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Elaine. Good to be with you.
So what did you learn from today's hearing?
It was a stunning hearing. One of the witnesses, David Williams, was the former Inspector General at the U.S. Postal Service. He was appointed by Donald Trump, and he was actually on the Board of Governors. And he resigned in protest because he was so horrified by what was happening at the Postal Service, and that includes Treasury Secretary Mnuchin taking over, essentially. He described a takeover of the Postal Service with unprecedented involvement from Secretary Mnuchin, scrutinizing contracts, providing specific input on pricing, specific regulations, all kinds of things. And then DeJoy, he described the interview process, which he was in the room for, where there were multiple candidates, he said in the teens of candidates, and DeJoy was clearly not competent, was getting answers from others, other members of the Board of Governors, because he couldn't answer the questions properly. He got appointed to this position. He is a Trump mega donor, and he has significant conflicts of interest with a number of the businesses that contract with the Postal Service, and new information about options that he has with various stock options that he has with various companies. He stands to benefit if the Postal Service doesn't do well, and if he can then privatize all of these elements. So on every level, from taking out postal boxes to mail sorting machines to delay tactics, this was complete corruption and undermining of our democracy and the ability for people to vote by mail, as well as the blood on their hands, as one witness described it, of people not being able to receive medications, not being able to get retiree checks, all the other things that the Postal Service does, and that people rely on it for.
Well, as you know, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is calling back members Saturday over legislation designed to stop changes at the Postal Service. What do you think Congress needs to do to ensure that mail-in ballots, in particular, as well as those other things you mentioned, are not delayed?
Well, we need to immediately reverse all of the changes that have been made back to January 1st. That is what our legislation that we will vote on Saturday will do. And we need to fund the Postal Service with $25 billion. That's emergency funding. It is the minimum level that is required. But then I think we need to do serious investigations. I think Louis DeJoy should resign immediately. It is clear to me that he has other interests here. And I think we also need to get Secretary Mnuchin to Capitol Hill to testify, because Mnuchin's interference in the postal system is unprecedented. And that is something Mr. Williams, who has served multiple administrations, both Republican and Democrat, said multiple times during the hearing. This is unprecedented. I have never seen anything like this. He said it was a 10 on the scale of 1 to 10 of how much Americans should be worried about what is happening, and this fundamental constitutional right that people have to receive their mail. So fundamental that it's in Article 1 of the Constitution as critical infrastructure. It should be increased, not decreased during this pandemic.
Well, let's turn to the convention. You originally supported Senator Bernie Sanders in the primary contest because of his progressive platform. Do you think the Democratic Party has done enough, and the DNC has done enough, to promote progressive policies over the past few nights?
Well, I think that there is always room for more, obviously. But I think that last night in particular was a very important night for America and for progressives and young people across the country, really highlighting issues of gun violence and the leadership of young people, highlighting issues of immigration and the crises of family separation and deportations across the country. And then, of course, the movement, women's movement, that has been powered by such a diverse, multiracial set of people across the country. And so I think yesterday was a good night. Having Elizabeth Warren speak was good. Kamala Harris delivered an excellent speech. And I think the gravity of President Obama's speech really says to everybody, look, there are two choices on the ballot, and we have to get Donald Trump out. There is no progress possible with Donald Trump in the White House. And so I think that we've made tremendous strides, and I think that we have to get everybody excited and energized about voting Trump out and voting in President Biden and Kamala Harris as vice president so that we can continue the work we have to do towards our progressive policies for justice.
I do want to ask you about that moment. So when Senator Kamala Harris accepted the vice presidential nomination, she did make history as the first Black and South Asian American to run on a major party ticket. That multicultural background was reflected in her remarks, and I want to listen now to some of what she said.
Family is our beautiful children, Cole and Ella, who call me Mamala. Family is my sister. Family is my best friend, my nieces, and my godchildren. Family is my uncles, my aunts, and my chitties.
Now, social media exploded at that line. Congresswoman, what does chitti mean, and what did you think, given your background, when you heard your party's vice presidential candidate use that term?
It's phenomenal. I mean, it's a Tamilian word. I was born in Madras in Chennai. It's now called in Tamil Nadu. You know, it's a term of endearment for our close family members. And I have to say, I didn't expect it, but I got very teary when she said the line, "I accept the nomination for Vice President of the United States." As the first South Asian American woman in the U.S. House, I came in with Kamala Harris when she was the first South Asian American woman in the Senate, the second Black woman in the Senate. And now to see her on the major party ticket making history is phenomenal, because she brings these multiple identities that allow people to see their own experiences reflected in her. And through those experiences, I believe she will make better policy. She and I introduced the National Domestic Workers Bill of Rights together, something that Joe Biden has said that he would like to sign into law. She and I have worked on immigration issues together. As a child of two immigrants, I believe she understands the issues in a way that many other people wouldn't. And so it was a moment of real wonder, I think, for so many people, because you do see your future differently when you see people breaking ceilings. And I loved that she recognized all the shoulders on, you know, of women before her, strong Black women, and she named them before her, on which we stand, because that is the legacy. And we as South Asian Americans are proud of her Blackness, and we're proud of her South Asian American identity as well.
Right, politics aside, it is a moment in our nation's history. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, Congresswoman, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
The final night of the 2020 Democratic National Virtual Convention is beginning. Let's watch.
We've come together to reform our democracy. This year, we've come to save it.
We fight for a more perfect union because we are fighting for the soul of this country and for our lives. And right now, that fight is real.
We must come together, defeat Donald Trump, and elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as our next president and vice president.
Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
My dad was a healthy 65-year-old. His only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump, and for that, he paid with his life.
So it's up to us to carry on the fight for justice. Our actions will be their legacies.
We just need leadership to bring us back together, to recover from this pandemic and prepare for whatever else is next. leadership to reimagine what our nation will be. That's Joe.
Ex-president right here.
He was there for me. He'll be there for you too.
Faced with a president of cowardice, Joe Biden is a man of proven courage.
This year, for the first time, the roll call is heading out to all 57 states and territories.
I'm pleased to announce that Vice President Joe Biden has officially been nominated by the Democratic Party as our candidate for President of the United States.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Our mission is to fight for a future equal to the ideals of our founders, our hopes for our children, and the sacrifices of our veterans, our brave men and women in uniform, and their families.
The American people are forever indebted to you for all of the work you do on the front line.
We need leaders equal to this moment of sacrifice and service. We need Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Tonight, I'm asking you to believe in Joe and Kamala's ability to lead this country out of these dark times and build it back better.
In this election, we have a chance to change the course of history. We're all in this fight together. What an awesome responsibility. What an awesome privilege. I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America.
Hi, I'm Tom Perez. This has been an incredible week. It hasn't been the kind of convention you might have been expecting, and to be honest, it wasn't the kind of convention we had planned for. But in a way, what we've seen over the last 3 nights and what we'll see tonight is a more accurate reflection of where our country is than any traditional convention could have been. Yes, we've talked a lot about our next president and vice president, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We've talked about how they'll tackle the challenges we face and lead our country to a brighter future. And we've seen that our party is ready to lead, not just now, but into the next generation. But we've also heard a lot from people who aren't running for anything this year, people who might not even think of themselves as political. Auto workers and college students, farmers and immigrants, teachers, nurses, and yes, the occasional calamari chef. If the literal meaning of the word convention has to do with coming together, then what has brought us together this year isn't partisanship, it's purpose. That's what has allowed us to bring both diehard progressives and conservative ex-Republicans under the same tent. That's what has allowed us to build a campaign where no state, no precinct, no vote is taken for granted. That's how we build our movement. That's how we win up and down the ballot. That's how we make change. And when we can bring that kind of energy to the challenges our nation faces, well, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Just ask Joe Biden, who set his sights on a mission that could change the world forever, conquering cancer.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Vice President Biden said that with a new moonshot, America can cure cancer. I'm putting Joe in charge of mission control.
Beau Biden, the son of Vice President Joe Biden, succumbed to brain cancer Saturday at the age of 46.
He's the one who wanted me to stay engaged. He was worried that I'd not continue to fight for the things I'm passionate about, and I'm trying to keep his promise.
President Obama signed the 21st Century Cures Act, including the so-called moonshot that could be a giant leap in the fight to cure cancer.
The moonshot is the symbol of American ambition and achievement. Now Vice President Joe Biden will lead a similar effort to cure cancer.
It will be led by Joe Biden and is aimed at ending the disease that killed the vice president's son
and 600,000 other Americans every year.
I think of all the people who've gone through what I've gone through without 1/10 the help that I've had. When you have a son or daughter, husband, wife, someone you adore, you become as educated as you can, as quickly as you can, particularly when you know that's a very serious form. I learned a lot about the mechanics of cancer and the delivery systems, and there's so many changes that are just on the cusp. I have now met with over 200 oncologists and cancer research centers, and I'm asking them, what is it you want me to clear the way for? Where are we an impediment?
He is determined. He's not going to walk away until there is real change.
This is a truly bipartisan issue. So the leaders in this effort in the House and Senate are Republicans as well as Democrats.
He's been pushed to the edge of what anyone could be expected to bear.
Following correction, Beau Biden, cancer, moonshot.
You're a man of substance. You have experienced tragedies in your life, and we are inspired by the way that you have responded to those.
Every single family in America has been affected by cancer, and we are so close.
For the loved ones we've all lost, let's make America the country that cures cancer once and for all.
I believe we need a moonshot in this country to cure cancer. It's personal, but I know we can do this. There are so many breakthroughs just on the horizon. We can make them real with an absolute national commitment. There are Democrats and Republicans on the Hill who share our passion to silence this deadly disease. If I could be anything, I would have wanted to be the president that ended cancer, because it's possible.
I'm Amanda Littman. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Run for Something. In May 2017, I was invited to join a small meeting in DC with a handful of other organization leaders to give updates to the VP on our work. The VP came over and I tried to play it cool. Well, my Grammy would be furious if she knew I was at a meeting with you and didn't get a photo. Grammy, the VP said, perking up as we posed for the photo you can see here. Let's call her. I called her. Someone wants to talk to you. Hi, Grammy. This is Joe Biden. She was overwhelmed. Grammy went on to tell him her second eldest, my Aunt Michelle, was in the hospital. Colon cancer, advanced, and she was really sick. The VP's posture changed immediately. I'm so sorry, Grammy. I'm so sorry. You know, my son Beau died of cancer. As a parent, you should never have to even think of one day burying a child. It's a nightmare. He stepped away, speaking personally with her about sitting in a hospital room with a sick child, about pain. I could hear her choking up on the phone. I'm giving Amanda my personal home phone number. You need anything, you call me. I'll come to the hospital and sit with you. Anything. Grammy still talks about that call. He's a genuinely nice man, she says. He just gets it. Her grief and my family's grief mattered to him. Our entire country is grieving. We are all going through trauma. Our next president needs to be the one helping us heal. That's why I'm glad and excited to vote this fall, not just against Trump, but genuinely for Joe Biden.
Before we continue with tonight's program, I want to thank everyone who has made this unprecedented convention possible, from our delegates and speakers to our party staff and our production team. Next week, it will be the Republican Party's turn to hold their convention. On behalf of their speakers and staff, I hope their organizers will take safety as seriously as we have. And then it will be up to you, America. You'll have heard from two very different candidates for president. You'll be able to dig into the details of their respective plans for solving the challenges we face and decide which plan you think will work for you and your family. But the choice this year is deeper than that. No matter what you think about Donald Trump or Joe Biden, no matter which party you belong to, or whether you belong to any party at all, your job in this election is to decide what kind of movement is capable of being the vehicle for the change we need. Can a movement that demands absolute loyalty to one man and his personal agenda really ever make this country greater? Or do we do better when we join together in a movement of shared values, one that amplifies our diverse voices? We've got one more night to show America what our path forward looks like. Not one man boasting that he alone can fix it, but everyday people coming together to face our challenges with unity and determination. Now we turn to one example, California's fight against the dangerous wildfires raging throughout the state. Please welcome Governor Gavin Newsom.
Well, I confess this is not where I expected to be speaking here tonight. I'm about a mile or so away from one of over 370 wildfires that we're battling here in the state of California. We are just coming off a record week, a heat wave that led to 130-degree temperatures, the highest temperature ever recorded in California, arguably the world's history here in our state. The hots are getting hotter. The dries are getting drier. Climate change is real. If you are in denial about climate change, come to California. 11,000 dry lightning strikes we had over a 72-hour period, leading to this unprecedented challenge with these wildfires. This is an extraordinary moment in our history. Mother Nature has now joined this conversation around climate change, and so we too need to advance that conversation anew. Just today, the President of the United States threatened the state of California, 40 million Americans that happen to live here in the state of California, to defund our efforts on wildfire suppression because he said we hadn't raked enough leaves. You can't make that up. Nor can you make up the fact we're involved in over 90 lawsuits with the Trump administration on clean air, on clean water, on endangered species, on pesticides. There is so much at stake in this election, none more important than the work Joe Biden did with Barack Obama on the vehicle emissions standards, the fuel efficiency standards that will save billions and billions of dollars taxpayers and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. There is so much at stake in this election. And I couldn't help myself on my way to one of our relief centers, one of our evacuation centers, just to jump out of the car and just express my deep reverence, my admiration to Joe Biden, to Kamala Harris, California's own, to their faith, their devotion, their constancy, to their commitment, not just to the environment, but to the Commonwealth, to our kids, our kids', our grandkids, to our legacy. There is so much at stake in this election, and I just want to close by reminding each and every one of you, the future is not just something to experience, it's something to manifest. It's inside of us, not just in front of us. It's our decision, not our conditions, that will determine our fate and future. So let us resolve that after this historic night, this incredible week, this remarkable convention, that we do everything in our power to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris into the White House in January 2021.
America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It gives hope. In this nation, we believe in honesty, decency, treating everyone with respect, giving everyone a fair shot, leaving nobody behind, giving hate no safe harbor, leading by the power of our example, not by the example of our power. That's allowed us to stand as a beacon to the world, being part of something bigger than ourselves. It's a code. It's a uniquely American code. The most powerful idea in the history of the world. The American creed, that we're all created equal, I think beats in the heart of the people of this country.
This time next year, I hope the virus is in check and the American spirit is unleashed, and that we're not fearing, but hoping again.
Unity in our country. This is what I hope to see next year.
I hope we've chosen community over chaos. We've chosen unity over division, and we've chosen love over hate.
I believe that America will have faced
its darkest moment and will have come out better.
America will be coming together, not splintering apart.
No more pain.
This time next year, I hope that we will have a government that is accountable to us, that guarantees health care as a human right.
The promise of America will be restored for all our communities, all our families, for all of us. And when I say all of us, quiero decir todas nuestras familias.
I am confident that this time next year, we will have a president who provides this country with real leadership, not just tweets.
This time next year, I hope we are listening less to the Russians and more to Dr. Fauci.
I hope we all get back to work.
There'll be 2 Americans who I will be happy to say are unemployed, Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump.
This time next year, I hope that all Americans, whether they are Democrats or independents or Republicans, will be proud of their president, will be proud of their vice president.
And that our recovery is truly people up, families up, and communities up.
That people believe they have a government that is working for them, that's out there every day doing its best for them.
I want to see a president of the United States who can look a trans woman in the eye and tell her her rights are worth protecting.
I hope America has a president who champions the rights of all young women and girls.
This time next year, I want a president who understands what military families need.
Who cares about the rights and lives of disabled people.
We'll care about our environment again.
We'll have passed comprehensive immigration reform.
I hope we have a president who honors treaty rights and tribal sovereignty.
A year from now, I want to see the kids playing on the playground.
I take pride in my job and helping our customers. But next year, I want to do it without wearing a mask or gloves.
I hope that we are all celebrating landmark legislation that the Biden-Harris administration have shepherded through Congress and signed into law.
This time next year, parents will again be able to look forward to the day where we can send our children to school without fear of gun violence.
This time next year.
This time next
This time next year.
This time next year.
I hope that this country realizes that we have, in fact, reclaimed the soul of America.
This time next year, I hope and pray that America will have restored democracy to the world.
We recommit ourselves to come together, one nation, under God.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time next year, I want to see Joe Biden in the Oval Office.
Hello, America. I'm Andrew Yang. You might know me as the guy who ran for president talking about math and the future. Unfortunately for all of us, that future is now. The pandemic has accelerated everything. If you're like me and my wife, Evelyn, you don't know if your child's school is going to reopen this fall. 72% of Americans believe that this is the worst time we have ever experienced. And 42% of the jobs that have been lost, millions of jobs, will never return. We are in a deep, dark hole, and we need leaders who will help us dig out. I know many politicians promise and then fail to deliver. If you voted for Trump or didn't vote at all back in 2016, I get it. Many of us have gotten tired of our leaders seeming far removed from our everyday lives, and we despair that our government will ever rise to the challenges of our time. But we must give this country, our country, a chance to recover. And recovery is only possible with a change of leadership and new ideas. Bold and innovative policies that will get help into your hands in the midst of this crisis are now possible. But we need your help to turn the page for our country in 75 days. We are here tonight to celebrate Joe Biden's nomination as the Democratic candidate for president. I have gotten to know both Joe and Kamala on the trail over the past year. The way you really get to know a person when the cameras are off, the crowds are gone, it's just you and them. They're real people. They understand the problems we face. They are parents and patriots who want the best for us and our country. And if we give them the chance, they will fight for us and our families every single day. Our future is now, and it is daunting. But I ask you tonight to join me to help Joe and Kamala fight for the promise of America, turn the page for our country, and lead us forward to a future we'll actually be proud to leave to our children. And now I'd like to turn it over to a great Democrat who will be with us throughout the evening. Between the two of us, we have 11 Emmys. How's that for math? One of my favorite actresses, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Andrew. I'm so glad to see you. So what did you think about Kamala Harris's speech last night?
It was tremendous. I was so happy for her.
I know, me too. She was fabulous. I cannot wait to see her debate our current Vice President, Mika Pence. Or is it Paints?
It's pronounced Ponce, I believe.
Oh, some kind of weird foreign name?
Yeah, not very American sounding.
Yeah, that's what people are saying, strongly. Well, thank you, Andrew, and please give my regards to the gang.
I will. They're right in the next room. Have a great night, Julia.
Thank you so much. Good evening, America, and welcome to the fourth night of the 2020 Democratic National Convention, Uniting America. Okay, these last few nights have been going so well, we decided to add a fifth night where we will just play Michelle Obama's speech on a loop. I first met Joe Biden when I was doing my show, Veep. I played the vice president, and he was, in fact, the vice president, and we hit it off immediately. Soon after, I was asked to be on the cover of a magazine. Remember those? And I was so excited. It was like, oh, what's it going to be, People or Vogue or Rolling Stone? Well, it turns out it was for Arrive, the official onboard magazine of Amtrak, which nobody ever reads, even though it's free. And the day it came out, my phone rang, and it was the vice president telling me he loved the cover and the whole article, and that it was one of the best issues of Arrive he had ever read. And that is just one of the many reasons that I wanted to be here tonight for Joe. And to remind you that Joe Biden not only knows how to read, but also he reads everything. You know, I am no policy expert, and I certainly don't pretend to be one, but I have a gut feeling about fairness and what's right, and that is why I am so excited that just in a little while we're going to hear from Joe Biden about his plans for America, plans for a strong economy that helps working people and small businesses, not just billionaires, and plans to raise the wages for the nurses and teachers and grocery workers that are getting us through this crisis. God love them. So, how can you help Joe? It's super simple. Vote. Right now, you can text VOTE to 30330 to learn about all of your voting options and make the best plan for how to vote in your community, wherever you are. An easy way to remember 30330 is that's the year Donald Trump will finally release his tax returns. If we all vote, there is nothing Facebook, Fox News, and Vladimir Putin can do to stop us. But first, let's reaffirm the all-American values that our party and Joe Biden stand for.
I'm the director. I'm going to stop after each. Do it while you're smiling, okay? All right, ready? And action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. Cut it. He needs an agent.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, brave.
Good evening. I'm Sister Simone Campbell, Executive Director of Network and leader of Nuns on the Bus. Tonight marks an important next chapter in our story of who we will become as a nation. So I speak to you with a sense of urgency and hope, knowing the difficult work ahead, but grounded in my faith. The very first paragraph of the scripture that informs the three Abrahamic traditions tells us the divine spirit breathed over the waters of chaos and brought forth a new creation. Encouraged by this promise that a new creation can come from chaos, let us pray. O divine spirit, during the weeks and months ahead, stir our hearts and minds that we might fight for a vision that is worthy of you and your call to honor the dignity of all of your creation. A vision of who we are as a people grounded in community and care for all, especially the most marginalized. A vision that cares for our earth and heals the planet. A vision that ends structural racism, bigotry, and sexism so rife now in our nation and in our history. A vision that ensures hungry people are fed, children are nourished, immigrants are welcomed. O Spirit, breathe in us and our leaders a new resolve that, committed to this new American promise, we will work together to build a national community grounded in healing, fearlessly based on truth, and living out of a sense of shared responsibility. In the name of all that is holy, O Spirit, bring out of this time of global and national chaos a new creation, a new community that can, with your help, realize this new promise that we affirm tonight. And so, with profound hope, let we, the people, say, Amen.
Thank you, Sister Simone. People of faith have long led change, from abolition and women's suffrage to the labor movement and the struggle for civil rights. Joe Biden will continue that progressive march towards justice, inspired by respect for the dignity of all people, people Joe believes were made in the image of God. Joe learned that from his parents and the nuns and priests right here in Delaware who taught him and inspired in him a passion for justice. I'm Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, and I want to tell you about my friend, Joe Biden. His faith is strong, and it's personal and private. For Joe, faith isn't a prop or a political tool. I've known Joe about 30 years, and I've seen his faith in action. Joe knows the power of prayer, and I've seen him in moments of joy and triumph, of loss and despair, turn to God for strength. Joe's comforted me in my toughest moments, as he has so many others. I'll never forget how Joe took the time to offer me words of comfort as my father lay in hospice. Time and again, I've seen him stop everything and listen, really listen, to someone who needs a shoulder to cry on or a partner in prayer. That compassion, that empathy is part of his character. More than anything, Joe's a man of faith and conscience. He'll be a president for Americans of all faiths, as well as people of conscience who practice no particular faith. Joe's faith is really about our future, about a world with less suffering and more justice, where we're better stewards of creation, where we have a more just immigration policy, and where we call out and confront the original sins of this nation, the sins of slavery and racism. Joe knows these are central issues in this election, and for him, they're rooted in faith. Joe knows that it's faith that sustains so many ordinary Americans who do extraordinary things. Nurses who brave infection, firefighters who run into burning buildings, teachers working overtime, especially now. They all deserve a servant leader who knows the dignity of work, who sees them, respects them, fights for them. We need a president who brings people of all faiths together to tackle our challenges, rebuild our country, and restore our humanity. Someone who knows we're called to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Joe Biden will be that president. Joe's always known this race is a battle for the soul of our country, and he's right. Joe believes. He believes in both the greatness and the goodness of this country. He believes in us and in what we can do together.
My question is, what is your faith, and how would you use your faith
and making decisions for our nation.
Well, Reverend, I kind of know what it's like to lose family. And my heart goes out to you. If you may remember, after Barack and Michelle and I were there, and my family, I came back on that Sunday, the regular service, because I had just lost my son. And I wanted some hope, because what you all did was astounding. I don't know if you all know this. All those who died were killed by this white supremacist. They forgave him. They forgave him. The ultimate act of Christian charity. They forgave him. And you know, Reverend, I'm not proselytizing. I happen to be a practicing Catholic. But I went back to the church because I found, particularly, the black church. In this case, with an AME, it was not an Episcopal church. I found that there's that famous phrase from Kierkegaard, faith sees best in the dark. I find the one thing it gives me, and I'm not trying to proselytize, I'm not trying to convince you to share my religious views. But for me, it's important because it gives me some reason to have hope and purpose.
Just remember, Joe Biden goes to church so regularly that he doesn't even need tear gas and a bunch of federalized troops to help him get there. No one fought harder for your right to vote than John Lewis. Here to speak about him and his legacy, we have one of our great mayors, Atlanta's Keisha Lance Bottoms. Mayor Bottoms, hello. I know that you're recovering from the coronavirus. How are you feeling?
Well, good evening. I feel really good. Thank you for asking. My husband, on the other hand, is still having many of the lingering side effects that people talk about, but all in all, our family's doing great.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, but boy, I think a lot of Americans are going to be dealing with that for a long time. Hey, Mayor, I wanted to ask you something. Is Atlanta ready for Election Day?
We will be ready, and we are going to do everything that we can to make sure that voting goes smoothly, but we are encouraging people, if you can vote early in your state, to please do so. Early vote during the early vote.
Perfect. Excellent advice. Over 40 states now allow some form of early voting. Okay, stay safe, Mayor, and I turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Julia, and good evening. I'm Keisha Lance Bottoms, a mother of 4, and mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, cradle of the civil rights movement, and like so many other cities, a place where the struggle for human dignity continues. I'm proud to have grown up in this city, educated in its public schools, and blessed to have known our hometown heroes, like Dr. Joseph Lowry, Dr. C.T. Vivian, and our teacher, our friend, our conscience, our congressman, John Lewis. He walked gently amongst us, not as a distant icon, but as a God-fearing man who did what he could to fulfill the as yet unfulfilled promise of America. People often think that they can't make a difference, like our civil rights icons. But every person in the movement mattered. Those who made the sandwiches, swept the church floors, stuffed the envelopes. They too changed America, and so can we. The baton has now been passed to each of us. We've cried out for justice. We have gathered in our streets to demand change, and now we must pass on the gift John Lewis sacrificed to give us. We must register, and we must vote. In his parting essay written to us, Congressman Lewis expressed his pride in the activism that has swept our country, and he reminded us that if we fail to exercise our right to vote, we can lose it. There are those who are disgracefully using this pandemic to spread misinformation and interfere with voting, forcing many in 2020 to still risk their lives to exercise their sacred right to vote, a right that has already been paid for with the blood, sweat, tears, and lives of so many. So let's stand up for our children, our children's children, and for this great democracy that our ancestors worked to build, and let's vote. And let's organize to get others to vote with us. You can help make this happen by texting VOTE to 30330. We know how important it is that we elect real leaders like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, people of honor and integrity who hold justice close to their hearts and believe that the lives of my 4 Black children matter. In the words of womanist poet Audre Lorde, your silence will not protect you. Congressman Lewis would not be silenced, and neither can we. We cannot wait for some other time, some other place, some other heroes. We must be the heroes of our generation because we too are America. Our votes can be our voice.
With something deep down within me, moving me, that I could no longer be satisfied or go along with an evil system.
Life was extremely dangerous when we were growing up. John Lewis had the respect of everybody because he was the one who demonstrated the most courage. He'd been beaten and knocked down and get up and go to find another battle. John was focused on ending voter suppression, and it wasn't that he was a great orator, it's that he was a great spirit. The power of spirituality and humility, and the willingness to suffer rather than to inflict suffering.
One of the things that John has taught us is that, yeah, you may have to sacrifice, but if you're sacrificing for a cause, something bigger than you, and you really believe in it, then you will have people following you.
If we do not get meaningful legislation out of this Congress, we will march through the South, through the streets of Jackson, through the streets of Danville, through the streets of Cambridge, through the streets of Birmingham.
I think he is the singular figure that has tried to carry out the work of our nonviolent campaigns into the halls of Congress.
From day one, John Lewis was a role model for the members of Congress, whether they were freshmen or here a long time, because he brought with him a kind of heft, a weightiness of purpose.
I got arrested a few times during the 60s. 40 times. And since I've been in Congress, another 5 times. The means by which we struggle must be consistent with the end we seek.
Someone who has navigated thorny issues of policy, not by castigating alone, but by also encouraging people to be better than they think they can be.
Today we are considering a fair housing measure which not only protects our nation's minorities, but it protects the needs of those with disabilities and families with children. How long do we have to wait before we decide to ban assault weapons? We have another opportunity to bring more of our citizens into political participation. I have on my marching shoes. That's right. I'm fired up. I'm ready to march. And
all of these decades later, while he and others of his generation achieved much, we're still fighting against police brutality and fighting for our voting rights. And so we best honor him by continuing to fight the good fights that he fought, by staying in good trouble.
Together, let's fight for what's right, no matter how long or how dark the night.
We will create a beloved community. We will redeem the soul of America. As a nation and as a people, we will get there.
Climb to the mountain top, and one day we'll win together. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory, 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 glory.
Hands to the heavens, no man, no weapon formed against, yes, glory is destined. Every day women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skin become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. Justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all just ain't specific enough. One son died, his spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through America with our hands up. When it go down, we woman and man up. They say stay down, and we stand up. Shots we on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop, and we ran up.
One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. 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 Now the war is not over. Victory isn't won. But we'll fight on to the finish. And when it's all done, we'll cry glory. Oh, glory. Oh, glory. We'll cry glory. Oh, glory.
Salmons now for every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got his crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing the League of Justice, power was the people. Enemy is lethal, a king became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a bald ego. The biggest weapon is to stay peaceful. We sing, our music is the cuts that we bleed through. Somewhere in a dream we had an epiphany. Now we right the wrongs in history. No one can win a war individually. It takes the wisdom of the elders, young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my eyes have seen the glory.
One day, When the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. So sure, we will be sure. So sure to the world, Lord. God be the.
Wow, that was so beautiful, John and Common. Wow. Joe Biden shares John Lewis's belief that every vote matters. Personally, I plan to follow the example of 6 current cabinet members, Vice President Pence, and President Trump himself, and vote by mail. To find out everything you need to know about mail-in ballots, your polling place, or even just, am I registered? Text VOTE to 30330. 30330. That would be the president's golf score if he didn't cheat. Okay, look, I'll admit that was a little nasty, but we all know he's a cheater. And I'm proud to be a nasty, nasty woman. You know, when Donald Trump spoke at his inauguration about American carnage, I assumed that was something he was against, not a campaign promise. What we need now is great leadership, someone experienced and hardworking and intelligent, someone who understands the soul of the American people.
I'm historian John Meacham. In his final Sunday sermon, days before his death, Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We are tied together in the single garment of destiny. This is the way God's universe is made. This is the way it is structured. A single garment of destiny. We, the people, cannot escape that reality. Nor, as Lincoln taught us, can you and I escape history. And we shouldn't want to, for many of us have been given much: liberty, opportunity, a sense of possibility. The task of our time is to make sure those gifts are available not just to folks who look like me, but to all of us. This is a grave moment in America. A deadly virus is ravaging us. Our jobs are evaporating. Our faith in the things that bind us together is fraying, for our democracy is under assault from an incumbent more interested in himself than he is in the rest of us. Extremism, nativism, isolationism, and a lack of economic opportunity for working people are all preventing us from realizing our nation's promise. And so we must decide whether we will continue to be prisoners of the darkest of American forces, or will we free ourselves to write a brighter, better, nobler story. That's the issue of this election, a choice that goes straight to the nature of the soul of America. Humankind has long viewed the soul as the vital center, the core, the essence of existence. The soul is what makes us, us. In its finest hours, America's soul has been animated by the proposition that we are all created equal, and by the imperative to ensure that we are treated equally. Yet America is a mix of light and shadow. Seneca Falls and Selma and Stonewall dwell in the American soul, but so do the impulses that have given us slavery, segregation, and systemic discrimination. Often, we'd prefer to hear the trumpets rather than face the tragedies. But an honest accounting of who we've been can enable us to see who we should be. A country driven by the best parts of our soul, not by the worst. A country informed by reason and candor, not by ego and lies. A country that's big-hearted, not narrow-minded. The struggle to be who we ought to be is difficult, demanding, and ongoing. Justice can be elusive, and change in America has been painful and provisional. The Civil War led to segregation, the New Deal to right-wing reaction, civil rights to white backlash. Yet history, which will surely be our judge, can also be our guide. From Harriet Tubman to Alice Paul to John Lewis, from the beaches of Normandy to the rending of the Iron Curtain, our story has soared when we've built bridges, not walls, when we've lent a hand, not when we've pointed fingers, when we've hoped, not feared. If we live in hope, we open our souls to the power of love. We've been taught to love our neighbors as ourselves. As individuals and as a nation, however, we fail at following that commandment more often than we succeed. But when we fail, we must try again and again and again, for only in trial is progress possible. From Jamestown forward, our story has become fuller and fairer because of people who share a conviction that Dr. King articulated on that Sunday half a century ago. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Bending that arc requires all of us. It requires we the people, and it requires a President of the United States with empathy, grace, a big heart, and an open mind. Joe Biden will be such a president. With our voices and our votes, let us now write the next chapter of the American story, one of hope, of love, of justice. If we do so, we might just save our country and our souls.
Good evening. I'm Congresswoman Deb Haaland. I'm grateful to be with you here on Indigenous land. The promise of this country is older than our Constitution. Over 500 years ago, thousands of Indian tribes were vibrant, democratic societies with rich cultures and traditions in communities that had sustained them for millennia on lands they loved and respected. My people, the Pueblo Indians, migrated to the Rio Grande Valley in the late 1200s to escape droughts. We were led to the Great River and its tributaries, where we established an agricultural tradition that continues to this day. My people survived centuries of slavery, genocide, and brutal assimilation policies, but throughout our past, tribal nations have fought for and helped build this country. There were those like my Laguna grandparents who worked on our country's railroad, and those like my mother, a Navy veteran who served this country with honor. I stand here today, a proud 35th generation New Mexican and one of the first Native American women ever elected to Congress. I'm a symbol of our resilience as the embodiment of America's progress as a nation. I know we can't take our democracy for granted, especially now as people are dying, as our land is abused, as our Constitution is under attack. We must work for it by getting involved, by registering voters, by voting. Voting is sacred. My people know that. We weren't universally granted the right to vote until 1962, and that fundamental right is more important than ever. Whether your ancestors have been here for hundreds of years or you're a new citizen, know this: whether we vote and how we vote will determine if our nation's promise of social, racial, and environmental justice will outlast us. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris respect our past and understand our present. They will see us through this crisis of leadership that is plaguing our country, and they will help us to build a better future. Thank you.
The first year that I voted was 1974.
1967.
I have not missed a general or a primary election in my 51-year voting history.
Now, I don't go to the polls anymore. The U.S. Postal Service does it for me.
And now we're seeing our current president sabotage our right to vote, sabotaging democracy by trying to undo the postal system.
My father worked for the Postal Service for 30 years.
My mother worked for that local post office for 10 years. That job enabled her to feed her family.
I am appalled at what the Republicans and the president are trying to do to subvert the vote.
Nothing or no one will stop me from voting this election.
We need to keep our mail system. We need Joe Biden.
Where are they going? Where are these ballots going? Who's getting them? Who is not getting them? Little section that's Republican. Will they be stolen from mailboxes as they get put in by the mailman? Will they be taken from the mailmen and the mailwomen? Will they be forged? Who is signing them? Who's signing them? What, are they signed at a kitchen table and sent in? Will they be counterfeited by groups inside our nation? Will they be counterfeited maybe by the millions by foreign powers?
Let me put this in my own words. I've heard Donald Trump say some pretty unhinged things. I've heard them over and over and over again. But nothing is more dangerous to our democracy than his attacks on mail-in voting during a pandemic. Okay, here's the truth. Donald Trump doesn't want any of us to vote because he knows he can't win fair and square. So whether you plan to vote by mail or in person wearing your mask, it is your vote and it's your right. Don't let Donald Trump take that away from you. For accurate, up-to-date voting information that you can trust, text VOTE to 30330. One more time, text VOTE to 30330.
I'm Alex Padilla, California Secretary of State.
And I'm Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State of Michigan.
Voting is the oxygen of our democracy. It decides elections, and elections change lives. That's why we've seen so many attacks on our right to vote, including many that specifically target working families, young people, and communities of color.
Secretaries of State are responsible for running fair, accessible, secure elections where every vote is counted and every voice is heard. We serve on the front lines defending our democracy against any and all attacks, foreign and domestic.
So let's talk about this election. Despite what he says, Donald Trump can't cancel it. But he and Republicans are making it too hard for so many to cast their ballots. And now he's attacking vote by mail to distract and confuse voters.
And let's be clear, there is absolutely zero difference between voting by mail and voting absentee. Millions of Americans have been voting absentee for decades. Donald Trump, his family, his staff, they all vote by mail. In fact, in states like Colorado, Utah, and Oregon, voters have been voting by mail for years. Republicans and Democrats agree it is safe.
But now Trump has admitted he's trying to sabotage the post office to undermine voting by mail. And we're not going to let him do that. Our job is to make sure everyone can vote safely, whether in person or by mail. And your job is to make sure you vote.
And there's more. Once you've done that, talk to your friends and neighbors. Spread the word. Tell everyone you know to text VOTE to 30330 for more voting options. If you're planning to vote from home, request and return your ballot early. And remind everyone you know to make a plan to vote.
Don't let anyone keep you from exercising your most sacred right. Make your plan to vote. Grab your mask and head to the polls the first day they're open. Or request your ballot and send it in right away. And know this, election results may take a little longer this year, but Democrats will fight to make sure your ballot is counted.
Because at the end of the day, the biggest role in preserving our democracy isn't ours, it's yours.
Our family has a crazy history with America, and it all starts with it being a beacon for immigrants. It's really cool being like part Polish and part Puerto Rican and also part Black, because I get to, For me personally, I get to be this like melting pot of America.
If you were an immigrant back then, come from an immigrant family, the Democrats brought you in. We are in danger of losing the meaning of this country.
Every generation before us has had to fight for what they believe in, and it's just our turn now.
I was so proud when I saw the demonstrations that were going on across the country.
This year's election means a lot to me because I feel like our generation is so motivated right now to make a difference. There's a lot of changes that we have to make, and I'm counting on Joe Biden and I believe in him.
I'm here because a union job lifted my family out of poverty and into the middle class. My grandfather left the Jim Crow South for Detroit, joined the UAW, and got a job on the assembly lines during World War II. That union job enabled him to support his family, raise my mom, and send her to Fisk University. That's the American dream. Together we work, together we rise. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris know the dignity of all working Americans. They know the urgency and the demand of our dream. But working people are under attack. The wealth gap grows, our middle class shrinks, and poverty persists. Last week, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "Our economy is doing good." While 40 million Americans are at risk of losing their homes, 30 million aren't getting enough to eat, and 5.4 million people have lost their health care because of this crisis. He has failed us. But still, I believe in the dream of our ancestors. Together with Joe and Kamala in the White House, we'll raise the minimum wage so no one who works a full-time job in America lives in poverty. Together, we'll fight for those who keep us healthy, who keep us safe, who teach our children. We'll stand for those who cook and serve and clean, who plant and harvest, who pack, and always those who deliver, whose hands are thick with calluses, like my granddad's were, who lifted me high, who held mine when I was a boy. If he was alive, Joe and Kamala, he would be so proud of you. And he'd tell us, take another by the hand and another, and let's get to work. This dream ain't free. You gotta work for it. So like his generation, up and out of the Depression, let's now work together and stand together. And America, together, we will rise.
This is my team. You guys build America, not Wall Street. Unions build America.
That's right. The Americans just want to live meekly comfortable. I've got a wife that works as well. We've got a 17 and a 7-year-old at home, and we're still working. You know, thanks to our International Executive Board for getting with General Motors and making sure that it's safe for us to return back to work after 8 weeks of being laid off. I mean, it's a hoax at one point, and now here we are, full blown.
Yep. Well, I tell you what. The future of auto workers in America, and I really believe this, can be as bright as it was back in the late 40s, 50s.
Yes.
Simple reason. It's an iconic industry. It's an American industry. We made it. We made it.
Yes. Thank you.
It's been a very interesting 2020. I've been in the fire service 16 years and never experienced anything like COVID. We had to change our whole tactics, the way we did our day-to-day. And now at a hurricane that just came in 2 weeks ago, and we were almost right on the eye. And I mean, we were doing things we never thought we'd be doing. Water rescues with masks on, having to worry about COVID. It was interesting.
How's your family doing?
Well, I'm a single dad. I have a almost 5-year-old who's in my world. And I'm very lucky that my parents are retired. My mom actually retired right after my daughter was born to help us with her. And she was so looking forward to pre-K, going to the big school, like she says. And then, unfortunately, all this COVID came in, and now it's all going to be online schooling, which I'm fortunate. I have my parents, but I do have a lot of guys that are double income families in. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to do it with their kids. What arrangements are they going to have to make since they're not going to be going to school? It's going to be online.
It's two people in my household. I have a family of two, and we have grown-up kids that are no longer in the household. But it takes two people to build. We have an ongoing goal of a 5-year goal of buying a house in the next 5 years. So hopefully we'll save.
Look, everybody, you talked about the middle class. The fact is that the way middle class people generate wealth overwhelmingly is building up equity in their home. And that's what gets passed on from one generation to the next, the equity in a home.
You know, the middle class is continuously taking hits, and one of the reasons why we're on this call is we realize how important it is to have you in the White House. We need a comprehensive energy policy for renewable resources, which I know you have one. And if we're going to build the middle class, it's about the jobs.
The future really rests on investment. We're going to be investing $2 trillion in infrastructure, ports, bridges, highways, making sure that we have access to do things that really make a difference, like what you're doing at solar facility outside of Harrisburg. You know, I'm a Scranton boy. You know, central Pennsylvania is okay, but, you know, northeast. So keep the faith, guys.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
I know it's not typical for a former Surgeon General to speak at a convention. Surgeons General are appointed by presidents, but our work isn't about politics. Our highest duty is to the public. Our true guide is science, and our job is to speak the truth about public health, even when it's controversial or perceived as political. So here's the truth. Our nation absolutely has what it takes to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic that's claimed tens of thousands of our loved ones. We have the talent, resources, and technology. What we're missing is leadership. We need a leader who works with states to ensure that everyone who needs a test gets one and gets results quickly. A leader who secures a safe, effective vaccine and distributes it quickly and fairly. A leader who inspires us to practice distancing and wear masks, not as a political statement, but as a patriotic duty, a commitment we make to one another. That's why I'm here tonight, not because of politics or for party, but because I know Joe Biden can be that leader. I've worked with Joe Biden. I've seen who he is with no cameras around, how he sits with people in their pain and holds them in his heart, how he pores over COVID briefings, asking smart questions, letting science guide his way, just as he did when managing the Ebola crisis. And 6 years ago, when Joe Biden met my family, many of them immigrants awed to be in the nation's capital, I saw how he kneeled beside my grandmother's wheelchair, took her hands in his, and said, "Thank you for choosing us, the United States of America, as the place to trust with your family." Tonight, as a father, son, and grandson, as a doctor who swore an oath, and as an American who loves my country, I can tell you that Joe Biden is the man I trust to look out for my family and the leader I know will heal this nation.
Hi, I'm Senator Tammy Baldwin. When I was 9 years old, I got sick, really sick. I was hospitalized, but since my grandparents were the ones raising me and our family's health plan didn't cover grandkids, they were forced to pay out of pocket for my 3-month hospital stay. I got better, but the insurance companies didn't. They refused to cover me at any cost because I was marked child with a pre-existing condition. We all have stories like this, stories about a time when the system was rigged against us, when we were counted out, left out, pushed out. Just think of what we've heard these past 4 days. Healthcare professionals who don't have the protective gear they need, young people whose asthma will get worse as our air quality does, workers who are afraid of losing their jobs. Each story begs this simple, fundamental question, a question that gets to the heart of the choice in this election. What kind of country do we want to be? Do we want to be a country where millionaires get to dodge taxes, or one where working families get a break? Do we want to be a country where medical bills bury people in debt, or one where health care is affordable for all, or where tens of thousands of people die from a virus, or where the American dream lives? I think we know the answer to that fundamental question, because most of us want the same things: good schools in our neighborhoods, racial justice, the freedom to love who we want, dignity in our work, and an economy where small businesses and working families thrive. And over the past months, we've added another to that list: a nation free from COVID. That's why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the only answer in this election. Trust me, they are. You see, there's another part of my story, the part where I ran for office, the part where I served in Congress, the part where I worked with Joe Biden and Barack Obama to make sure kids and grandkids, if they're dependents, can stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26. We got that done. And yes, it was a big effing deal. That's the America I know. That's the America I love. And that's the America we will be with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House. A nation that plans, a nation that builds, a nation that builds back. Say it with me there at home: a nation that builds back better. Here in Wisconsin, our state motto is just one word: forward. This November, let's move forward and never look back. Thank you.
No other nation can match us if we step up. If we lead by the power of our example, not by the example of our power. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself, and we cannot let that happen.
If you want to help Joe and Kamala make sure that America stays strong and united, please go to joebiden.com and contribute anything that you possibly can. Tonight, I couldn't be prouder to be a loyal union member, a passionate climate activist, and a patriotic Democrat, or as Donald Trump will call me in a tweet tomorrow, a washed-up horse-faced, no-talent has-been with low ratings. Well, with all due respect, sir, it takes one to know one. And now I'd like to introduce you to a real American hero, World War II veteran Ed Good.
I am Edward Good. I'm 95 years old. I'm a veteran of World War II and of Korea. When I wear a uniform, I wear only two badges, my parachute wings and the combat infantry badge. I did make one combat jump over the Rhine in Germany, and I'm proud of that. I have been a Republican since the 1960s. I'm a member of the NRA, and I voted for Trump. I think Trump has been the worst president we've ever had, so I'll be glad to see him go. I think Joe Biden will be a great leader for the United States. Like me, on the day of my jump into Germany, I think Joe Biden cares about doing his proper duty for the United States, and if he's elected, that's what he will do.
This year's election is very important. Probably be the most important election we've had in years. I recommend strongly, based on the division in this country created by our current president, Donald Trump, we need to put somebody else in the White House that's going to bring us together. Now, let me just explain something. I've been a long-standing Republican for a long time, and I'm telling you, you got to vote for Joe Biden. You have to. I don't think we can deal with the type of person we have in the White House any longer. So it's up to you, America, and me, because in this election, I'm voting for Joe. I'm absolutely sure he's going to help us bring this country together once again.
My name is Lakeisha Cole. I met my husband 20 years ago when we started dating while I was in college. Once I graduated from college, we eloped. 2 weeks after that, he deployed.
This is what I wanted to do. You know, you love this country. Are you willing to do the hard work it takes to maintain it?
What was supposed to be a 6-month deployment actually turned into 11 months. There was nothing really to prepare me as a new military spouse on how to deal with the stress.
When people get married, they expect to grow old with each other. With multiple combat tours, there's no guarantee of any of those things.
They're just a long laundry list of uncertainties that we have to juggle.
You know, Joe has always cared about military families. They've been through so much. When I went to Iraq, one of the generals said, you know, I want to share this story with you. In his daughter's class, it was a Christmas program, and they were playing the Ave Maria. And one of the little girls burst into tears. And the teacher ran over and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" And she said, "That's the song they played at my daddy's funeral. He died in the war." The teacher had no idea that that little girl's father had fought in the war and had died. And that night I said to my staff, I'm a teacher. We can do better. We've got to do better to help our military kids.
The Bidens have a track record of helping military families, and we've seen it with their work that they've done with joining forces and how they were able to, rally a country behind us.
Men and women we send to war to defend our nation, care for them and their families while they're gone, and care for them and their families when they come home.
It was the very first time that I, as a military spouse, felt like someone was listening to us and someone cared.
It's not just the service member who serves, the entire family serves as well. Joe said we have one sacred obligation to take care of our military members. During this pandemic, for sure, so many veterans have lost their jobs. So many military spouses have lost their jobs. That's one of the things that will be a priority in a Biden administration. We will make sure that all Americans have health care, employment, the things that families need to thrive.
When people show you who they are, believe them the first time, and we know exactly who Joe is. He is the best candidate for America, not just for our families, but for all families.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Duckworth. When I first enlisted in the Army, I was eager to serve my country, yet anxious whether I'd be able to earn my way into the ranks. But I earned my wings and later commanded my own air assault unit, learning that serving and leading in the military is both a privilege and a sacrifice. To be a commander, you must always put your troops first, because one day you may order them to sacrifice everything for our great nation. To do that, leaders must command their troops respect and be worthy of their pledge to protect and defend our Constitution, no matter the cost. But military service doesn't just take sacrifice from those in uniform. It's required from their families, too. My husband, Brian, was the one who rushed to Walter Reed after I was wounded in Iraq. He was the one holding my hand, waiting for me to wake up. And when I finally did, he was my rock, getting me through those hours, weeks, months of unspeakable pain and unending surgeries. He was my anchor as I relearned to walk, helping me through every step and every stumble. Our military spouses hold their families together, praying for their loved ones' safety wherever they're deployed and serving as caregivers to our disabled service members, and then picking up the pieces and starting again whenever the next tour or the next war arises. Joe Biden understands these sacrifices because he's made them himself. When his son Beau deployed to Iraq, his burden was also shouldered by his family. Joe knows the fear military families live because he's felt that dread of never knowing if your deployed loved one is safe. He understands their bravery because he has had to muster that same strength every hour of every day Beau was overseas. That's the kind of leader our service members deserve. One who understands the risks they face and who would actually protect them by doing his job as Commander-in-Chief. Instead, they have a coward-in-chief who won't stand up to Vladimir Putin, read his daily intelligence briefings, or even publicly admonish adversaries for reportedly putting bounties on our troops' heads. As president, Joe Biden would never let tyrants manipulate him like a puppet. He would never pervert our military to stroke his own ego. He would never turn his back on our troops or threaten them against Americans peacefully exercising their constitutional rights. Joe Biden would stand up for what's right, stand tall for our troops, and stand strong against our enemies. Because unlike Trump, Joe Biden has common decency. He has common sense. He can command, both from experience and from strength. Donald Trump doesn't deserve to call himself Commander-in-Chief for another 4 minutes, let alone another 4 years. Our troops deserve better. Our country deserves better. If you agree, text MORE to 30330 to elect Joe Biden, a leader who actually cares enough about America to lead.
Good evening. I'm Beau Biden, and Joe Biden is my dad.
Some voices are never silenced. Some work never ceases to change lives. Some people never stop inspiring, even after they're gone. Beau Biden was a husband, father, brother, son, soldier, attorney general. He was given just 46 years on this earth.
He did in 46 years what most of us couldn't do in 146. Think about the day that dawns for children who are safer because of Beau, whose lives are fuller because of him. Think about the day that dawns for parents who rest easier and families who are freer because of him. Some folks may never know that their lives are better because of Beau Biden, but that's okay. Certainly for Beau, acclaim was never the point of public service.
If you knew Beau, you knew he lived by the strictest code of honor, duty, service, country. You never had to ask if he would do something the right way. He didn't know any other way.
Beau didn't cut corners. He turned down an appointment to be Delaware's Attorney General so he could win it fair and square. When the field was clear for him to run for the Senate, he chose to finish his job as AG instead. After 9/11, he joined the National Guard. He felt it was his obligation. He did his duty to his country and deployed to Iraq.
Beau Biden served his country in battle. He prosecuted one of the worst child predators in American history. And even though he is no longer with us, every day he still inspires the next president of the United States.
It won't be possible for me to be here this fall, so I have something to ask of you. Be there for my dad, like he was for me.
A couple of years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I was absolutely terrified. One of the first people who called me was Joe. His real warmth and kindness on that call, man, I gotta say, it made me cry. Our current president has made me cry too, but it's never had anything to do with his warmth or kindness. Joe Biden's empathy is genuine. You can feel it. That's why President Obama asked Joe to head up the Cancer Moonshot. President Obama knows what we all know. Joe Biden understands suffering and loss and sacrifice. Mayor Pete Buttigieg also knows something about sacrifice. He volunteered and was deployed to Afghanistan, then returned home to Indiana to become a highly effective public servant. Say hi to Mayor Pete.
Good evening. Beau Biden lived a life of service, in office and in uniform. When you put your life on the line for this country, you do it not because it's the country you live in, but because it's a country you believe in. I believe in this country because America, uniquely, holds the promise of a place where everyone can belong. We know that for too many and for too long, that promise has been denied. But we also know America is at its best when we make that circle of belonging wider. Just over 10 years ago, I joined a military where firing me because of who I am wasn't just possible, it was policy. Now, in 2020, it is unlawful in America to fire someone because of who they are or who they love. The very ring on my finger, a wedding we celebrated, here where I'm standing, reflects how this country can change. Love makes my marriage real, but political courage made it possible, including that of Joe Biden, who stepped out ahead even of this party when he said that marriage equality ought to be the law of the land. There is a long way to go. But if this much can change between 2010 and 2020, imagine what could change between now and 2030. Imagine what we could achieve, this coalition we are building this very season, gathering progressives and moderates, independents, and even what I like to call future former Republicans, standing for an America where everyone belongs. Joe Biden is right. This is a contest for the soul of the nation. And to me, that contest is not between good Americans and evil Americans. It's the struggle to call out what is good in every American. It's up to us. Will America be a place where faith is about healing and not exclusion? Can we become a country that lives up to the truth that Black lives matter? Will we handle questions of science and medicine by turning to scientists and doctors? Will we see to it that no one who works full-time can live in poverty? I trust Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to guide us toward that better future because I've seen up close their empathy and their capacity, just as I've seen my fellow Americans' capacity to support and include one another in new ways and do better by the promise of America. The day I was born, the idea of an out candidate seeking any federal office at all was laughable. Yet earlier this year, I campaigned for the presidency, often with my husband Chasten at my side, winning delegates to this very convention. Now I come to this convention proudly supporting Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, joining fellow Democrats who were squaring off in competition just a few months ago. A number of us recently got together to talk about the Joe we know.
Hi, I'm Cory Booker. Welcome to everybody at home. I am very excited to present to you a group of people that ran in the 2020 Democratic primary against Joe Biden. You can think of this sort of like Survivor on the out interviews of all the people that got voted off the island. Bernie, don't you laugh, because I got questions for you, like, why does my girlfriend like you more than she likes me? But let's move on.
Because she's smarter than you, and that's the obvious answer, right?
Hey, I'm curious, because Senator Sanders and Senator Klobuchar, you actually served with Joe Biden in the Senate. I'm wondering if you have any memories of what he was like as a colleague in the Senate.
Well, I remember one night when I was giving one of those floor speeches, and Cory, you know what this is like. No one was there. No one was watching. I was all alone, and I gave my speech with much vigor to a completely empty chamber. And I walked out of there, and I thought, I wonder if my mom was even watching this on C-SPAN. And at that moment, the cell phone rings, and I actually thought maybe my mom was watching it on C-SPAN. And you know who it was? It was Joe Biden. And that kind of goes to not only his kindness for calling me and being a mentor, but it also goes to how much he cares about our government and what people are saying, and that even when he's at home at night, he's watching and he cares.
But Amy, we all want to know, did your mother watch the speech?
You remember the steak fry when we were waiting to go on? It worked out to where I was there the same time he was. And he pulled me aside at one point and he pointed to somebody who we both knew who was working on my campaign, but he'd known from before. And let me know that was somebody who'd gone through a family tragedy that Joe somehow knew about. And just thought it was important for me to know that about someone who was working with me. And I thought, over time I realized that was just basic to who he is, but that always stuck with me.
Elizabeth, do you have any remembrances as well?
I think the day I saw Joe the clearest was on the 1-year anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombing. And everyone, of course, was enormously honored to have the vice president here. But at some point in that speech, he shifted to the parent who had lost a child, to the man who had lost a wife, to someone who had experienced loss very personally. And he spoke to each of the families from the heart.
That's phenomenal. I want to ask, what gets you excited about this idea of the inclusion of big ideas from all over the party into the future, into the next administration?
The magic of Joe Biden is that everything he does becomes the new reasonable. If he comes with an ambitious plan to address climate change, all of a sudden, everyone's going to follow his lead. You can see it with him choosing Kamala, too. He wants to build the best team. Let's do it together. That's how we're going to rebuild this country.
Corey, I'm so optimistic about our country right now, despite some very dark days for a lot of our fellow Americans, in large part because of what young people are doing right now. After the murder of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, young people, by and large, led these protests, and they did so in the absolute best traditions of this country, in the tradition of John Lewis. My optimism and my faith in this country is reflected in those young people and the way that Joe and Kamala are listening to them and incorporating their ideas and their urgency into the campaign that they're running and the administration that they're going to lead.
And I often think some people who say they don't know if they're going to vote or not are saying that from a point of privilege that a lot of Americans don't have. There are so many things for lots of folks who live life on the margins that this election is going to decide. And maybe it's not a life or death issue for you, but we are all in this together.
Absolutely.
Corey, what I would say is that this is clearly the most important election in the modern history of this country. And Joe Biden, you have a human being who is empathetic, who is honest, who is decent. And at this particular moment in American history, my God, that is something that this country absolutely needs. And all of us, whether you're progressives, whether you're moderates or conservatives, have got to come together to defeat this president.
Thanks for that, Bernie. I want to thank you all for joining us for this segment. I mean this sincerely. It was an honor to run against you. And it is even a greater honor to stand with you in support of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Good evening. I've never been much for partisan politics. I've supported Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Hell, I've actually been a Democrat, Republican, and independent. It's all about people. And the two people running for president couldn't be more different. One believes in facts, one does not. One listens to experts, the other thinks he knows everything. One looks forward and sees strength in America's diversity. The other looks backwards and sees immigrants as enemies and white supremacists as allies. Here's another difference. One has proven he knows how to handle a crisis by helping to lead the economic turnaround after the 2008 recession, while the other has not only failed to lead, he has made the current crisis much worse. When confronted with the biggest calamity any president has faced in the modern era, Donald Trump spent the year downplaying the threat, ignoring science, and recommending quack cures, which let COVID-19 spread much faster than it should have, leaving hundreds of thousands needlessly sick or dead. He has failed the American people catastrophically. 4 years ago, I came before this very convention and said, New Yorkers know a con when we see one. But tonight, I'm not asking you to vote against Donald Trump because he's a bad guy. I'm urging you to vote against him because he's done a bad job. Today, unemployment is at historic highs, and small businesses are struggling just to survive. It didn't have to be this way. Before I ran for mayor, I spent 20 years running a business I started from scratch. So I want to ask small business owners and their employees one question, and it's a question for everyone. Would you rehire or work for someone who ran your business into the ground and who always does what's best for him or her, even when it hurts the company, and whose reckless decisions put you in danger, and who spends more time tweeting than working? If the answer is no, why the hell would we ever rehire Donald Trump for another 4 years? Trump says we should vote for him because he's a great businessman? Really? He drove his companies into bankruptcy 6 times, always leaving behind customers and contractors who had cheated and swindled and stopped doing business with him. Well, this time, all of us are paying the price, and we can't let him get away with it again. Donald says we should vote for him because the economy was great before the virus? Huh? Biden and Obama created more jobs over their last 3 years than the Trump administration did over their first 3. And economic growth was higher under Biden and Obama than under Trump. In fact, while Biden helped save 1 million auto industry jobs, Trump has lost 250,000 manufacturing jobs. So when Trump says he wants to make America great again, he's making a pretty good case for Joe Biden. Look, our goal shouldn't be to bring back the pandemic economy. It should be, as Joe says, to build it back better. Joe's economic plan will create clean energy jobs that help fight another crisis that Trump is ignoring, climate change. And Joe will rebuild our crumbling roads and bridges, something Trump has incessantly talked about doing. But in the last 3.5 years, he hasn't done anything. What a joke. And let me tell you a little secret. Donald Trump's economic plan was to give a huge tax cut to guys like me who didn't need it, and then lie about it to everyone else. Well, Joe will roll back that tax cut that I got so we can fund things our whole country needs, like training for adults who have lost jobs, and making college more affordable, and investing in American research and development so that the products of tomorrow are made today by American workers. You know, growing up, I was taught to believe that America is the greatest country in the world, not because we won the Second World War, but because of why we fought it, for freedom, democracy, and equality. My favorite childhood book was called Johnny Tremaine, about a Boston boy who joins the Sons of Liberty at the dawn of the American Revolution. At the end of the book, Johnny stands on Lexington Commons and sees a nation that is, quote, green with spring, dreaming of the future. That's the America I know and love, and that's the America we are in danger of losing under this president. So let's put an end to this whole sorry chapter in American history and elect leaders who will bring integrity and stability, sanity, and competence back to the White House. Joe and Kamala, go get them for all of us.
We can help you find the best and safest way to vote in your state. Simply text VOTE to 30330 to learn more. 30330. It's actually not that hard to remember. Watch. Person, woman, man, camera, TV, 30330. Anyone can do it. I want to introduce you now to a young man who Vice President Biden met earlier this year in New Hampshire and helped to find his voice. Say hello to Braden Harrington.
Hi, my name is Braden Harrington, and I'm 13 years old. And without Joe Biden, I wouldn't be talking to you today. About a few months ago, I met him in New Hampshire. He told me that we were members of the same club. stutter. It was really amazing to hear that someone like me became vice president. He told me about a book of poems by Yeats he would read out loud to practice. He showed me how he marks his addresses to make them easier to say out loud. So I did the same thing today. And now I'm here talking to you today about the future, about our future. My family often says when the world feels better before talking about something normal, like going to the movies. We all want the world to feel better. We need the world to feel better. I'm just a regular kid, and in a short amount of time, Joe Biden made me more confident about something that's bothered me my whole life. Joe Biden cared. Imagine what he could do for all of us. Kids like me are counting on you to elect someone we can all look up to. Someone who cares. Someone who will make our country and the world feel better. We're counting on you to elect Joe Biden.
The first time I met Joe, I was very new at my synagogue, and I had to do a funeral service and a shiva, and towards the end of the service, the door opens up, and this person who was much younger than these octogenarians who were there walked in the room. It was our U.S. Senator, Joe Biden. He was just very respectful, and he stayed in the back, and his head was bowed in reverence. And at the end, I said, Senator Biden, why are you here? Because how does a nice Irish Catholic boy know from Shiva? And what he said was just so lovely. He said, this dear lady gave $18 to my campaign from the very first time I started in 1972. So he wanted to show his respects by saying thank you. And that just blew me away.
I think you guys might have thought we were smaller. Yeah.
Granddaughter interview, take one.
No, this is good.
Okay.
So what don't I know about your grandfather?
He's always eating ice cream. Usually it's like vanilla with chocolate sprinkles. Vanilla on a regular night.
No, chocolate chip in it. Chocolate and the Breyers that have half chocolate, half vanilla. He likes ice cream in hidden ways.
Yeah. Eating it in the freezer so that my grandma doesn't see. He hides it.
How often does he call you?
Every day.
Yeah, every day.
If we don't talk to him for a day,
he'll ask what's wrong.
Yeah,
he'll think we're not a lot.
He always calls with the same energy, even after he's just done 15 interviews in a row. Hi, Pop. I was just talking about you.
I don't necessarily pick up every day, but I have a lot of voicemails.
He will pick up our calls no matter where he is. He'd be on stage giving a speech, and we'd call him and he'd be like, what's wrong? Is everything good? And we'd be like,
just calling to check in.
What does the word family mean to you?
It's a lot of time together. It's
I don't
we've
really know
grown up together. He's made sure that every single tradition, every holiday, we're all together. I don't think that there's been any decision, no matter how big or small, that we haven't decided as a family.
Pop told us that this election would be totally different from any other election ever.
He was worried how it would affect his kids.
Whether or not we wanted to go through another campaign and be scrutinized by the press. There had been talks of a big meeting coming.
It's normally called by the parents, I would say, but this time it was called by me.
I came down from Penn, and Maisie came up from D.C., and my cousins lived down the road.
He thought we were calling a meeting sort of to discuss, whether or not we wanted him to, but really we were calling it to be get in that race, hurry up.
We just knew that he had to run, and we weren't going to take no as an answer.
At the end of the day, I think we're all very happy we had that meeting.
All right, well, when you get back there, give me a call to tell me how the whole thing went, okay?
Okay, I will.
I love you, baby.
I love you too.
We want to ensure that our kids live in a nation that is safe, happy, healthy, and fair. And so this election,
we're voting for Joe Biden. Let's have a conversation with these kids.
Let's do it. So let's jump right in, shall we?
What does jump in mean?
Go for it.
Mommy, I can't be quiet.
Why? I don't want you to be quiet. You deserve to speak and say whatever it is that comes to your mind in this moment right now. Every election is important. This upcoming election is especially important. One, because the social injustices right now, racial inequality, but also because we have children.
Excuse me, Mommy?
Yes.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
You want to go right now? Do you know where the president lives?
In the White House, Washington, D.C.
Do you know what the president's job is?
To tell what happened to the world.
That's good. That's a good one.
Keep the environment safe.
That is correct. As we say, that is
correct.
If you could create the ideal person to lead this country, what characteristics would that person have?
A very kind personality.
What would you like to see taken care of?
I would like to see them taking care of the earth and the people.
So, girls, it is 2020 and the election is coming up in November. Do you know who is running for president?
Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And...
Exactly, that's it. This video's over.
What would you say if you knew that Joe Biden was going to have a woman as his vice president?
Surprised and happy.
Why?
There's not a lot of women being president and helping alongside the president.
Mm-hmm. How important do you think your faith is in the way that you live your life?
Really big, because I'm grateful for all the things that I have and that I love my family.
And with that said, everyone, we really thank you, one, for listening to this very candid conversation with our daughters. And we just want to encourage you to truly do your research, think about your own homes and what you'd like to see projected out into the world in the right direction is making sure that you vote this election for Biden. Whatever you do, please vote. Every vote counts. Just remember that. You gonna dance out?
Cut.
Here's the big question. How much of your time and energy are you willing to devote to elect Joe Biden? Here's my answer. I'm going all in. Look, elections can break your heart, but sometimes they can make you sing from the mountaintops. And this year, we're going to sing. This year, we're going to elect a president who's honest, experienced, and intelligent. A president who actually believes in the rule of law, who will restore dignity and normalcy to the White House and the soul of this nation. And boy, won't that be something. One of my favorite things Joe Biden says is that you can succeed in life without sacrificing your ideals or your commitment to family. So, who better to introduce our nominee, Joe Biden, than his children?
I'm Hunter Biden.
And I'm Ashley Biden.
Joe Biden is our dad.
And Beau is our brother.
We want to tell you what kind of president our dad will be.
He will be tough.
And honest.
Caring and principled.
He'll listen. He'll be there when you need him.
He'll tell you the truth even when you don't want to hear it.
He'll never let you down.
He'll be rock steady.
The strongest shoulder you can ever lean on.
He'll beam with pride every time you succeed.
He'll make your grandkids feel that what they've got to say matters.
He'll treat everyone with respect, no matter who you are.
He'll get up no matter how many times he's been knocked down.
He'll be the worst enemy any bully ever saw.
He'll be the best friend you've ever had.
He'll love you with all of his heart.
And if you give him your cell phone number,
He's going to call it
how do we know?
because he's been that way our whole lives.
He's been a great father.
And we think he'll be a great president.
Bo isn't with us any longer.
But he is still very much alive in our hearts. And we can still hear his strong voice,
Just like it was yesterday.
just like it was yesterday.
In 2008 and 2012, he introduced our dad at those conventions.
And if he was here, we're pretty sure we'd know what he'd say.
So before we show you a film about our dad's journey, we wanted to give Bo the last word. Bo?
Bo, take it away.
In moments both public and private, he's the father I've always known, the grandfather my children love and adore, my father, my hero, Joe Biden.
Our lives have been turned upside down, shattered, and shaken. But the American story has had moments like this before. And he was there, answering the call.
When we came into office in 2009, we were going through what was then the worst financial and economic crisis since the Great Depression.
The economy was hemorrhaging hundreds of thousands of jobs a week. People were losing their homes to foreclosure. The financial system was in tatters. Auto sales had dropped to near zero levels.
The auto companies faced bankruptcy, and many said, let them fail. But Joe remembered his father and what it meant to lose a job. The Finnegans and Bidens were Irish Catholic. Joe was their first. And then his sister Valerie.
From the moment I opened my eyes, my big brother was there. The thing that was most important was family and family and family.
As the post-war boom faded, Joe's father struggled to find work in Scranton. But 140 miles south, there was a job cleaning boilers in Wilmington.
There was a long stairway up to the second floor. Dad went up to Joey in our bedroom and saying, Joey, you got to be a big boy.
For the first time, Joe saw the heavy burden on a father. And it was a lesson he would never forget.
The job is a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity.
The country was losing tens of thousands of jobs a day. And they needed 3 votes to pass the economic rescue package.
Joe Biden was handled the task of going to get those 3 Republican votes.
Joe returned to the place where he had been so effective.
Passionate argument, sympathetic listening, a willingness to make adjustments and accommodations to bring people on board.
When the law finally passed, the president tapped his partner to run the program. Joe tracked every dollar, calling mayors and governors.
Talking to them on the phone, one-on-one. He gave all of them his cell phone.
And I watched him bring his heart to that job. It matters that you have in your mind the family that you're trying to reach, the neighborhood that you're trying to reach, the people whose lives are affected by what you do.
The skills that had made him so effective had not come easy. When he entered school, there was a problem. Joe had a stutter.
And it's mortifying. It allows that child to become an object of ridicule.
When his teacher mimicked him and Joe ran home from school, his mother drove him back.
Did you say to my son, Mr. Biden? The nun said, I was just trying to make a point. My mother stood up, all 5'2" of her. If you ever talk to my son like that again, I'll come back and rip that damn bonnet off your head. Do you understand me? Joey, go back to class.
Joe resolved to overcome his stutter.
Some letters are harder than others. And I used to get up at night and go stand in front of the mirror with a flashlight and practice. She'd make me look her in the eye. Look at me. Remember, Joey, you're the smartest boy in that class. Nobody's better than you, Joey. From having to deal with stuttering, it gave me insight into other people's pain, other people's suffering.
At 19, Joe sought out a summer job that few of his peers considered taking.
He was a lifeguard along with the black lifeguards. That's when I first seen Joe, and we became friends.
It was one of the best things I've ever done because it gave me a sense that we really didn't know one another.
After Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, riots broke out in Wilmington, and the National Guard stayed for almost a year.
I quit the law firm and asked for a job to become a public defender. That's what sort of got me involved in politics.
J. Caleb Boggs was a popular war hero in a solidly Republican state, and few took Joe's campaign seriously.
In Delaware, the Democratic Party was non-functional. When it got time to put up a candidate, they didn't want to touch it. This young upstart, Joe Biden, who had a lot of ideas and no money, no influence, the party said, okay, well then go ahead, Biden, give it a whirl.
That's all I can ask. Just look, if you like what you see, help me out. If not, vote for the other fellow. But look me over if you would.
You know, we'd have a coffee, and we'd come out of that, we'd have 5 more coffees. He was very articulate on the issues. He brought people to say, not just that, well, I agree with what you're doing, is, you know, what can I do to help?
Delaware is the first state. J. Caleb Boggs, who is the incumbent Republican, being challenged by Joseph Biden. Biden is a Democrat who's 29 years of age.
But exhilaration soon turned to tragedy.
I mean, it was clear he had decided that I'm not going to be a senator, that the boys need me too much.
I was prepared to walk away in 1973. But men like Ted Kennedy and Mike Mansfield and Hubert Humphrey and Fritz Hollings, Danny Inouye, they convinced me to stay. To stay 6 months, Joe. Remember, Danny? Just stay 6 months.
He couldn't allow the suffering to debilitate him. That's like he couldn't allow the stuttering to define him. That's the backbone. There's something bigger than Joe's suffering.
The Senate turned out to be a wonderful place for him. He had a real gift for bringing people together.
The three of them had a bond that was forged in sorrow and expanded into joy when Jill entered.
They had built this beautiful family, this circle of trust.
And then the extra gift of Ashley.
Growing up, it was full of adventure, laughter.
We do everything as a family, and we've always done everything as a family.
He was always a good, loving father. I mean, there's nothing more important to Joe than his children.
It's hard to explain how ever-present he was in our lives.
You don't have to guess what my dad believes. A great benefit of being my father is that he doesn't have to contort himself into different people at different times.
Bo was going to do fine things. I mean, he had it all. And then he got sick. The whole world tilted, and it felt like we were all falling off.
Once again, Joe faced the unimaginable.
My mother, she said, bravery resides in every heart, and someday it will be summoned.
The way he survived losing my mom and my sister, and then losing my brother, is understanding that you have to have purpose.
Every day I get up, I ask myself, I hope he's proud of me, because that's that makes me move on.
From his time in the Senate and then the White House, Joe always found a way forward, forging unlikely friendships and alliances. And time after time, he made progress possible, and always holding in his heart the struggles of his family and every family, always fighting to make his country whole.
It's a very rare quality to bring your empathy skills to the process of governing. Joe Biden never forgets that that's the point of moving the wheels of government.
He will keep his word. He will reach out and hear what other people have to say.
To have somebody who believes in what's best in us, somebody like Joe Biden who actually believes in the American idea, that's the kind of person who I want in the White House.
Good evening. Ella Baker, a giant of the civil rights movement, left us with this wisdom: give people light, and they will find the way. Give people light. Those are words for our time. The current president has cloaked American darkness for much too long. Too much anger, too much fear, too much division. Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I will be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together. And make no mistake, united we can and will overcome this season of darkness in America. We'll choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, fairness over privilege. I'm a proud Democrat, and I'll be proud to carry the banner of our party into the general election. So it's with great honor and humility I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America. But while I'll be a Democratic candidate, I will be an American president. I'll work hard for those who didn't support me, as hard for them as I did for those who did vote for me. That's the job of a president, to represent all of us, not just our base or our party. This is not a partisan moment. This must be an American moment. It's a moment that calls for hope and light and love, hope for our future, light to see our way forward, and love for one another. America isn't just a collection of clashing interests of red states or blue states. We're so much bigger than that. We're so much better than that. You know, nearly a century ago, Franklin Roosevelt pledged a New Deal in a time of massive unemployment, uncertainty, and fear. Stricken by a disease, stricken by a virus, FDR insisted that he would recover and prevail, and he believed America could as well. And he did, and we can as well. This campaign isn't just about winning votes. It's about winning the heart and, yes, the soul of America. Winning it for the generous among us, not the selfish. Winning it for workers who keep this country going, not just the privileged few at the top. Winning it for those communities who have known the injustice of a knee on the neck. For all the young people who have known only America being in rising inequity and shrinking opportunity. They deserve the experience of America's promise. They deserve to experience it in full. You know, no generation ever knows what history will ask of it. All we can ever know is whether we're ready when that moment arrives. And now history has delivered us to one of the most difficult moments America's ever faced. Four historic crises, all at the same time. A perfect storm. the worst pandemic in over 100 years, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the most compelling call for racial justice since the 60s, and the undeniable realities and just the accelerating threats of climate change. So the question for us is simple. Are we ready? I believe we are. We must be. You know, all elections are important. But we know in our bones this one is more consequential. As many have said, America is at an inflection point, a time of real peril, but also of extraordinary possibilities. We can choose a path of becoming angrier, less hopeful, more divided, a path of shadow and suspicion, or we can choose a different path and together take this chance to heal, to reform, to unite, a path of hope and light. This is a life-changing election. This will determine what America is going to look like for a long, long time. Character is on the ballot. Compassion is on the ballot. Decency, science, democracy, they're all on the ballot. Who we are as a nation, what we stand for, and most importantly, who we want to be, that's all on the ballot. And the choice could not be more clear. No rhetoric is needed. Just judge this president on the facts. 5 million Americans infected by COVID-19. More than 170,000 Americans have died. By far the worst performance of any nation on earth. More than 50 million people have filed for unemployment this year. More than 10 million people are going to lose their health insurance this year. Nearly 1 in 6 small businesses have closed this year. And this president, if he's reelected, you know what will happen. Cases and deaths will remain far too high. More mom-and-pop businesses will close their doors, and this time for good. Working families will struggle to get by. And yet the wealthiest 1% will get tens of billions of dollars in new tax breaks. And the assault on the Affordable Care Act will continue until it's destroyed, taking insurance away from more than 20 million people, including more than 15 million people on Medicaid, and getting rid of the protections that President Obama worked so hard to get passed for people who have 100 million more people who have pre-existing conditions. And speaking of President Obama, a man I was honored to serve alongside for 8 years as vice president, let me take this moment to say something we don't say nearly enough. Thank you, Mr. President. You were a great president, a president our children could and did look up to. No one's going to say that about the current occupant of the White House. What we know about this president is if he's given 4 more years, he'll be what he's been for the last 4 years. A president who takes no responsibility, refuses to lead, blames others, cozies up to dictators, and fans the flames of hate and division. He'll wake up every day believing the job is all about him, never about you. Is that the American you want for you, your family, your children? I see a different America, one that's generous and strong, selfless and humble. It's an America we can rebuild together. As president, the first step I will take will be to get control of the virus that has ruined so many lives. Because I understand something this president hasn't from the beginning. We will never get our economy back on track. We will never get our kids safely back in schools. We'll never have our lives back until we deal with this virus. The tragedy of where we are today is it didn't have to be this bad. Just look around. It's not this bad in Canada or Europe or Japan or almost anywhere else in the world. And the president keeps telling us the virus is going to disappear. He keeps waiting for a miracle. Well, I have news for him. No miracle is coming. We lead the world in confirmed cases. We lead the world in deaths. Our economy is in tatters with Black, Latino, Asian American, Native American communities bearing the brunt of it. And after all this time, The president still does not have a plan. Well, I do. If I'm your president, on day one, we'll implement the national strategy I've been laying out since March. We'll develop and deploy rapid tests with results available immediately. We'll make the medical supplies and protective equipment that our country needs, and we'll make them here in America, so we will never again be at the mercy of China or other foreign countries in order to protect our own people. We'll make sure our schools have the resources they need to be open, safe, and effective. We'll put politics aside. We'll take the muzzle off our experts so the public gets the information they need and deserve. Honest, unvarnished truth. They can handle it. We'll have a national mandate to wear masks, not as a burden, but as a patriotic duty to protect one another. In short, we'll do what we should have done from the very beginning. Our current president has failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect us. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I will defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time. Look, I understand. I understand how hard it is to have any hope right now. On this summer night, let me take a moment to speak to those of you who have lost the most. I have some idea how it feels to lose someone you love. I know that deep black hole that opens up in the middle of your chest and you feel like you're being sucked into it. I know how mean and cruel and unfair life can be sometimes. But I've learned two things. First, your loved one may have left this earth, but they'll never leave your heart. They'll always be with you. You'll always hear them. And second, I found the best way through pain and loss and grief is to find purpose. As God's children, each of us have a purpose in our lives. We have a great purpose as a nation to open the doors of opportunity to all Americans, to save our democracy, to be a light to the world once again, and finally to live up to and make real the words written in the sacred documents that founded this nation, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, my dad was an honorable, decent man. He got knocked down a few times pretty hard, but he always got back up. He worked hard, and he built a great middle-class life for our family. He used to say, Joey, I don't expect the government to solve my problems, but I sure in hell expect them to understand them. And then he'd say, Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. I've never forgotten those lessons. That's why my economic plan is all about jobs, dignity, respect, and community. Together we can and will rebuild our economy. And when we do, we'll not only build back, we'll build back better. With modern roads, bridges, highways, broadband, ports and airports as a new foundation for economic growth, with pipes that transport clean water to every community, with 5 million new manufacturing and technology jobs, so the future is made in America. With a healthcare system that lowers premiums, deductibles, drug prices, by building on the Affordable Care Act he's trying to rip away. With an education system that trains our people for the best jobs of the 21st century. There's not a single thing American workers can't do. And where cost doesn't prevent young people from going to college and student debt doesn't crush them when they get out. With a child care and elder care system that makes it possible for parents to go to work and for the elderly to stay in their homes with dignity. With an immigration system that powers our economy and reflects our values. And with newly empowered labor unions. They're the ones that built the middle class. With equal pay for women, with rising wages, you can raise a child on, a family on. And yes, we're going to do more than praise our essential workers. We're finally going to pay them. Pay them. We can and we will deal with climate change. It's not only a crisis, it's an enormous opportunity. An opportunity for America to lead the world in clean energy and create millions of new, good-paying jobs in the process. And we can pay for these investments by ending loopholes, unnecessary loopholes, and the president's $1.3 trillion tax giveaway to the wealthiest 1% and the biggest, most profitable corporations, some of which do not pay any tax at all. Because we don't need a tax code that rewards wealth more than it rewards work. I'm not looking to punish anyone. Far from it. But it's long past time the wealthiest people and the biggest corporations in this country paid their fair share. And for our seniors, Social Security is a sacred obligation, a sacred promise made. They paid for. The current president is threatening to break that promise. He's proposing to eliminate a tax that pays for almost half the Social Security without any way of making up for that lost revenue, resulting in cuts. I will not let that happen. If I'm your president, we're going to protect Social Security and Medicare. You have my word. One of the most powerful voices we hear in the country today is from our young people. They're speaking to the inequity and injustice that has grown up in America. Economic injustice, racial injustice, environmental injustice. I hear their voices. If you listen, you can hear them too. And whether it's the existential threat posed by climate change, the daily fear of being gunned down in school, or the inability to get started in your first job, it will be the work of the next president to restore the promise of America to everyone. And I'm not going to have to do it alone, because I'll have a great vice president at my side. Senator Kamala Harris. She's a powerful voice for this nation. Her story is the American story. She knows about all the obstacles thrown in the way of so many in our country. Women, black Americans, South Asian Americans, immigrants, the left out and the left behind. But she's overcome every obstacle she's ever faced. No one's been tougher on the big banks and on the gun lobby. No one's been tougher in calling out the current administration for its extremism, its failure to follow the law, its failure to simply tell the truth. Kamala and I both draw from our families. That's where we get our strength. For Kamala, it's Doug and their families. For me, it's Jill and ours. I've said many times, no man deserves one great love in his life, let alone two. But I've known two. After losing my first wife in that car accident, Jill came into my life. She put our family back together. She's an educator, a mom, a military mom, and an unstoppable force. If she puts her mind to it, just get out of the way. She's going to get it done. She was a great second lady, and I know she'll make a great first lady for this nation. She loves this country so much. And I'll always have the strength that can only come from family. Hunter, Ashley, all our grandchildren, my brothers, my sister, they give me courage. They lift me up. While he's no longer with us, Bo inspires me every day. Bo served our nation in uniform. A year in Iraq, a decorated Iraqi war veteran. So I take very personally the profound responsibility of serving as Commander-in-Chief. I'll be a president who will stand with our allies and friends and make it clear to our adversaries the days of cozying up to dictators is over. Under President Biden, America will not turn a blind eye to Russian bounties on the heads of American soldiers. Nor will I put up with foreign interference in our most sacred democratic exercise, voting. And I'll always stand for our values of human rights and dignity. I'll work in common purpose for a more secure, peaceful, and prosperous world. History has thrust one more urgent task on us. Will we be the generation that finally wipes out the stain of racism from our national character? I believe we're up to it. I believe we're ready. Just a week ago yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of the events in Charlottesville. Close your eyes. Remember what you saw on television. Remember seeing those neo-Nazis and Klansmen and white supremacists coming out of fields with lighted torches, veins bulging, spewing the same anti-Semitic bile heard across Europe in the 30s. Remember the violent clash that ensued between those spreading hate and those with the courage to stand against it. And remember what the president said when asked? He said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. It was a wake-up call for us as a country, and for me, a call to action. At that moment, I knew I'd have to run, because my father taught us that silence was complicity, and I could never remain silent or complicit. At the time, I said we were in the battle for the soul of this nation. And we are. You know, one of the most important conversations I've had this entire campaign, it was with someone who was much too young to vote. I met with 6-year-old Gianna Floyd the day before her daddy, George Floyd, was laid to rest. She's an incredibly brave little girl. And I'll never forget it. When I leaned down to speak to her, she looked in my eyes and she said, and I quote, "Daddy changed the world. Daddy changed the world." Her words burrowed deep into my heart. Maybe George Floyd's murder was a breaking point. Maybe John Lewis's passing the inspiration. But however it's come to be, however it's happened, America's ready, in John's words, to lay down, quote, the heavy burden of hate at last, and to end the hard work of rooting out our systemic racism. You know, American history tells us that it's been in our darkest moments that we've made our greatest progress, that we found the light. In this dark moment, I believe we're poised to make great progress again, that we can find the light once more. You know, many people have heard me say this, but I've always believed you can define America in one word: possibilities. The defining feature of America: everything is possible. That in America, everyone, and I mean everyone, should be given an opportunity to go as far as their dreams and God-given ability will take them. We can never lose that. In times as challenging as these, I believe there's only one way forward. As a united America, united in our pursuit of a more perfect union, united in our dreams of a better future for us and for our children, united in our determination to make the coming years bright. Are you ready? I believe we are. This is a great nation. We're a good and decent people. For the Lord's sake, this is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been able to accomplish when we've done it together. The Irish poet Seamus Heaney once wrote, "History says don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up and hope and history rhyme. This is our moment to make hope and history rhyme. With passion and purpose, let us begin, you and I together, one nation, under God, united in our love for America, united in our love for each other. For love is more powerful than hate, hope is more powerful than fear, and light is more powerful than dark. This is our moment, this is our mission. May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight, as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation. And this is a battle we will win, and we'll do it together. I promise you. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Good night.
from the war, I'm from the bottom, I'm that uncut, real raw. When things get tough, that's when we show up, that's when we show out, that's when we show y'all. It's time to knuckle up and fight hard. Now let's all buckle up and fight hard. Que Dios bendiga a todas tus familias, mi amigo, se parta mandito, vamos darle duro también.
I'm Rabbi Lauren Birkin. Please pray with me. God, you have been a refuge for us in every generation. As we conclude this convention from the safety of our homes.
And with that, the final day of the 2020 Democratic National Convention has come to a close. It was a virtual convention unlike any we've seen before, a socially distanced finale, as you saw, in the midst of a global pandemic. We are going to discuss what we saw tonight with our team of reporters on the ground and our political analysts. Stay with us. More after a quick break. You're streaming CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the 2020 Democratic National Convention. The fourth and final night wrapped up Thursday evening with Joe Biden officially accepting the party's nomination for president. He spoke in Wilmington, Delaware. During his speech, Biden laid out his vision for the future of the country. He discussed policy plans to address top issues and called on the U.S. to, quote, overcome this season of darkness. The night also included moments from many of his former rivals who joined in to discuss why they're endorsing him now. That led to this roundtable, which featured former candidates such as Senator Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Amy Klobuchar. They recalled their time on the campaign trail and personal stories of working with Biden over the years. We also heard from politicians who had been on the list of potential running mates, like Atlanta's Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth. The Iraq War veteran discussed her time in the military and sharply rebuked President Trump for both his foreign and domestic policies. We have some of the key moments you may have missed, starting with the moment Joe Biden officially accepted the nomination.
Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I will be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together. I'm a proud Democrat.
and I'll be proud to carry the banner of our party into the general election. So it's with great honor and humility I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America.
Trump says we should vote for him because he's a great businessman? Really? Donald says we should vote for him because the economy was great before the virus? Huh? So when Trump says he wants to make America great again, he's making a pretty good case for Joe Biden.
As president, Joe Biden would never let tyrants manipulate him like a puppet. He would never pervert our military to stroke his own ego. He would never turn his back on our troops or threaten them against Americans peacefully exercising their constitutional rights. Joe Biden would stand up for what's right, stand tall for our troops, and stand strong against our enemies. Because unlike Trump, Joe Biden has common decency. He has common sense.
You see, there's another part of my story. The part where I ran for office, the part where I served in Congress, the part where I worked with Joe Biden and Barack Obama to make sure kids and grandkids, if they're dependents, can stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26. We got that done. And yes, it was a big effing deal. That's the America I know. That's the America I love. And that's the America we will be with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House.
We've cried out for justice. We have gathered in our streets to demand change. And now we must pass on the gift John Lewis sacrificed to give us. We must register and we must vote. In his parting essay written to us, Congressman Lewis expressed his pride in the activism that has swept our country. And he reminded us that if we fail to exercise our right to vote, we can lose it.
Joe Biden is right. This is a contest for the soul of the nation. And to me, that contest is not between good Americans and evil Americans. It's the struggle to call out what is good in every American.
That's the American dream. Together we work, together we rise. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris know the dignity of all working Americans. They know the urgency and the demand of our dream.
Let's bring in Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, and Leslie Sanchez. Ed is a CBS News political correspondent. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Welcome to you all. I want to start, as we always do, but especially since this is the last night of the convention, with some thoughts, starting with you, Ed. That finale was unlike anything we saw before. First of all, no balloon drop, but fireworks instead, basically right where you're standing.
Right. And, you know, Elaine, as the cars drive away from the parking lot and the smooth jazz plays, I just keep thinking to myself, this isn't quite what we expected this year. Smooth jazz in a Wilmington, Delaware parking lot at about 32 after the hour. It's a little random, but that is what we've been handed. And if you measure Joe Biden's speech in terms of car honks tonight, because that's how people out here were reacting to it, probably some of the strongest lines were for what he had to say about his running mate, Kamala Harris, about his own wife, Dr. Jill Biden, and about the daughter of George Floyd, and the whole argument that perhaps the country is turning a corner when it comes to its long troubled history with racism. So a really interesting speech by him. Perhaps he was helped by the fact that he was able to deliver essentially a magnified version of what he's been doing for the last 5 months, speaking directly to Americans by camera, usually through teleprompter, but in a way tonight that appeared to be far more presidential and different than what the country has seen from its president over the last 4 years. You know, mixing Irish poetry, one thing that we know he likes a lot, with a little bit of specificity in terms of taxes and the future of Social Security, and also talking broadly about the need to come out of this, as he called it, chapter of American darkness. So an interesting end to an incredible week. Incredible, if only because it was so incredibly different than what we've seen before. And I've marveled at it all week and again tonight. Just sweet irony for him that he gets to do this in his hometown. Unexpectedly, but gets that. Apparently, actually, our colleague Bo Erickson, who I know we talked to a lot about the Biden campaign, was down in a pool closer to where he was, back by those flags. And right as the fireworks ended, he ripped off his mask and he looked at the reporters and he just shouted, "Welcome to Wilmington." Again, just a completely different setting for what this all became, but a very strong argument from him tonight as to why he believes he should be president.
Yeah, not at all what we expected, though, indeed. Caitlin, you are there on the ground as well, not far from where Ed is standing. What are your takeaways? You're someone who actually sat down with Joe Biden earlier this year before the pandemic, when reporters were actually able to sit down and conduct these kinds of face-to-face interviews. What stood out to you from the convention tonight?
Hi, Elaine. Yes, I'm on the other side of the building from where Ed is, but right beneath the fireworks. And I can safely say that fireworks are better than the balloon drop, having been to a few of those conventional conventions. So fireworks for the future, I'm all for it. What's really interesting, and you mentioned that we sat down with Biden in March, the night before Super Tuesday, where he would go on to sweep several states and would be kind of on his way to winning the nomination. A week after that, we were all sent home from the campaign trail. The campaign trail ceased to exist that following week as we knew it. And for the past 4 or 5 months, the Biden campaign has been operating mostly online. So unless you have been an active Democratic voter, eager to hear from what Biden has to say and tuning into those virtual events, you haven't really seen a lot of Joe Biden on the campaign trail because there hasn't been a campaign trail. And so this was a night that he had to make his case straight to voters, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and those who are deciding whether to vote at all. And we've also been talking about, whether this new kind of convention that we're in, this virtual convention, what would be missing from it? The crowds, the atmosphere, the celebratory nature. But I think this kind of environment tonight really worked well for Biden because he was talking about these themes that we've been hearing and talking about all week, these themes of grief and hopelessness. Not exactly celebratory themes, but again, we're not in a celebratory environment with a pandemic going on and an economic crisis on top of it. And so I think this was, having seen Biden on the campaign trail many, many times, talked to him, as Ed has as well, seen many, many speeches, I think this was the most effective speech he has given because it met this unique moment that we're in. And the line that really stood out to me was when he said, while I'll be a Democratic candidate, I'll be an American president. And I think what we saw was not designed not to be a partisan speech, although it included several swipes at the current president who he is running against. It was really designed to kind of show this contrast of what he believes his presidential leadership would look like compared to the current occupant.
Thank you, Caitlin. Linda, I was just going to ask you about that very point that Caitlin raises. I'd have to go back and look at the text, but I don't know that he actually said President Trump's name, just refer to him as our current president, because there seemed to be this sort of case being made more broadly about Joe Biden as the sort of unifier in chief at a time of great division and pain in our country. What stood out to you as you listened to Joe Biden tonight?
Well, Elaine, that's what we in the business call a great closing argument. And when you think about Joe Biden and his storied career over more than 4 decades of public service, it wasn't as if he needed to be introduced to this nation. People watching back at home, partisans like me, needed to be motivated and inspired and loved being reminded of the decency that he has exhibited over all of these years of dedicating his life to leading and serving in this country. And when he gave his speech tonight, honestly, the stakes were as high as they've ever been in his entire professional life. And it could have gone a different way, but he delivered the best speech of his life at the best possible time for him. He didn't need to say Donald Trump's name. You know, that was the case that was made all week long. And what we saw on display there was his ability to connect to people. You heard some of the riffs sounded a lot like a man of faith who had, you know, spent his time in Catholic school when he talked about light over dark, hope over fear. Those kinds of contrasts, I think, were very impactful and spoke to many of us back at home who have been worried and anxious during this time. And this entire week, you know, we have to remember, we started the week wondering if this most unconventional of conventions was going to be pulled off, and it was seamless. You know, the connection and the ability to draw people in, from the briefer remarks to the polished productions of the videos on issues, and hearing from all these different voices was incredibly impactful. And I think, you know, Caitlin's point about how this might change the way that people think about conventions, I think is super valid. And I would not be surprised if we end up in a future cycle with some combination of the things that we experienced this week, even if we're able to be back in person.
You know, Leslie, it's interesting Linda brings up this notion of faith, and I want to ask you about that because at one point we saw a very, what seemed to me, direct appeal to people of faith, to religious voters, in a way that I don't know we've necessarily seen quite in the same way. Did you notice that as well? And in addition to that, what stood out to you from what we heard from Joe Biden tonight?
On the aspect of faith, Elaine, I think it's very interesting that you picked that piece. One thing that it's very clear is it's very authentic to Joe Biden, his life, his experience, the history of his family, the way he was raised. And you can't separate that DNA from the man that he is. And that reflects a lot of the comments and the description of his character. He is a decent man. He is a prayerful man. He is somebody that can reach across the aisle, has empathy for others, understands that compassion. All of those are very strong characteristics in building bridges and bringing people together. And on both sides of the aisle, people have talked about that. There's no doubt, and it's really hard to criticize, I'm sure the president will, on character. The distinctions are going to be on policy, because right now it's very broad, and he can say I have a plan here and there. If you look even back at the previous administration, when he was with President Obama, there's a lot to pick apart with respect to executing on those visions, and were they actually led by Biden? So on that aspect, I think there's going to be a lot illuminated in the days and weeks to come. But it was a very strong and effective way for him to say who he is. And that energy, you know, I think it does meet the moment, especially since he's been overshadowed in many ways by his vice presidential pick and certainly by Obama.
I want to go ahead and play a little bit of sound for people who may have missed it. Control room, it's SOT 11 here. We heard Vice President Biden, now the candidate Biden, make this very direct rebuke of President Trump's handling of the pandemic. So let's go ahead and play that, and then I want to get your thoughts, Ed, on the other side.
Our current president has failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect us. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I will defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time.
So, Ed, I'm wondering what you heard tonight with respect to a more specific affirmative case with respect to policy. That's what Leslie mentioned a moment ago. In making the argument to the American people, did we hear any more details about what his plans would be on issues if he's elected president?
Well, yeah, a few things. Talked about how he doesn't want to muzzle experts, that they'll sort of reinvite them into the conversation about what to do about this pandemic. Suggested, though he didn't say it, that he would make more aggressive use of the Defense Production Act to ensure that medical equipment was made here in the United States so that we didn't have to rely on other countries like China for the equipment and the supplies that we need. Reinforced, as he first said last week, that there should be a national mask mandate, not because it's an inconvenience, but it's patriotic. We had been told earlier today that this wouldn't become a wonky policy speech, but that there would be some general sense of what he would do. Well, the only thing really on the minds of so many Americans right now is, what are you going to do about the pandemic? So while he did touch on some other economic matters quickly, I think he understood, as he has understood most of this summer, that the only thing that matters right now is, how do you end this pandemic and how do you get the economy back in the shape it was in before this all began about 6 months ago? And so he's just continuing to answer the central question. There was a point at which, you asked Democrats over the last 18 months, is this all going to be about Donald Trump? No, we're going to talk about other things. And they did. But it has come back to that this is about, for them, getting rid of Donald Trump, getting him out of office, and moving the country forward. He did it tonight. It'll be fascinating. All I think about when I watch these kinds of speeches is, how's it going to be read in 30 to 50 years? And it'll be fascinating to look back and to see the explicit mentions of what's gone on in the streets of America this past summer in terms of race and policing, and those differences that have just come to the surface in such a dramatic way and justifiable way. And then this pandemic, and the fact that it's completely upended society. And what he said at the beginning about American anger, or the darkness, and how it's time to come out of that. If you're somebody who was looking for a little bit of optimism, you probably got it tonight. And to Leslie and Linda, because you guys do this for a living, and you've coached people who are running for office on this, is it me, or did this sort of feel like a throwback? And that there were probably a lot of people who saw the visual tonight of him doing this direct-to-camera speech in a somewhat presidential way and thought to themselves, oh, this is what it used to be like. This is how presidents used to speak to us, with lofty rhetoric, with some specifics. Well, I'm being serious, that there was probably something that clicked for some people tonight, in that the television presentation looked presidential.
Yeah, and it's so funny you say that, because it brings to mind the statesman, right? Which is somebody that traditionally, the Democratic nominee, have a long line of these wonderful statesmen who come in and present this larger, a very eloquent vision. And we have missed that in many cases. And it reinserted that optic back into this conversation and this contest. And it's going to be interesting how that falls. But for some, it's a bit of nostalgia.
Yeah, Linda, I'm curious to get your take as well. Yeah, because it was so different to watch it in this way, Linda.
Absolutely. But there's certain things that we would have expected to see even if we were in the convention center with him in the traditional kind of convention. And, the flags, the bunting, that classic visual staging of the presidential remarks was certainly something that we saw on display there. But the piece that I think is most riveting to us, the reason it stands out is, as Ed said, it's a throwback, but because we have been talking about for more than 4 years at this point, if you take into account the last cycle, when and if Donald Trump was ever going to be presidential, quote unquote presidential. And tonight we were reminded that actually Americans used to like to hear their president with their soaring rhetoric, setting a vision for what kind of country we can be, and talking about hopeful, big, strident changes that could benefit our communities back at home, rather than the sound bites and the tweets and the hurling of insults that we've just come to expect from the White House these days.
All right, one last question. Caitlin, go ahead.
I was going to say, usually campaigns are all about hypotheticals, and we've talked about this before. You'd be asked, what would you do if there was a global pandemic? What would you do if there was an economic crisis? What would you do if this? What would you do if that? And this is a time that we're seeing a real life test. We're in a pandemic, we're in a recession. These are real issues that a president has to deal with. And Biden and Harris are kind of getting a real-time test for it. And a reminder that, as we've been talking, the election is in November. Well, early voting in some states starts in September. So we're actually not too far away.
Right. It is really just around the corner when you think about it. But it was remarkable to watch, remarkable to anchor coverage in a work-from-home situation. Never done that before for a convention. But it'll be really interesting to see for people at home who maybe have been there in the hall, what they think about this experience, watching in this way, because given our times where people do have so much uncertainty, perhaps the way that we receive information and this sort of direct-to-camera approach might resonate quite a bit differently than conventions past. All right, Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez. It's been a long but fascinating week. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it.
One more to go.
Yeah, that's right. All right. That does it for our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Coverage of the Republican National Convention begins next week on Monday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. My colleague Lana Zak has more news after a break. Stick with us. You're streaming CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this.